Good morning and welcome to this Planning Commission meeting. The Planning Commission's an advisory board to the Board of Commissioners. We hear zoning and other land use related matters and make recommendations to the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners makes a final decision on all cases, and their hearings are generally 2 weeks after our hearings on Tuesday. Before we get started with the hearing, I'm going to invite Pastor John Mason from the Providence Community Baptist Church to come up and lead us in an invocation. Put him there. After the invocation, we're going to be led in a Pledge of Allegiance by Officer Lyons from Cobb County Police Department. So go ahead when you're ready.
Let us all take a moment to just kind of relax before we get to the business. Ease our minds. Lord, we come to you this morning, first and foremost, giving thanks to you for another day. But also we come to you, Lord, to ask your blessings upon the planning commissioners, upon those who are present on this day. We ask that you will give them the wisdom, the knowledge, the courage, and the compassion to be fair in their dealings. We pray that they will do that which is best for our community and our county. We give thanks to you for all that you continue to do. Guide us and keep us. This is our prayer in the blessed and precious name of our Savior. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And thank you to Pastor Mason and Officer Lyons for that.
Thank you.
Let's see, we have a very full agenda today. We have three, what I would call highly contested cases that have been continued from last year. So we have a lot, plus a whole lot of other cases on the agenda as well. So it's going to be a busy one. I want to ask people when they do come up to make comments, keep your comments brief and short if you can, so that you allow time for other people. When we do it, we give the applicant and anybody in favor of the case a certain amount of time, and it's usually 10 minutes to present their case, and then we give the opposition 10 minutes. Now, one of the things, and I didn't get a chance to discuss with everybody up here, but hopefully they're okay, and we'll take a vote on it. The first three cases on our agenda today are lengthy cases. There's a lot of opposition, so I think it would be appropriate to probably extend our time a little bit on those cases, giving both sides more opportunity. I believe I've been told we have like 500 people signed up for the hearing today online, as well as we have packed house here and people in another room here as well. So I want to kind of give that. I think we'll do that. So let me get comments from anybody if you think it might be appropriate to, on the first three cases, extend our time to 20 minutes per side instead of 10 minutes a side. Anybody? Whoever wants to go first.
Sure. Chairman, yes, I think that would be great to extend a little extra time, especially for the community. And I know the applicants also need a little time because the details are large projects and need extra time. But when you say the first three.
Oh, and I should clarify.
That's, I think.
Because Z52, the applicant's going to request a continuance here in a second. So I'm really talking about Z61, Z72, and the redevelopment overlay.
Okay, just want to make sure they were all included. Great.
And I guess I'm probably the only one who knew that Z52 is going to ask for a continuance and that. Any other comments?
Just simply that, to the extent that there are any folks who signed up to speak and don't get a chance to speak, maybe give them each 30 seconds or something just to make a comment, then give the applicant even more time as needed on,
Yeah.
If there are that many folks signed up to speak, I don't want.
Yeah, and we've run across this in other cases, which is why I'd like to ask each person to try and keep their comments when we get to those cases to maybe 2 minutes or less each, so that more people get an opportunity to speak. We're just not going to be able to go through and let everybody speak. It's just not realistic. And what we've typically found is you start hearing the same thing over and over. And one other thing, when you do speak, try not to repeat what somebody else has already said, so that we're not just, so that you get to new points. If you have new points, you can repeat, but if you have new points, try and get to those, because, we want to try and make sure we hear all the issues first. Okay, Stephen, I think you wanted to.
No, I'm in support of more time as I'm getting my legs under me. That I think it'll be helpful for me as well, so thank you.
Okay, you good, Deborah?
I concur as well.
Okay, so with that, we'll extend the time on those first three cases, Z61, Z72, and ROD to 20 minutes per side. And before we get started, I also want to welcome Stephen Balt to the Planning Commission. This is his first meeting, so welcome to have you here and look forward to working with you. I also want to thank Alice Summerhour for her service on the Planning Commission, and that. So I won't delay things any longer. And before we get to those three cases I mentioned, we will do what we call our consent agenda, and John will also go over any continued and held cases, and he'll also give us what our procedures are for this meeting. So I'm going to turn it over to John Peterson, our zoning division manager.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's hearing will be conducted both in person and virtually. And I'm going to take a moment here to explain how we're going to run the virtual part of the meeting. As each case is presented, we're going to recognize those on-site and virtual in support or opposed to the specific case. For virtual attendees, to support or oppose a case, you want to indicate in your Q&A box that you're opposed or support, and also if you wish to speak. For example, if you want to support a case, you would want to type into your Q&A box SUP for support and then the case number. So for instance, if you're here to support case Z23, you would punch into your Q&A box SUP Z123. Additionally, if you also want to speak on the matter for this case, you would want to type into your Q&A box SUP, the case number, and then the word speak. Conversely, if you want to oppose a case, the process is fairly similar. To oppose a zoning case, you would want to type into your Q&A box OPP for oppose, and then the case number. So for instance, if you want to oppose case Z123, in your Q&A box, you would want to type in OPP Z123. Also, if you want to speak on the case that you're opposing, you would want to type in the word speak after the case number. So if you want to oppose and also speak on case Z123, you would want to type in your Q&A box OPP Z123 speak. For the speakers that are virtual, you'll be called by name, your line will be unmuted, and you will say your name, where you live, and that you will affirm that you've been sworn in. Today's case, or today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, we would ask the applicant in attendance, please stand and raise their hand to show that they are here. Then we're going to call for anyone here in opposition that's here in person, and we would ask those people here in person also stand and raise their hand so that they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing the applicant in any opposition, the applicant in opposition will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so that they can present testimony to the board at the front here. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case and concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time. So you would want to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person wishing to speak on a case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to speak about, because each side gets 10 minutes in total, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. Then after the presentation periods, the Planning Commission will start to discuss the matter at hand. From the discussion, may ask one more speaker to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. And from the other board, make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the case at hand. There is one case on today's printed agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard. That's case number Z17 of 2021, 2196 Cobb Parkway LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. There are a number of cases on today's agenda which have been continued beforehand, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z13 of 2021, Curley Family Homes LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the May 4th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z13 of 2021 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z16 of 2021, Century Communities Incorporated. This case was continued by the staff until the May 4th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z16 of 2021 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z19 of 2021, Drayton LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the May 4th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z19 of 2021 will not be heard today. SLEP2 of 2021, Diamond Towers. This case was continued by the staff until the May 4th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP2 of 2021 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, there is one case that Chairman Porter mentioned earlier. And the applicant for rezoning case Z52, Carl Edward Dills, would like to continue the case until the May 4th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. There is some more engineering that they're working on, Mr. Chairman and Board, so the staff would ask the board continue rezoning case Z52 until your May zoning hearing.
Okay, and I know the applicant's representatives here for that case, and what they're doing is they're getting off-site sewer easements. So we've gone through a number of iterations with the site plan, trying to work around the existing septic, and there just wasn't really a good way to do it. So they're getting off-site sewer easements and going to be able to bring a new plan that I think will solve a lot of the issues we had. So I think this continuance makes sense. So I'll make a motion that we continue Z52 until the May hearing. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Deborah. Any further discussion? All in favor of that?
Aye.
Please sig- Okay, so we'll continue Z52 till May. Okay, just waiting on John for a second.
Sorry about that.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, may I ask
Sure.
a question? Is it possible on those, the three contested cases to get early head counts?
oh, that would be a great idea. Why don't we do that?
Okay,
Okay.
and that is on my list of things here to do, so I'll.
Okay, you want to do that now, or do you want to do it after the consent agenda?
It's going to be before the consent agenda. I do have two more announcements to make
Okay.
before we get to that point.
Okay.
And while we're at the point anyway, Mr. Chairman, Board, there are 14 people signed up for RD1 virtually who wish to speak, and there are 15 people signed up for Z72 virtually who wish to speak. So while reading the consent and the rest of this, the board can kind of think about how they want to address those 14 and 15 people.
Okay.
All right. I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phone as the ringing doesn't interfere with broadcast presentations. And any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement. If within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of a rezoning application, a campaign contribution for $250 more was made to a current member of the Board of Commissioners, they must file the forms. And additional information about this requirement is located on the table in the back of this room. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted to the board after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. At this time, we're going to do 3 early head counts. Can I get a show of people here in person who are here opposing rezoning case Z61 of 2020, Green Line Partners LLC? Please stand up and raise your hands. Mr. Chairman, Board, let the record show that there's 8 people here opposed in person to Green Line Partners.
Okay, and do we have any online?
Online, we have 5 online signed up opposed who also want to speak.
Okay.
Next case is rezoning case Z72 of 2020, North Point Ministries Incorporated. All those people here who are opposed, please stand up and raise your hands. And we're checking the back room right now.
Okay.
Three. Okay. Mr. Chairman and Board, in person, there are 11 people here in person opposed to rezoning case Z72 of 2020. Can I also get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z72 of 2020? Please stand up and raise your hands.
How many did you say were opposed online on Z72, John?
There's 15 people signed up who wish to speak on 72, but there's 1, 2, 3. There's 6 who are specifically opposed to it,
Okay.
and we have 9 in support online. And Jeannie, I don't know if there's any way to show how many are opposed who don't wish to speak, but
I would have to go through the numbers. Unfortunately, what's happening is our normal Q&A where people queue up to speak is so bogged down, my computer can't even keep up with it. So I think we'll have to
Okay.
go from the list and maybe,
Okay, and, okay, just for those who couldn't hear the remarks, we have so many people online. I think we have around 500 people online or higher. Normally, we have well under 100, well under 100.
15 most.
So the system's a little bogged down with people signing up right now, so we may get more as the hearing goes on
Mr.
than
Chairman,
what we're
currently-
showing right now.
currently there's 585 online.
What's that?
There's 585 people online.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there are 4 people here in support of rezoning case Z72. And last case for the early head count is, can I get a show of people here who are opposed to ROD1 of 2020, Atlantic Realty Acquisitions LLC? Please stand up and raise your hand for those opposed. Okay. And let the record show, Mr. Chairman, that there are 4 people here opposed to ROD1 of 2020. Can I also get a show of people here who are in support of ROD1 of 2020, Atlantic Realty Acquisitions? Please stand up and raise your hands. Mr. Chairman of the Board, there are two people here in person supporting ROD1 of 2020. And, as far as the numbers I stated before, there are 14 people signed up who wish to speak, and of that 14, 6 are in support virtually and 8 are opposed virtually.
Okay.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
One thing we forgot to ask was support on Z61.
Okay.
I don't know that we have any, but
Well,
we
let's
should
go ahead and call
ask.
it. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z61 of 2020? Please raise your hands.
The applicant.
Okay.
Okay.
There's one
Nobody
person here in
online.
support.
Okay. Okay, and before you start the consent agenda, John, I want to pull Z20 off of consent, but I did check, and it doesn't appear like we have any opposition for Z1, and we can double check that in a second. In Z1, we had heard previously and held to deal with some DOT issues, and those have all been worked out now, and we just got the clear yesterday on those. That everything's been worked out. So I think we could put Z1 on consent, since there's no opposition. Is everybody okay with that?
Is that a motion that needs a second?
Not yet,
Not yet. Okay, so we
Just-
want to
just-
pull Z20 off consent?
right.
Okay. Okay. When I'm done reading the consent, we can add Z1 to the agenda.
Right.
All right? Cobb County Planning Commission, zoning hearing consent agenda for April 6, 2021. First case on consent is rezoning case Z14 of 2021, Pearl River Brothers LLC. Request a rezoning from GC to NRC for a restaurant in land lot 733 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Canton Road at the convergence of Canton Road and the Canton Road Connector, south of Kurtz Road, and on the north side of Sylvan Park Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to number 1, variances as mentioned in the zoning comments, number 2, DOT comments and recommendations, and 3, adherence to Canton Road design guidelines. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z14? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Case LPSP1 of 2021, the Cobb County Board of Commissioners request a limited professional services permit for a professional office in land lots 139 and 158 of the 19th district. The property is located on the south side of Corner Road and on the west side of Lost Mountain Road at the southwest intersection of Corner Road and Lost Mountain Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, professional office use only. Number 2, site plan submitted with district commissioner approving the final site plan. Number 3, district commissioner approving the final professional office use. Number 4, fire department comments and recommendations. And number 5, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is there anyone here opposed to LPSP1 of 2021? No one? Okay. Well, the record shows no one opposed to this case. Moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LEP 10, Patricia DeVerger, requests a temporary land use permit for a renewal of a child learning center in land lot 631 of the 19th district. The property is located on the west side of Crest Ridge Circle, south of Crest Ridge Drive. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, maximum of 10 children. Number 2, 1 employee. And number 3, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 10? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And last case on the consent agenda is land use permit number 13, Alexander Labes. Requests a temporary land use permit for online candle shop in land lot 105 of the 17th district. The property is located on the west side of Pineland Road, north of Pineland Circle. Staff recommends approval for 12 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, no on-site customers. Number 2, no additional employees. And number 3, DOT comments and recommendations. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 13? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the printed consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Okay, thank you, John. And with that, before we do a motion on that, I think we'll have you read in Z1, and then we'll do a motion to add that to the consent.
All right. Okay, rezoning case Z1 of 2021, Curley Family Homes LLC. Request the rezoning from GC to FST for townhomes in land lot 516 of the 18th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Blairsburg Road, northeast of Riverside Parkway, east of the intersection of Blairsbridge Road and Riverside Parkway. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z1? No. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay, so then I'll make a motion that we add Z1 to the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Stephen. Any further discussion on that? All in favor? And that carries, did you vote yes? I missed your hand.
Yes.
Okay, so 5-0 in favor. And then we need, are there any additions to the cases on the consent agenda? Any additional stipulations? Oh, is there something else, John?
We do need some stipulations for Z1 when you get around to it.
Yeah, I actually have
Okay,
ones I'm going to read.
all right.
So, do you want to, when I say all staff comments and recommendations, that will cover what you were going to read, right? Okay. Anybody need to add any to the other cases before I do Z1? Okay, with regard to Z1, we want to make that subject to all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan with last revision date of March 2nd, 2021, with the following changes. The mailbox kiosk to be relocated near Unit 10, subject to DOT approval of the location. Modifications, if any, deemed necessary by DOT for the distance of driveways and parallel parking from intersections. We think we're all good, but when they get to plan review, there could be a little tweak. All stipulations in the letter from Kevin Moore dated March 30th, 2021, not otherwise in conflict with item 25 of the stipulation letter, subject to the approval of DOT and any alternate regulations. He had asked to waive a DOT regulation, so that will be up to DOT. The front elevation of each building to have at least 50% brick or stacked stone. District Commissioner to approve elevations. All garages to be used primarily for the parking of vehicles with only incidental storage that does not interfere with the parking of vehicles. Maximum of 51 units. With regard to the area near the inside radius of the curve on the entrance road, only low-height landscaping to be used as to allow clear sight to the driveways on units 40 and 41 while maneuvering the curve. All landscaping in this area to be subject to the approval of DOT, and we'll also recommend it for the consent agenda for the BOC. So those were the stipulations on that. There were no others. Is there any further discussion on the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay, second from Deborah. And any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the consent agenda? That carries 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, do you think, in light of the fact that if you're going to take up these three cases with extended time, can we excuse all the other folks till this afternoon or something? So they don't have to sit around all morning?
I don't think our procedures allow us to do that. I will tell people that when we get to around noon, we will take a lunch break. We'll try and finish a case, so it may be 12:30, and we typically break for an hour, but We're not allowed to tell people to go and come back later?
I don't know why not. We do that in court all the time, but
I've
if
always
you want to
been
make, I just note for the record, you're making people sit around unnecessarily all morning. Thank you.
Legal has always advised me we can't do that. So, because, and there's reasons for it. I've seen times where all of a sudden a case gets continued and things get moved up or moved around, and then somebody says they weren't here and they didn't think it was going to be there. And I've had people come even when we don't do that and complain that they missed a case because of that. So that's why, you know, it's done that way. So I understand the reason behind it. Okay, I guess we're ready to get into the regular agenda then, John, Z61.
Okay, rezoning case Z61 of 2020, Green Line Partners LLC, request a rezoning from R20 to RA5 and R20 for a single-family residential subdivision, which is detached, in land lots 182, 183, and 277 of the 18th District. The property is located on the northwest side of Queen Mill Road, on the eastern end of Mountain Court, south of Mountain Court Trail, south of Mountain Trail, and on the north side of Ivy Road. The applicant is present, Mr. Chairman and Board, and let's see here. Earlier, we had an early head count, and there were 8 people here in person opposed and 5 online opposed. Would ask all those folks here in person wishing to speak, please come forward to be sworn in.
Thanks, CP. Proceed, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
whenever you're ready, Rob,
Thank you.
go ahead. Sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name's Rob Hosack. I'm here this morning on behalf of Green Line Partners. I'm with Taylor English Decisions, and my partner, James Bally, and I are assisting both Green Line Partners, LLC, the landowners, as well as the end user, in this particular case, Lennar Homes. Our application is for 21.2 acres that sits at the intersection of Queens Mill and Ivy Roads. 21.2 acres, we are seeking rezoning to the R20 and RA5 classifications. We have provided a stipulation letter to Mr. Peterson, and I trust that it was circulated to you and your commission members, sir. Won't really focus on many of the items in the stipulation letter. Did want to mention that we had committed to an 1,800 square foot minimum house size, as well as the usual protections that are afforded and are included in a stipulation letter. Would like to begin in orienting the commission with the project site here. As you can see, it is surrounded by a mixture of land uses. Did want to mention the community has been very patient. There was an application originally filed for this property that I believe was filed in August. It had gone through a number of holds, I think largely because of opposition to the original proposal. I did want to call the commission's attention to the original proposal. It was much different than what we are proposing to the commission today, Chairman. You had 79 attached townhomes, you had 34 single-family homes, and the density of the proposal that was presented at that time was well in excess of 5 units per acre. We have since revised our proposal, slightly different than what was included in the analysis. Our proposal now includes 67 for-sale, single-family homes, all detached, minimum house size of 1,800 square feet. Did want to orient the board to some of the adjacent zoning districts, which range from RM12, RA5, as well as RM8, that are in immediate proximity, I believe, to the subject property that we're speaking of today. I do want to, again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been difficult in the COVID environment to to try to keep people informed, and Ms. Meyer, the Mick folks, as well as the Nashes, have been very understanding, have helped us try to keep the signs up to date, because again, there have been a number of continuances, so I did want to acknowledge the fact that we do appreciate their cooperation with this. In response to that, we did prepare a new notification letter that we sent out per the county standards as it relates to the 1,000-foot radius, but we took it a step further, and that was something that I had discussed with you, as well as District-elect Sheffield, which was we would be willing to do a community information meeting, albeit it was in a Zoom environment. We had a very good turnout, I thought, and we had very frank conversation, but it was very cordial as well. I think everybody that participated made their points known. We did make some changes based on that meeting. We revised the site plan to include some open space in the interior of the project. I think that was done in response to a concern from the community that there would not be an amenity area, whether it was active or passive. Felt like that was a very good suggestion. Eliminated 2 lots and did provide for that passive open space. We had also, during our Zoom presentation, had provided for some PDF drawings of architectural renderings. Received some comments that those didn't really provide the type of information I think that the community was looking for. This is a brand-new product that Lennar intends to do here, so we actually had to go to our designer and have some 3D architectural renderings prepared. Wanted to share those with the commission here in the next couple of slides, but as far as our community goes, we are looking at 2-story, quality-built, single-family homes. Each will have 2-car garages, 1,800 square foot minimum house size to start out, passive recreational feature. Did want to mention that there is about 3.85 acres that will be preserved as open space. Mandatory HOA responsible for upkeep and maintenance, underground utilities, internal sidewalks, normal project-related requirements. I did want to start and just provide the commission with some information related to what the 3D renderings would look like, and these next several slides are the models that we will, if approved, construct on the project. And we'll be happy to provide these to the commission as well, Mr. Chairman. I believe you have received some communication with some concerns from the community as far as the future land use map and the comp plan. Understand those concerns. I did want to take a moment to try to address those. We believe that the application as presented does comply with many assets of the comprehensive plan, the 2040 comp plan, specifically policy documents, statements, and text that's included in the plan that all go to formulate the future land use map. Did want to mention that right now the 2040 plan that's in effect anticipates that the youngest members of our largest population cohort are likely going to be seeking a more suburban lifestyle between now and the horizon year of the plan. More so, I think that the plan spells out that it's anticipated that these particular new residents are going to be seeking suburban detached owner-occupied residential homes. I believe our proposal indeed assists with identifying that particular observation in the plan. We believe as well that our proposal as presented will help present some opportunities to needs that were identified in the 2040 plan, specifically respecting private property rights, meeting the needs of future populations, as well as guiding growth to where the infrastructure is in place. We also feel like there are a couple of goals that were espoused in the 2040 plan that our proposal indeed contributes to or is consistent with. The first is a goal, the first goal in the land use section of the plan that suggests coordinating land use policies and at the same time respecting private property rights. And then there is a housing goal that's contained in the plan that also strives to provide for an array of housing stock within the county. Planners love to have policies that relate to goals. There are several policies that tie back to both the land use goals and the housing goals that we believe our proposal is consistent with, specifically ensuring new development that incorporates necessary enhancements on site to improve infrastructure, encouraging residential uses where the necessary public facilities are economically provided as well as accessible to services and employment. Considering impacts to area residents, attempts to address land use compatibility issues, as well as encouraging equal housing opportunities for all persons in the county. The next couple of policies, Mr. Chairman, are similar in that we are attempting to establish adequate amounts of residential land use that support a growing and diverse population, promoting enforcement and enhancement of building and zoning code standards, which we believe our stipulation letter will make sure happens in this particular case, as well as making sure that the land use mix is balanced in relation to not only existing uses, but transportation and water and sewer capacity infrastructure, and the development standards that would apply to such. We do believe that there is basis for the Planning Commission to recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners. Although it may not be, we may not have an agreement now, I would advance that the applicant has attempted to provide open space and landscape areas along both of the road frontages. Viewshed concerns were very prevalent during our Zoom meeting. We have attempted to provide for such with the current site plan. We've also provided some open space areas to be supplemented with landscape planting strips around the entire exterior of the boundary, again, as an attempt to address some of the concerns that we heard at our Zoom meeting. We are aware of the concerns that the community has about topo, and the applicant is I believe, done what they can to address those concerns. But so what we talked about during the Zoom meeting, it's a really pretty part of the county, and I think everybody likes some of the elevated topo out there. And so we believe that the topo is an issue, and we've tried to comply or at least provide for things to ameliorate those concerns as best we could. I did want to mention there were some great suggestions about or concerns expressed about backlotting. And acknowledging those concerns, I do think it noteworthy to mention that I think regardless of what the applicant were to ask for as far as a zoning category, more than likely it's going to yield a design that would have backlots or lots that would be facing, the rears would be facing both Ivy and Queen Mill Road. I did want to mention that the professional staff analysis has indicated no anticipated burden to impacts on county infrastructure or services. It's also mentioned that there is no anticipated burden or impact to adjacent or nearby properties, as well as the professional staff analysis indicating that, in the staff's opinion, the proposed use is suitable in view of the use and development of the adjacent and nearby properties. The last slide or point that I would like for the commission to consider, Mr. Chair, is the 2040 plan references the future land use map as a very important document and a guide for decision making. There is some language in that plan that allows for decisions to be made contrary to that particular map when there are individual circumstances that the commission or the staff find important and are willing to differentiate or recommend contrary to the future land use map. So I appreciate your time and attention, Mr. Chairman, and am prepared to answer any questions at the conclusion of the applicant's presentation, sir.
Thank you, Rob. And I don't believe we had anybody in support wishing to speak. Okay, so with that, we'll go to the opposition.
Our first virtual opposition is.
Let's start with
Oh,
one in
I'm sorry,
person.
Person.
And what we'll do is alternate back and forth.
Good morning. My name is Robin Meyer, and I'm the chairman of the Zoning Committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. Appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning, and in light of the many speakers that we have, I'll go quickly as I can. First off, as far as the future land use map is concerned, we agree that there are times when the land use map need not be followed to a T, but we would ask in this case, what are those circumstances that make this situation different? We don't see those circumstances. The development along Queen Mill Road, as you can see from your documents before you, the GIS map, and these photos that I shot, or I'm sorry, that I snipped from Google Street View a few days ago, this is essentially still a rural, in appearance road where we do have higher density development. It's either at the end near Veterans Memorial, or it is a development that has a single street access and maybe one or two homes visible from Queen Mill Road. There are issues with the site plan. First off is that the exterior lots are not 70 feet wide as required for RA5. The steep terrain is not really addressed in the site plan. There's no room for the landscape buffers that would be needed at various levels in order to protect the view shed. The homes along Queen Mill Road are particularly unattractive. The addition of the new lot with its really on the corner of Queen Mill Road with its back to the street and its side to Ivy Road is going to be particularly prominent and certainly not the sort of inviting entrance to a new development that we think home buyers would be interested in. The guest parking spaces are not well developed, and they're, other than an open area, there are no amenities specified for these homes. As far as design and market issues are concerned, we are very supportive of having all types of housing available for new and existing residents in our community. We have lots of different types of housing right now. So I think that implicit in the applicant's presentation was a request to keep these homes small and keep these homes affordable. But we don't think that that is the type of housing that is selling well and selling consistently in this particular market area. We've had lots of townhomes zoned and under construction recently. We have several new subdivisions coming up out of the ground that meet that market demand. The 1,800 square foot minimum is unlike anything else being built or sold in this particular small market area. The stated purchase price is well below what we're seeing in homes nearby, and the 5-foot setbacks are very unusual in this area. This is a development under construction 3 miles north. I'll let you read the numbers. Here's another one, a quarter mile north on Ivy Road, which completed construction in late 2020. And perhaps one of the best known developments in our area, Providence. This home is 15 years old and still it resold last year for $485,000. And you'll see the size is significantly above 1,800 square feet. There's a very strong market for this size and this value of home and these kinds of amenities, and there's no reason why this property can't be used for that kind of a development. Despite our best efforts, we still are missing information about this application. The elevations were received yesterday. Landscape plans we still haven't seen. Building footprints we don't understand. How wide are these homes? Will they really be only 10 feet apart? And we don't have any information about what this is going to look like from Queen Mill Road. For residents, it's difficult to imagine how the topography and the site plan fit together, and we've asked for that information and have not received it. So in summary, This is not a good plan for this property. The land use map, the failure to meet the RA5 ordinance, the staff analysis issues. We simply do not agree that this is complementary to the other properties on Queen Mill and Ivy Road. And the justification of this position by saying that it will help rid the area of a property that has junk on it is simply uncalled for. The county's failure to enforce its own ordinance about outside storage is no reason to rezone this property in a way that is inconsistent with the community and inconsistent with your own processes. So we urge you to either recommend this for denial or ask the applicant for a plan that does meet this, that does fit this property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Robin. And let's go to a virtual speaker.
The first virtual speaker is Alyssa Nicely. You're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Alicia Powell Nicely. I am a resident of Vinings Vintage. I live less than a mile away from the corner of Queen Mill and Ivy Road where this development has been proposed to be built. And I am speaking on behalf of the millennials that the representative of Lennar mentioned. So to be clear, I'm in opposition of this rezoning. So I have a few concerns. So one, the infrastructure is not in place in the area surrounding Queen Mill and Ivy Road to support 67 plus homes. You know, my community experiences frequent power outages because of all of the capacity, excess capacity on our grid. And we were forced to go to a hotel for a few days with my 6-month-old infant because of these power outages. Imagine if there are, 67 homes built on land that were originally zoned for half as many. Also, this area, it's on a one lane on either side, rural road. Is there going to be a plan for a traffic light? These roads are treacherous as is. I drive on these roads every day, driving my son to and from daycare and to school. And I'm already concerned because people speed down these roads and, adding all of this volume on this already dangerous corner it's a life or death matter. I'm also concerned about property value. The size of these homes, as the prior speaker mentioned, is not consistent with what we see being built in the area. I'm from Miami, Florida. I am very familiar with Lennar. They build homes stacked right on top of each other. If I'm sitting in my kitchen, I could reach over and take food off my neighbor's table. These homes are this builder is concerned about money and they're not concerned about the well-being of this community. The builder is based in Miami, Florida, and they don't have investment in Mableton, Cobb County, and the future of just the future use. So I'm concerned that these homes will value. I'm concerned that investors will snap them up at these lower than normal prices. And it'll bring an influx of renters into our quiet community. And these renters are not invested in this improvement, safety, and future of Mableton. The facades honestly will cheapen the look of the community. The prior speaker showed craftsman style homes. We have a John Weiland community in Providence nearby, but these Lennar homes, I'm telling you, are going to be of poor quality. I have seen the best of Lennar, and this is not the best of Lennar. And in general, the images we were shown are of individual homes on standalone lots, right? But that's completely out of context. Imagine those homes we were shown side by side, stacked on top of each other. I've seen it. It doesn't conform to the look and feel of our community. It's purely commercial and not in the best interest of Mableton, especially not this particular area, which is comprised of young millennial families, such as myself and my own family. And this is not the development we want. I'm all for development, but not homes crammed on top of one another. We want thoughtful development, developers who are committed to our state, our county, and the best interests of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker in person. Sure.
Brenda Nash. I had some pictures, yeah. Okay. I'm speaking on support of the seniors parts of Mapleton that is also very predominant in this area. What this map doesn't show, and I had brought it in, I think I'd ask you to leave it, you may still have it, but it shows all the large tracts of land. Yes, there are 3 or 4 neighborhood communities that we've invited into our area, but the majority of Queen Mill Road is seniors who have been there for in excess of 20 years that have 1 to 20 acre tracts. And the neighborhoods that have come in is the picture here. They put very nice facades. They take a single road into the subdivision, go way off the road because they have adequate land to do that. And they put their homes in place with buffers where the surrounding neighborhood is not affected. And that's what needs to be done. That's responsible development with responsible growth that we need in Mapleton. The development that we're looking at today don't meet any of this criteria. It's on a very rocky terrain piece of land that has a 100-foot elevation change to the center, so all sides flow off to the neighborhood and to the neighbors. And even with the heavy forest terrain that we have now, the surrounding neighbors, get the water flow off of that property. So I can only imagine when it's clear cut. Yes, I know the county is going to require sewers and drains. It's going to catch the water when it's all finished and developed. But what about the 3 or 6 months that it's going to take to put it up, which is probably all it will take for these inexpensive homes. But in the meantime, we're going to catch all the water flow. And I have a creek that runs in through my property. He has a slide there. Now the one is a picture of a creek in the back, a little video. Did you get the video? Yeah. And it shows you this terrain that I'm talking about. Nope, not that one. I don't know what that is. Oh, shoot. It says it got it. Okay, well, it said you got it. Okay, well, the video just shows that I have a creek that runs to the back of my property. It's on my land, but it comes directly off the steep terrain coming off the back of that property. And this creek is a tributary to the Nickajack Creek, which is in very close proximity, and then directly flows into Chattahoochee, where Cobb County's built the nice park. Well, if you're concerned about the river and the prettiness of it, then you need to be concerned about developing property less than 3 miles away that's going to run muddy water and Lord knows what else into that creek, that river. Okay, on top of the, I'm sorry, let me get back to my notes. I know that I'm going to have devastation from this water flow. And from the onset of the zoning changes, which has been requested back 9 months ago, when you had a nice builder come in that wanted to put townhomes there, and the community was opposed to this. So in a scramble, they've went out and found whoever they can find to buy this property and build something on it, because for some reason it's just got to be built on today, that they found this particular builder, Lenore Homes, who wants to put these homes that are, I witnessed them yesterday in Smyrna. They show pictures, but they say up to 3.5 stories, and I've seen 3.5 story homes in Smyrna that are 5 to 10 feet apart, and it's not pretty. I think I'd rather have a townhome building. People literally, like she said, can reach out and touch their neighbor. And where I have one home now sitting beside me on a nice grassy lot, I'll now have the back of 8 homes coming straight up my fence line, only 15 feet from my house. So that's just disrespect to all, especially to me as a neighbor, but to the whole neighborhood, because they're all going to see this going up and down Queen Mills Road. And if you find a good developer who will go in, develop these properties with nicer homes on bigger lots with less density, then that's what we need, not this builder. And as the exit's going to come out right there in that curve, that drastic curve that you see off of Ivy onto Queens Mill, that's got hills coming up from both directions, it's going to block the view, and it's just already a very congested intersection, and we don't need this additional high-density traffic in this area. I've got 194, went around and talked to all my neighbors in the whole surrounding area, and 194 people have signed that they do not want a high-density development in this area. They're done with the new development of this type. So I would like to hope you will respect their opinions and vote to reject this application.
Okay, and if you want to leave a copy of that, you can just hand it to Cornelius.
That's the original, so would that be okay? Be safe?
That's,
Okay.
the original's great.
Okay, the Commissioner, thank you for your
Okay.
concern.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Next virtual speaker. We have
Next
about,
virtual speaker is Carolyn Davidson. You are
Okay.
unmuted.
and I want to remind everybody, try and be brief and not repeat points. We have about 5 minutes left of time, and we want to hear from as many people as possible. So go ahead.
Yes, my name is Carolyn Davidson, and I live in Vinings Venture Subdivision, and I've been there ever since the property was built, and I think it was in 2003, I believe. And it's just too much traffic in the area. I don't want to be repetitive. There is too much traffic in the area, and it's runoff. The density is just too much density, and I just don't think that these new homes are attractive. They're not attractive at all. There's just too many people already on Ivy Road at the corner of Ivy Road and Queen Mill Road. The traffic is horrendous coming around that curve, speeders. So just want to let you all know that I oppose adding new homes, those homes in this particular neighborhood. And I just hate I could not attend in person, and I'm driving as I talk, so I'm en route to work, so I can't talk very long. So
Okay.
But thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next in person.
Good morning. My name is Gail Moss. My husband Dan and I have lived at 6314 Queen Mill Road for 35 years this summer. We've seen changes, and we're concerned about everything that's been mentioned, so I won't go into that. But I will tell you that we experienced property damage when when the Providence community was being built. There was a lot of dynamiting going on, and with the rocks situation in this property, I'm very concerned that there's going to be more damage. So I think that's something to consider. I don't know if a smaller community would make any difference, but maybe there wouldn't be quite as much reason to have to do the blasting that's going to be necessary. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next virtual speaker.
She was on the list. Our next virtual speaker is Faye Williams. Faye, you're unmuted.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. I was just putting things in I have some of the very same concerns that Brenda Nash has, as well as some of the items that were reviewed, presented to you guys by Robin Meyer. My biggest concern is when got the property at 6401 Ivy Road, the water issue was unbelievable. At the time, my husband took years to resolve the water that basically was washing out our yard anytime we had a very strong rain, and I'm very concerned about that. I don't want to repeat some of the other issues that were mentioned that I'm in agreement with, but I do want to mention the speed and the increase of trash, and the speeding up and down Ivy Road is very treacherous, and I only can see that increasing with popularity increasing in that particular area. I'm very much opposed to the to Z61. I'm in agreement with most of the things that were said, and I don't want to be repetitious, but that's what I would like to say. I'm very much opposed.
Okay, thank you, Faye. Next in person. Do we have any more? Okay, that's all the in person. Do we have more virtual?
We have one more that we can get a hold of. It's Myra Edwards. You're unmuted.
Hold on. Scrolling.
Okay, just a second. We'll get you unmuted, Myra. And there's 2 minutes and 14 seconds left.
She's been unmuted.
Okay, and you are now unmuted, Myra, so go ahead. Can you hear us, Myra? Can you hear us, Myra? Okay, I guess we don't have Myra, and that was the last one?
The last one has registered to speak, but unfortunately, she cannot be unmuted. We've been working on that, so we have no more.
Okay. With that, then, I guess we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. It's back to this board, and this is a case that I'm handling. So I'll cover a few of the issues on it. One general comment, and I think we're going to hear this on several of the cases, is what fits or doesn't fit, in the community. And I want everybody to think back and remember, if we only went with what is right next door, we'd still have all farms throughout Cobb County. We wouldn't have any residential subdivisions or commercial businesses or anything, because it's what was right next door. And at some point, somebody felt the same way about the subdivisions you live in, coming through. So I want people to realize, as Rob Hozak mentioned, we need different kinds of housing. We need different kinds of properties, commercial properties where people can go shopping in that, offices, in order to be, kind of a complete community. So there has to be some which are on larger lots, some which are on smaller. Now, one of the unique things here is on Queen Mill Road, we have some things with quite a bit of density, but as was noted, as you drive down Queen Mill, you really feel like you're still on a rural road for the most part. You don't see all this heavy density. Everything's well buffered where we do have it, and some of it's a fair amount off Ivy Road, but you still drive down there and you see these large estate-sized lots, whether they're an acre or several acres, and that's kind of the look and feel of the road. The road itself is rather curvy and does have some issues with safety. It's a major cut-through road between Veterans Memorial and Mableton Parkway. So from that standpoint, I was glad to see that the entrance is now only off of Ivy versus off of Queen Mill, because that was a dangerous point. And just a quick review, we're talking about the applications for RA5 and R20, but for the most part, it's really for RA5, because R20 is all open space. So it doesn't matter what you call it if you're not putting any houses on it for the most part. It's primarily land that you really can't develop on anyway, the detention pond and things. So they're asking for 69 homes, which I think they have a net density of 3.25 units. The site plan didn't show whether there was any flood or wetlands on the property. I kind of doubt it with the elevation and everything, but we normally like to see that on the plan, so that the engineer verifies it. The look of Queen Mill, as I said, is really important. And then the stormwater management and runoff is also important. And I know we heard from Faye Williams, whose house, kind of at the bottom of the site plan, the little notch you see there, right there, is where her home is. And we also heard from Brenda Nash, who's on the eastern side right there. So we have two of the most impacted neighbors who have come in opposition and brought, concerns. We also have many other neighbors who are nearby, who have also brought their opposition. In this particular case, I think, there's a fair amount of density. You see an RM12 zoning. I'm going to guess that's developed more to RA5 kind of standards because it's a single family. Same thing where you see the RM8 zonings of single family. Those are developed to an RA5 kind of standard. So I could see where some people would say, well, you have essentially RA5 very close to it. You know, this might make sense for RA5, but part of the land use planning is to plan how the different pieces go together. And this particular area along Queen Mill has been designated to be low-density residential and provide those areas for things that aren't quite as packed together. And I think in this particular case, especially given the terrain of the parcel, its location, the curve, the fact that if you're driving down Queen Mill, you're going to see all the way up. And buffering's a hard issue because, you know, the Queen Mill Ivy Road's down the hill and it goes up rather quickly. So even if you plant, you know, a buffer that's going to be 30 feet high, it's not going to cover any of the houses that are actually built because the houses are going to be well above that buffer if you put the buffer right at the end. So, you know, and Rob mentioned they are trying to do some things, but it's a challenge. So the applicant recognizes that. You know, they did try and come in here and put in a lot of 25-foot buffers to the neighboring properties, which is always nice to see. But some of those are useful. Some of them really aren't that useful. There's, you know, I think the real thing is as you drive down Queen Mill, you're going to see the backs of a whole lot of houses where you normally see estate lots. It just does not fit at all with the neighborhood, with what they're proposing. They're also asking for up to 40-foot building height, which is a variance from 35. Their lots on the site plan to the exterior were requested at only 55 feet wide instead of the 70 feet required by the ordinance. So in some regards, they have RA5, but over half of the lots, they're asking for variances. And there's really no hardship or justification for those variances, so they don't make a whole lot of sense. And there's one place where there's a fire access road that connects back to Mountain Trail on the site plan. And there's a couple issues with that. One being they're going to put a gate on it, so essentially they're making a road that just dead ends. It doesn't give people a chance to turn around or a cul-de-sac. And the second thing is, you know, the state law now requires 2 access points when you get this many homes, or there's some alternatives they can do if you can't accommodate 2 access points. But given that that entrance is going to be a very quick, before you get to the first house, about a 35-foot elevation climb, so it's a pretty steep climb. It would make sense to have a real second access point. If we get the snow and ice or anything like that, that 35 foot's going to be very treacherous to hit there. So I almost think that fire access road should be an actual connection, you know, a true street connection to give people alternate ways as well, which may help alleviate traffic if we were going with that. Let's see, I did notice too in the site plan, we have literally parallel parking spots in the middle of where driveways would have to go for houses, otherwise you can't get a driveway for the house. So, you know, there's definitely issues with the plan that hasn't been fully vetted out. You know, putting a lot of that guest parking right there along the entrance makes it, you know, less usable. You're kind of downhill and people aren't going to park and walk uphill. You know, no amenities. Now, I understand in a development this size, we're not going to get pool and clubhouse and those kind of things because it would be too onerous on the HOA to try and support that. But we normally have at least, a fire pit area or some pavilions or, some walking trails or something. And there's really no amenities here. And what we really need to do is strike a balance between, the Queen Mill look and, allowing people to develop their property. Now, they can develop this at R20, which it's currently zoned, and they're asking for 69 lots. I think I figured, now, of course, I can't see my notes as to, I know I have it here, 37 homes at R20, roughly. That's a rule of thumb. They may get a few more, they may get a few less, but that's kind of an average of what we normally see on that size acreage. Now, some of it with R20 is they don't have to put any buffers if they develop at R20. The minimum lot width is 75 feet. So, if the RA5, I know the plan they showed us only is 55, but if they went to 70 on the RA5 plan, it's not a big difference from 75 for R20. So, and what they can do is include all the way down the hill as part of the lot. So they'll, often when we see R20 plans or something like that, we see a lot of things that just aren't necessarily a good plan, but they need to get to that 20,000 square foot, so they include every little piece they can possibly get in there. So you would have many houses backing up to Queen Mill and to Brenda Nash's property if it gets developed as R20. May not be as many as this plan shows, but you'd still have quite a bit. Rear setbacks are only required to be 35 feet on a R20. Actually, with RA5, the lots that are to the exterior require a 40-foot setback. So you're actually less with an R20. They can build them closer to the neighbors under R20 than they could possibly under RA5. Although I think they might ask for a variance from that too. With R15, which would fit within the land use plan, they could potentially have 44 homes. R15 OSC, which is what we call an open space community, which preserves some of the land, lets them build the lots down to 10,000 square foot lots, but they have to preserve 35% of the property as open space and not be in individual lots. You probably get a few less homes, 41, 42, something like that, if they went with a plan like that. So that's kind of my observations on it before I make any recommendations. Does anybody else want to comment? Or do you want me to keep this moving along?
I think I see where you're headed. It's moving along.
Okay. I think with this, I think we need a plan that conforms to the land use plan. This is a property that kind of screams to conform to the land use plan. For many reasons. Part of it, the topography and fitting with the community. We also have built a lot of density around it, and we need that mix. And this was a property that along Queen Mill was set aside for that mix. We need meaningful buffers, so you may have to put a buffer up the hill, to make it meaningful. I really think open space community may be one of the right ways to go with this, because you can, that 35% you have to set aside, you can put into meaningful buffers and things like that, and then also limit the amount that you really have to disturb at the top. We want to make sure that we protect the view shed of Queen Mill, whether it means you get a buffer that really does buffer the houses, or you face the houses to Queen Mill, which I think Rob said they haven't worked out a plan that makes sense for them. and meaningful buffers to the adjacent residential. I think 2 access points makes a lot of sense on it. You know, some elevations that are more in keeping with the kind of product that we've been seeing come forward in the area. We haven't, you know, on a single-family development, I don't think we've had anything down at 1800 anywhere in this general vicinity. We just did a townhome community. If you take Queen Mill down to its end and turn right and go a little bit, those townhomes are going to have 1,800 square feet minimum. It's just not a good project, so I'd like them to look at that. Have some type of meaningful amenities, obviously not pool and clubhouse, but something. And no across-the-board variances. You know, where we're asking for most lots to have a whole bunch of variances. There may be a few variances where there are some hardships that could be there. You know, another category besides open space community and R15 might be an RSL. You know, there's really only one for sale detached, well, I don't even know that one's really detached, but one for sale RSL in Mableton. So it may be a site we have lots of, you know, young families and all of that. So it may be something that would fit and provide, you know, grandparents a place to live close by, you know, to their kids and grandchildren and that. So what I'm going to do is make a motion that we hold this until May and ask them to come back with a plan that fits the land use plan and addresses some of those concerns that have been brought forward. So that's my motion. Do I have a second? Okay, we'll go second from Deborah. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Call for a question. All in favor of the motion? And that carries 5-0. Thank you, and we dispense with that one. So now we're on to Z72, I believe.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z72 of 2020, North Point Ministries Incorporated, request a rezoning from LRO NRC and R20 to ONI NRC and RM8 for a church, retail restaurant, and townhomes in land lots 466, 467, 470, and 471 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Shalford Road, the west side of Johnson Ferry Road, the north and south sides of Waterfront Drive, and the east side of Waterfront Circle. The applicant is present. Earlier, there were 11 people here opposed in person and 4 in support in person. Additionally, virtually, there were 6 people opposed, of which, there's 9 people opposed, of which 6 would like to speak. I would like to ask people in today's audience in person to please come forward and be sworn in if you're opposed to this case.
Even got the clock set up. 20.
Okay, and before you get going, Kevin, I realize we've been going at it about an hour and a half, and that's normally about the time we take a break, and I had a request for one, so I think we'll take a quick 10-minute break before we get this one going, because it's going to be another long one.
Sure.
That way, if people need to use the restroom and that, we can
I encourage
get that
it.
in.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Welcome back from our short break. We're ready to go. We had just teed up Z72 and decided we should get a break in before we start hearing from both sides. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kevin Moore, who represents the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant and the owners in this application for rezoning, the applicant being North Point Ministries. For this application, it's just over 33 acres located at Shallowford Road and Johnson Ferry Road in northeast Cobb County, generally speaking. First, what I've shown you, I just want to make sure for those that somehow are not familiar with where this property is located, that you can have a chance to see. We've highlighted the property for you. It is an assemblage of a single ownership group that has acquired these properties over a number of years. We've outlined that for you. You can see on your screen on the top is Shallowford Road. Then coming down the right-hand side is Johnson Ferry, and you see the actual intersection of Johnson Ferry and Shallowford Road there. A couple of things that are really important to consider and why I want to highlight this is to talk about the area. I know the opposition wants to talk about the area, so let's talk about it. And that is, let's talk about what is Shallowford Road and Johnson Ferry Road, and what is that area, and how would you describe it? Because it's not a single-family neighborhood, not under any circumstances whatsoever. Where this 33 acres sits at Johnson Ferry and Shallowford Road is an area of a variety of uses and a variety of very intense commercial uses, as well as a single-family neighborhood that it's adjacent to. And all of those areas and all of those uses have to be recognized because they all come to bear on this specific property and pressure this property and impact this property. Directly across, looking to your right from this property, across Johnson Ferry, is a Kroger shopping center, as well as the Walmart directly across the street, Walmart shopping center, Kroger shopping center, out parcels of commercial uses all across Johnson Ferry Road. When you come to our side of Johnson Ferry Road, what is adjacent to this property? Again, commercial out parcels, a McDonald's, a Walgreens, an oil change place, other commercial uses such as that of an intense nature, including the BP at the gas station at the corner of Johnson Ferry and Shallowford Road. All of that impacts this property. What's to the other side of this property is a single-family neighborhood. So that's where this property stands in terms of the area. You want to expand it even further, on the other side of the Kroger Shopping Center off of Shallowford Road is an RA6 development that was approved and rezoned for townhomes at 6 units per acre. That's there as well. On the other catty corner to this property, at Johnson Ferry and Shallowford, is the Publix Shopping Center. North is office, and then again, as you begin to go west, it begins to step down to R15 and R20 type uses and single-family residential. All of that's this neighborhood and brings to bear on this property and how it could be developed and properly developed and appropriately done so. But to focus simply on, well, this is a single-family neighborhood area is not true, as evidenced by what is immediately adjacent to this property. I want to take you now to our site plan and really discuss what is being proposed by North Point Ministries in this, what is really a mixed-use development, and a type of development for this property that had not been envisioned before. North Point Ministries is a fantastic church and ministry. It has several locations in and across Atlanta and northern Atlanta and North Metro. This property brings to it an opportunity for it to have a home for its East Cobb Church. And so I want to orient you around the property and kind of highlight the various aspects of this application and where we are today with it. To kind of reorient you now, the left-hand side is Shallowford Road on your site plan that's shown on your screen. So that's the left-hand side of Shallowford Road. Then the top left is the intersection with Johnson Ferry. Coming across the top from left to right is Johnson Ferry. So starting with the church aspect, we have just over 11 acres of the 33 acres that we are proposing for a church. And let's remind everyone that under Cobb County zoning ordinance, the existing categories of the church property, which are along Shallowford Road, are zoned to categories for which a church does not need zoning to go here. The church can go here without the zoning, without any zoning conditions, without any stipulations, and could go on this 11-acre site without any of this. But it's an entire 33-acre tract that's being reviewed here, and so it is all one, and one that the church recognizes and has offered up certain stipulations, and I'll highlight those for you. But I don't want that to be lost, that this isn't about zoning for a church. Churches don't require zonings in Cobb County as long as it's on certain properties like this. But anyway, we do have the church building along Shallowford Road and its associated parking. Keep in mind a couple of things as we look at the church parcel. Number one, as you come along Shallowford Road, and I'll show you those images, there's a real intention here to not dominate with massing of buildings and so forth going down Shallowford Road. That's an area that has long been shown and zoned as LRO. We are proposing that that area be LRO on your zoning map, and for this church property that it all be zoned LRO, low-rise office. It does have parking, as well as you see the park area, not parking area, but park area. That's a community park area. It'd be used by the church as well as open to the community and available to the community as a park area. It'll be landscaped very nicely in a functional park area for the community as well to enjoy as they walk up and down Shallowford Road, take a spot to sit on benches or enjoy the clean air there. In addition, on the very bottom of your site plan screen, you see a low-rise office building. That is a professional office building. There is a business that's currently located at about the middle portion of this property that's called Academic Solutions, and we've worked an arrangement with them so that we would relocate and build a new building for them at that location. That's a long-time spot for that business. It's a very popular and successful tutoring business for area children. And we'll build them a new location there on the most western portion of this property. Again, trying to make sure that we're completing the entirety of the development and the assemblage and incorporating that and integrating that throughout. You'll also notice there is a parking deck. That's what's been denominated on here. However, it's extremely important to understand that all of this parking area, including the quote parking deck, the top level of the parking deck and all of the parking area are at or below, and they really will be below the street level of Shallowford Road. It's not going to go above Shallowford Road. The parking deck, the top level, is below the street level of Shallowford Road. And then it has only one more floor underneath it. It's really just a two-floor parking deck that's built into the topography so that it doesn't stick up out of the ground as you look at Shallowford Road. And again, that's intentional to ensure that your visual impact and your visual aesthetics along Shallowford Road are met. And that's why also the church has agreed that the church building itself will be no higher than 35 feet at any point from Shallowford Road, which also then coincides and consistent with that LRO concept of no more than 35 feet in height from street level of Shallowford Road. Turning now, going around to the NRC portion of this property, which is just over 3 acres, which is on Johnson Ferry. We've set aside that's at the top, kind of the green space there. That's designated as proposed for NRC. Most of that property is already zoned NRC. The church is proposing it for a future commercial use. There is no current commercial user for that property today. So what we have stipulated and conditioned is for that to be NRC commercial, consistent with the NRC along Johnson Ferry, but that at such time as it's developed and there's a user identified and a site plan and a development for that, it would have to come back to the Board of Commissioners for approval under other business, which means there'll be full notice and advertisement to the surrounding community for their input on that. There's no sense in us proposing something when there's not somebody ready to use it today, and we've ensured then that community input will happen in the future as well. Also, we now turn to the residential portion of this. And this is where we believe we have provided for the residential transition from the commercial that dominates on Johnson Ferry Road to the single-family residential, which is to the other side of this property, known as the Marlanta subdivision and neighborhood. What we have proposed is a total of 110 residential homes. 100 of that is townhomes, as you see on the site plan. You also see in yellow, those are single-family detached. Those are 8 single-family detached homes built in a cluster style, but those are detached. And then finally, there's the two single-family homes that you see at the very bottom of your screen on this site plan. That's where you then, with those two single-family homes, you have really entered into the single-family neighborhood very properly at that point in time. And we've made sure that this site plan shows those two single-family lots being of the same size as they are in the neighborhood and keeping that consistency. Then you get to the detached single-family portion of this, which again is adjacent to detached single-family homes of the neighborhood, and you have the townhome portion of this property is only adjacent to commercial zonings and used properties. It's not adjacent to any single-family neighborhoods. To create that transition from commercial to single-family and transition that all the way through from both a townhome, detached, and even larger detached lots as part of this site plan. Also, want to point out along the middle portion of this property, you'll see the stream. That used to be a lake, used to be almost a 10, 11 acre lake called Maddox Lake. That's a part of this property. The owners acquired a permit well before this even began to have that lake drained and reestablished it as a stream. What we're proposing and what North Point Ministries is proposing is to create an extensive linear park with that stream and stream buffer that will be accessible and available to the public. It will be permanently and perpetually maintained by the mandatory homeowners association as well as the church, who will share in the use and maintenance of that in perpetuity. So just like the park area that's on Shallowford Road, you do have a further linear park that will provide for walking trail opportunities that will be installed there to create community park space throughout this development. Lastly, I want to point out you do have through the middle of this site, we've relocated Waterfront Drive. That will be newly established road that will maintain the connectivity to Johnson Ferry, but do so as a new public road that we will be installing and building that will provide access to these park areas, parking, as well as connectivity and maintain that connectivity to Johnson Ferry Road. You will hear a lot from the opposition about the Josh Plan and about the future land use plan. The Josh Plan was a specific area study, but it's just a part of a land use plan, a future land use plan for this particular area. And I would ask that the Planning Commission consider to not be beholden to the future land use plan. The future land use plan is not the law. The future land use plan is a guide. It's simply that, a guide. It's a factor, not the factor, in any type of consideration and decision, and we'd like for you to consider that. And in fact, when you look at this property and how it's being proposed today, and a couple of key components, you'll see why a future land use plan is just a guide. You can't just stick to it no matter what, because circumstances do and will change. The Josh Plan never contemplated a large church or institutional use for this property, never did. But yet here it's being proposed. Never contemplated that type of use that would take up over 11 acres of this 33-acre tract and really transform how intensely would this site be developed in the future and used, because a church use such as being proposed by North Point is not that intense. It's intense on Sunday for them, obviously, but for a very brief period. The rest of the week, not much activity goes on here. In addition, the Josh Plan heavily relies upon creating a public park with the lake intact. It contemplates that. It promotes that. Well, long before the Josh Plan was adopted as a future land use plan study for this area, the owners had already obtained the permit to drain the lake. That was never going to be part of this property's future, ever. But yet, the Josh Plan has it in there. So again, the future land use plan should also meet up with reality. And here, we had asked that you not be beholden to that. And when it comes to the overall intensity of the Josh Plan that was proposed for this site in terms of specific development versus what is proposed here, what we have proposed is something that is less intense overall than even what the Josh Plan contemplated. And that's borne out in the traffic study, which very much compared the Josh Plan dictates of what would be developed here versus what we're proposing. The AM trips are 9% less, and the PM trips are over 30% less with this plan proposed versus what that Josh Plan proposed as part of future land use planning. This is overall less intense from a traffic perspective, and that's fact. Again, we believe we've taken into certain components of the Josh Plan to ensure that we have park areas, to ensure that we have landscape and streetscape areas, so that you can see as we go through these visuals and images, you can see along Shallowford Road how the parking area is completely screened, how the building and church building itself is engaging with Shallowford Road but doesn't create mass and visual interruption. You can see how even from the distance as you go down Shallowford, the landscaping that would be employed to create that type of streetscape, and then you finish with the linear park area, and you can now see the backside of the church building that's hidden from Shallowford Road, and you can see how that, quote, parking deck works, as well as the church building, how it fits in, and importantly, though, you can really see how that linear park becomes a part of this entire development, open to the community, and also an important part of the Josh plan as well. To end, there's a lot of opposition, but there's a lot of support for this application. And so we understand there's passion involved with it, but we also believe this is a great plan with a stipulation and stipulation letter that brings that all together. And we would respectfully request that this Planning Commission follow its staff recommendation and recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners. I'll reserve the rest of my time because I know that there's some that want to speak as well in support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. And we have about 4 minutes and 15 seconds left for those who want to speak in support. So anybody wishing to speak in support, come forward. Or nobody in person? Do we have virtual?
I think they're virtual.
Okay. Okay, we'll hear from the virtual then.
Bagwell, you are unmuted.
Good morning, y'all. Thank you for allowing me to be with y'all. I'm speaking as a resident who I'm 29 years old, grew up in this area, grew up about a mile, have been involved with North Point Ministries since I was young, and I'm speaking in support. Yes, the opposition is all concerned that it is a single neighborhood, but East Cobb is ever changing. And East Cobb needs this church. It needs this development because what East Cobb Church and what North Point Ministries will do, not for the adjacent area, but the local schools and the communities as a whole, is going to be absolutely amazing. And as you know, this part of East Cobb, you're seeing a lot more millennials, you're seeing a lot more young families coming to East Cobb. East Cobb is a destination county. People pay high price for the East Cobb zip code. What people need to understand is that in the Marlanton neighborhood, what their biggest concern is that it's going to create overcrowding in the schools, that it's going to create a blockade of their neighborhood, that they're not going to be able to have access. But as the representative of North Point Ministries showed, and that I absolutely love, and that is they created that road. They still will have access. And what people need to realize is, yes, that this plot of land hasn't been developed. I've never seen it developed. But things need to change. Change is good, and I think this is one thing that will not only benefit East Cobb, but it will benefit all the surrounding areas, Roswell, Woodstock, North Fulton County, and the rest of Cobb County as a whole. So that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Charles Pinkman.
Okay, and you have about 2 minutes and 14 seconds, Charles.
Okay, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Wonderful. My name is Charles Pinkham. I live about a mile from this proposed development, and I also want to speak in support of it. The truth is that the zoning for a church is not necessary. So the question is about the townhomes. And while the townhomes bring more density than single-family homes would, in that particular part, the density is very well spread throughout the totality of the site. And this is a very commercial area in several respects. The townhomes are certainly close to single-family homes and certainly respect that neighborhood. But the balance of the site, while bringing a church here, it creates increased traffic on Sunday mornings. To Kevin's point, it's really relatively dormant the balance of the time. And an alternative development in this area could very well be significant retail that would bring significantly more traffic, bring more infrastructure needs, et cetera. So the use and the mix of uses is actually quite good. And in terms of traffic congestion, utility use, things to that effect, this is significantly better than what the alternative could be. So I think that this use is highly appropriate. I think it's a very significant upgrade in several respects from what could come to this location in alternative developments. And to the previous speaker's point, North Point Ministries, with all of its churches, wherever those churches are developed, the surrounding community benefits dramatically, not just from the offering of a very unique church, but also just from what the church does and the way that it impacts surrounding communities, from outreach, from community funding, from significant economic investment into local church, into other local schools and nonprofits and things to that effect. So I feel that the proposed development is a huge benefit for the community. I think from a pure real estate standpoint, it is significantly better than what this area could see, just based on existing zoning alone. And I fully support what is being proposed here as a resident of this community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And you went over about 18 seconds, so we're going to close the support side, and we'll give that 18 seconds to the opposition. So now let's hear from the opposition. Let's start with somebody in person. Okay, and what I should state, we agreed to do is there's 3 people who put together a presentation that all goes together. So I'm going to let 3 in person go so that they can do that. They're going to leave plenty of time, and then we'll go to 3 virtual in a row so that we're still alternating, but just for continuity, we're going to let them do their 3. So go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Good morning. My name is Ruth Michels, and I'm a longtime resident of the Marlanta subdivision and a close neighbor of the waterfront, the estates of Chimney Lakes, and Chimney Lakes subdivisions. I am joined by Rachel Bruce, who resides in Marlanta, and by Jill Flam, who will be speaking shortly after me. We oppose the development proposed by North Point Ministries and reserve our constitutional rights as property owners to challenge any approved rezoning as infringing upon our rights as property owners. Our specific objections to Z72 2020 relate almost exclusively to the intensity of overall development and the issues that stem from this intensity. First, the intensity of this development is inconsistent with Cobb County's 2040 Comprehensive Plan, the Small Area Policy Guidelines, and the Johnson Ferry and Shallowford Road Small Area Plan, known as the JOSH Plan, all of which were approved by both the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners. The entirety of this acreage is designated in the Cobb 2040 Plan as a neighborhood activity center, for which the typical land uses include small offices, limited retail, and grocery stores at a maximum height of 2 stories. The JOSH Plan expands on the Cobb 2040 Plan, with one of its guiding principles being the preservation of the detached single-family residential character of the JOSH study area as the primary land use, directing more moderate transitional residential and commercial uses toward the Johnson Ferry at Shallowford Road commercial node. Nowhere in the Cobb 2040 Plan or the JOSH Plan does it indicate that attached multifamily units are appropriate for this parcel of land. With that being said, the applicant is proposing fee simple townhomes, or FST, which are set forth in the zoning code to be established to provide affordable attached residential dwelling units, which are within or on the edge of properties delineated for any medium or high-density residential and regional activity center categories, and should be designed and built to ensure intensity and density compatibility with adjacent single-family detached dwellings. But this parcel is in a neighborhood activity center on the edge of low-density R20 single-family homes. Further, when comparing the staff analysis from October 2020 to the March 2020 analysis, several questions arise about the calculation of densities. How does the allowable number of R20 units on the residential parcel go from 19 in October to 46 in March? The size of this parcel did not change in that time period. How did the October net density of 11.55 units per acre for 125 multifamily units in October go to a net density of 6.07 units per acre for 110 units in March? This is a 12% decrease in the number of units, which resulted in a 52% decrease in density. In October, the net acreage for the residential parcel was 10.02 acres. But it isn't clear how the county calculated the actual density when the March analysis doesn't provide the net acreage. How did the church and commercial parcel have 5.14 acres of floodplain and wetlands in October, but in March the same parcel had 11.28 acres of floodplains and wetlands with no change in the impervious surface? Why did the Stormwater Department delete, calculate, and provide the percentage of impervious of project site in the March analysis? Second, the site plan is missing detail critical in determining the true density on these parcels when considering the FST requirement that areas of floodplains or wetlands must be subtracted from the aggregate area of the site submitted for zoning or development before the calculation of residential density. There was no acreage breakdown of the floodplains or the wetlands in the March analysis. There's also no square footage provided for lots number 15 through 29 that directly abut the existing R20 neighborhood. Finally, the site plan shows an insufficient 10-foot buffer against the existing low-density residential when the Josh plan recommends a 75-foot buffer with a berm. Third, the closure and reroute of Waterfront Drive presents a significant set of issues which has not been addressed. No information has been provided about how traffic will be handled during church services and events to prevent cut-through traffic through the Merlianta and Waterfront subdivisions. In addition, as indicated by Mr. Moore, there will be drive-through parking available for the park that will be established. How is cut-through traffic going to be prevented with respect to people utilizing that park? There's also no guarantee that the townhome portion of this traffic will have only a single access point near to the new proposed church, to the new waterfront. When traffic on Johnson Ferry backs up, the residents will still be able to turn left and cut through the Merlianta and Waterfront subdivisions, increasing our cut-through traffic. Finally, as if the intensity of 110 proposed units is not enough to deny this rezoning application, consider the traffic safety issues in the Johnson Ferry and Shallowford Road corridor resulting from multifamily units and an additional 3.79 acres of new commercial development along with church services and activities. The traffic study was done during the time of COVID, and when compared to the Josh plan, did not accurately reflect what traffic really will be once these homes are in place, if they go in. Traffic already backs up from the Johnson Ferry and Shallowford Roads intersection to the proposed church entrance during peak traffic times. Imagine adding 200 plus more cars every day during peak hours and hundreds more on Sundays to this already congested area. Adding a southbound traffic signal at the access road will only exacerbate this issue. Drivers at the intersections of Merlianta and Shallowford Roads and those attempting to exit at the unsignalized entrances to the cottages at Shallowford and the Estates of Chimney Lake subdivisions already run the risk of being hit by vehicles traveling on Shallowford Road. One such fatal accident occurred in September 2020 when a driver was hit by a dump truck while exiting the Chimney Lake subdivision turning left onto Shallowford Road. A second fatal accident occurred just west of that intersection at the Lassiter and Shallowford intersection in December of 2020. No provisions have been made to address the safety issues of additional traffic on the surrounding intersections and residential subdivisions. We have documents to place into the record, including the original October zoning analysis, as well as petitions totaling 1,590 signatures. Rachel Bruce is going to speak to the petitions.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Bruce. I am a homeowner on Manor House Drive. I would like to formally submit into record our petition, which you will see is sorted by zip code specific to East Cobb, and formally request as myself and on behalf of the 1,590 signatures on my petition for this proposal to be denied due to a number of concerns about the impact of this proposal, many of which have been covered by Ruth, who I will now turn back over to. When taken as a whole, the intensity of this requested rezoning is not at all consistent with the Cobb 2040 plan or the Josh plan, is incompatible with adjoining existing low-density residential, increases impervious surfaces, and exacerbates current traffic and safety concerns. We respectfully request that the Planning Commission recommend denial of Z72 2020 as presented. Thank you for your time. I'll turn things over to Jill now.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam, and I am the East Cobb Civic Association's case manager for Z72. While we have been looking at this case since December, and while there has been some progress in the last 4 months, many large open items still remain. Yourselves, as well as the applicant, have been sent our 3-page recommendation outlining all of our concerns with the application and the stipulation letter. I want to briefly highlight the 5 major items that have not been addressed that go into our recommendation for denial. 1, we still do not have a traffic study showing how the relocation of Waterfront Drive will affect traffic on Johnson Ferry and Shallowford, given that the level of service at that intersection is already an F. As you have heard, traffic from this new development and how it is going to be handled is of paramount concern to the community. 2, the renderings depicted for the church are inconsistent with Josh and provide limited information on what the views will be along Johnson Ferry and Shallowford. They show a cinder block church and retaining wall. Even the light fixtures differ from drawing to drawing. 3, there is no plan on handling traffic during services and events. This includes preventing cars from cutting through Waterfront and Marlanta subdivisions. For those of you who have not been on Waterfront Drive, it does not have curb, it does not have gutter, it does not have a sidewalk. It is a substandard county street. 4, no plans or permitted uses have been presented for the NRC zonings. And finally, the residential portion of the zoning is outside the density recommended by Josh, and we believe is not a proper transition from NRC to R20. It is basically 8 of undetermined square footage lots up against the existing homes and a townhome community. The applicant has used the townhome community at Childers and Shallowford as a reason that this high density should be allowed. Having been part of that zoning, I can say that these 2 areas are very different. First of all, the Kroger and surrounding shops are zoned CRC, a higher density commercial than NRC, even though they are in a NAC. Second, there is a 24-hour service driveway behind Kroger that runs the length of this property. This allows semis to deliver and unload at any time. Third, the property is long and narrow, so there is no room to put single-family homes against the neighbors and townhomes up against the driveway. Fourth, the future land use map depicts medium-density residential on the property. This was done on purpose by Commissioner Burrell and approved by ECCA, so not as to set a precedent for the area due to the unusual circumstances of this property. The applicant has said that this is an all-or-nothing proposition. Can't accept just one portion of the plan without accepting the whole plan. For the 5 reasons stated that have yet to be resolved, ECCA recommends denial. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to all 3 speakers. And now let's switch over to 3 virtual speakers, time permitting.
Our first virtual speaker is Travis McComb.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, fellow board members.
Good morning.
Morning. Approval of this petition will cause concern for Cobb County School District as it will result in an impact on the enrollment for schools already over capacity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next virtual speaker is David Bohannon.
He's here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Then Michael Levitt. Michael, you are unmuted.
I agree with what the speakers have said, and I think they've done a wonderful job in presenting their case. Thank you.
Okay, was that all your comments?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And
That's all we had queued up.
that's all the virtual, so then we have the person in person, and we still have plenty of time. We have 8 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Hello, my name is David Bohannon. I'm a resident of Marlanta 3, which is the area that's immediately west of this area. I've had some communication with Tony directly and then through the commissioners. Again, I'm also recommending denial because of a couple things. Part of the job of, the reason we have zoning is we're trying to make it so we minimize the impact, the negative impact on the existing situations and try to improve the general area. And what I'm seeing right now is they've made some efforts. Obviously, originally staff recommended denial. Now they think that things are a little bit better. But from an aspect of being in that neighborhood where there's 130 existing homes right now, that access to Johnson Ferry is basically what we use every day. And not only do we use it to get out, we use it to get in. And as the plan is showing right now, it is not showing a left turn to get back off of Johnson Ferry northbound to get back into our own neighborhood. So if you go to Walmart, you can get there, but you can't get back without going the long way around. And I think that's a major disconnect. The other disconnect with that is you may have church on Sunday, and they may have police officers who help people get across Shallowford when they take a left on onto Shallowford and then try to get into their parking lot. But wouldn't it make more sense to make a left turn lane on Johnson Ferry so that they can have a controlled intersection to get into their own church without having to have police there? So that way when they're going there during other times when they don't have police there, which they probably only have during main services, it would make it safer for themselves to be able to get in. Now I want to compliment Tony about, he's the one that kind of came up with the idea of rerouting this road. And because part of the challenge in Marlanta is we all want access, we all use access, but we don't like to cut through traffic. And I do think this rerouting does a majorly good job of cutting down that cut through traffic. Even with the left turn on Johnson Ferry, we still would have very minimal people that would take that left turn because it's no longer the shortest way to get anywhere. If they're coming up north and they want to go to Pope High School, or they're at McDonald's and they want to go to Pope High School, which is a problem now, they're going to go around and go a different route because we're not convenient anymore. So I think that part of it is good. What is a disconnect is the northern gate out of this extremely high density now proposal is allowed to take a left turn and cut through the neighborhood. And yet we're not allowed to cut through their neighborhood if we take a left turn at the McDonald's to try to get back home. So again, not to, to make it so they are required to go right only out of their neighborhood would be another consideration to minimize that cut through traffic situation. So with those different things, and even just coming here, just to give you an example, you would think coming here, I'm way west, you'd think I would take a west way out of my neighborhood. But if you actually look at what Google recommends, anything that is south pretty much of our neighborhood, it always tells you to go to Johnson Ferry. And when you're coming back, if I stop at the Big Chicken on the way home, have lunch, it's going to tell me, go down, maybe cut up to Sewell Mill somewhere, and then go up Johnson Ferry. And I don't have a left turn into my neighborhood with this plan. And I think that's a major disconnect of the way this is, and therefore I recommend that it not be approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we may have one more speaker, or a couple more. We still have plenty of time.
This one first. No.
I'm putting this up because
My name is Annette McEachin, and I have lived for 34 years on Waterfront Circle. And our neighborhood has been a wonderful place to live. And this shows what it looks like before one of the people that put this thing together drained the lake. And I'm going to show you some pictures about what's still there. It is a total nightmare because there are 4 things that are in the flood, 3 areas that are in the flood zone at the end of that street. And there was a retention thing, but there's still all of that there. And we've taken pictures, and anytime, even if there's not a rain, there's standing water all at the end of that area. And that goes up by that solution things. And they admit that there's over 11 acres of all of this wetlands and everything, and they say they're going to be able to handle it. But I'm not sure how they're going to be able to do what we have in that, because, and walking out, you can see I've labeled everything there on where the last home is on the right there by the lake, further down. And we have John and Sharon Dickerson, who lives in that home. And Sharon and I walked out their backyard up onto the property. And, okay, you can start those. And I'm going to show you some of the things of what we saw. This is looking back towards Sharon's house. And as you can see, this thing, and it's running water all the time. It did not rain for a good while when we took these pictures, and it's still running water there. Okay. And the next one shows how there's, all along that, there's big clumps of soil that's because of when we have a surge, those are breaking up and falling into it. Okay. And here's another place where you can see all along that. And of course, the reason they have to have everything, can have everything low is because when you look out there, it's low. It really is, from where the lake bed was and everything. Okay. Now this is, actually you can see there's grass there on the lake bed too, and way off in the distance you can see how that gully, whatever you want to call it, goes up to the dam there, and there's some kind of retention thing there. But you can see the buildings over on Johnson's Ferry. Okay, that's all of those. The other points I want to make is the fact that I went down into the area. You can leave that up. I went down into the area. On the house on the left there is Andrew, and look back toward his house, and there is, all of that area is covered in water. It's definitely a flood zone. And if you look straight ahead, you can see the cars going by on Shallowford Road. And then you look to the right over there is where I could see that Solutions building, but there's big puddles of water all along in there. And then there's a third lot that could never be sold because they're additionally in the floodplain. And our concern is we have had major problems since the lake was drained because of all the water. It comes down our street and goes into sort of a trough thing and into all that big wetland area. Plus there's water that comes underground from north of Shallowford. And we just so feared, and one person made a thing that, well, looks like you all might have to start buying flood insurance, but you can't always get flood insurance. But two houses up from Andrew, 2 years ago, it totally flooded, and it took 2 sump pumps to get the water out of the house and keep the water out of the house. I've had my house flooded. We all have a problem with all of what's going on there, and we know that this was done prior to all this, but if they have over 70% impervious area, then how in the world, where is all of that going? And it's going to, I'm not sure all of that can be caught. It will come back on us and be flooding all of our area and our street that we've been living there for so long. We have people that additionally are very upset about the closing of Waterfront Drive because we have emergency vehicles come in. We've had people die. We've had emergency situations where they had to get there really quickly. And if they have to go all around, and we have to go all around, then it's a problem for us too. They have taken our entrance and put a gate there into the townhomes, and then they have another gate up to come out at the street that we're supposed to come out onto Johnson's Ferry. And during a normal time, there's over 30,000 cars a day use Johnson's Ferry. That was in a previous study that was done. And we think that that is sure reason, all of these things, because there's all these things that have not been done, that's not going to be done, that they promise they will do, and we're not sure how in the world they're going to handle all of this, and just not really sure about any of this, because it's all or nothing, and they want it all and leave us with nothing.
I'm sorry, I had my mic off. Said, we have gone over time by a minute and 13. Now, did we take the 18 seconds or whatever before, or did you just set it 20?
I set it to 2018.
Okay, so we've gone over a minute 13. Can you give us like 30 seconds?
I'll try.
Okay, I'll give you a chance, and then we'll end it there, and we'll give that extra time back to the applicant.
Hey, my name is David Rumrill. I live in the Chimney Lake subdivision, which is right across the street from this proposed zoning. Personally, I think the NRC and LRO portions are acceptable with some additional stipulations to be done. I thank the applicant for what they've done with moving academic solutions. The real problem is the density. To paraphrase a political statement from 25 years ago, it's the economy, stupid. It's the density. We have tried and tried to convince the applicant that it is the density on the residential. I have proposed a number of other things like RSL unsupported, perhaps even R15, perhaps even an RA5, but detached single-family homes. All of those would be somewhat in keeping with Josh, and if you transition the density from west to east properly, it would be in keeping with Josh. I'm also concerned with some significant changes that were made in the revised zoning analysis. Everything was changed from will to will not, or will not to will, or approved to support this zoning with no good explanation. The concern on density has been dropped from that, but the density really hasn't changed. The recommendations of 5 units per acre was dropped from their zoning analysis, and they dropped the concern over how it fits with Josh. There are also some direct conflicts between the revised plan and the proposed stipulations, such as size of the church building. Stipulations say 150,000 square feet. The drawing says 124,983. And seating capacity of the church is not mentioned in the stipulations, but is shown on the drawing. I don't know which of those apply. There are too many inconsistencies there, and I do think that the zoning analysis needs to explain why they made all those changes. So therefore, I'm asking you please vote to recommend denial of Z72, or continue the hearing to send a message to the applicant to reach a regional compromise on the density and type of homes in the residential area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, we went over a total of 3 minutes and 38 seconds. So, Kevin, would you like to come up and take that time? We have to be fair to both sides and give equal time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commission. In my initial presentation, I addressed all of those comments and questions. But I do want to clarify one aspect that I didn't touch on, that was the stormwater, since she took some time to have some pictures and show you that and show you what may be some stormwater issues. First and foremost, our project engineer has been in constant contact with Carl Carver and Cobb County Stormwater Management Division to review our stormwater plans and what needs to be done, and we're in lockstep with their recommendations that are set forth in the staff analysis. Second, the pictures that you saw, those are all upstream. Those aren't even on our property. Those pictures that you saw, that's the silt and gullies and ditches that come to this property. Those aren't on this property. And so we've accounted for that, and we are accounting for our adjoining neighbors' stormwater problems and accounting for that and taking care of that. We've also included very specific stormwater stipulations that go to protect our actual downstream neighbors, which is the East Springs subdivision. And we've got very specific stipulations that have been recommended by them to us, and we've adopted those and incorporated those into our stipulation letter. So we've addressed the stormwater comments. We are prepared for that, have top flight engineers that have worked on that. And I just wanted to clarify, because I didn't want you to think those pictures were our property. They were certainly, most definitely not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. And you're anticipating taking maybe a half an hour on this? Tony, and
You mean when we
Tony's
get finished by
handling
lunch?
his. Well, what I'm thinking is maybe we can tell people that this is our last case before lunch.
Yes, I think that's very safe to
I
say.
think that's safe, just for anybody. I know Fred had concerns about making people wait. We will take a lunch break when we conclude this case, and we'll take an hour break at that point. Okay, this is in District 2, and Tony Waybright's leading the charge on this one, so I'll turn it over to Tony.
All right, thank you, Chairman. First, Carl, are you here or online?
I'm online.
All right, Carl, relative to stormwater, can you explain just briefly what the concept under consideration is?
Yes, they would.
Just one second, Carl, just to make it clear to everybody. This is Carl Carver from Cobb County Stormwater Management. He's one of our engineers.
I'm sorry. Yes, they in the plan review process, they would have to provide all the design calculations and plans to attenuate the existing lake that was there, as well as provide new FEMA permitting for the floodplain, to revise the floodplain limits. They would have to provide their own water quality, runoff reduction, and meet all the current regulations for stormwater management.
Okay, and with the concept that they're proposing to kind of use the creek channel, when they do that and build the banks up, then that would adjust, obviously, as you said, they have to get approval for it, but that does adjust what would be considered floodplain at that point in time.
Correct. The floodplain and the buffers would go in paralleling the stream, more than likely. They would have to also not cause it to back up into the neighborhood no more than it did originally. In fact, it'll probably be less than it was originally. So that controlling of that flow to the downstream will stay the same, and they'll have to simulate that volume in the channel itself.
All right, great, thank you. Any questions for Carl from any of the other planning commissioners?
Carl, this is Fred Bloin. How do you propose offsetting the loss of floodplain? Or what concepts could be used?
They will have to do a full flood study based on the floodplain that was there before was based on a retention type pond. And so it was obviously going to be outside or at the top of the dam elevation of the original pond. This revised one would be less because the pond top of dam might be lower, and therefore it would not spread out as much. And the FEMA mapping and permitting. It's called a LOMA, to revise the map limits of the floodplain based on the flood study.
Would you, would you require an increase in the width of the channel or an increase in any detention facility or any in-ground detention of any kind? I'm just trying to figure out
Yes.
how you get this done.
Yeah, they would potentially have to have all that outside of that area so that the area within the channel would be what was attenuated for the volume of the existing lake that was there. And then their impervious surfaces and detention, water quality, and runoff reduction would have to be outside that.
You're saying that would be a matter, you mentioned plan review, that would be a matter that we would not ever see. That would just be something that the public wouldn't have a chance to comment on. It would just come straight to your department.
That's normally the correct path, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next, if Amy Diaz from Cobb DOT, please.
Amy Diaz, Cobb DOT.
Amy, just confirming that we've not yet received the final traffic study with the adjusted, I guess you would say the adjusted intersections with waterfront and all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just a little bit then on for everyone that's following the traffic. When we look at traffic, have any of the counts that you originally saw in the original traffic study, did they all appear to be pre-COVID counts, or how were they handled for that?
So we have had to address everything site by site based on what historical data is in the area to adjust current counts up to what we would consider pre-COVID conditions. Take a look at the January traffic study that was submitted for this, and they did adjust their AM peak hours by 64%, and their PM peak hours by 23%. And that was increasing the volumes that they counted in 2020 to adjust for the reduction in traffic for COVID. I know that they did not have an adjustment on Sunday. That was one of the comments that we provided back to them for the revision of the traffic study.
Okay. Let's see, and then you've heard the comments from one of the speakers regarding the adjustments for a left turn off of Johnson Ferry North into what would be the new waterfront.
Yes, and we included the request to look at that potential improvement in the traffic study in our comments as well.
Right, and I think in your request for updates, you also included a request that they examine the timing on the traffic signal at Johnson Ferry and Shallowford.
Well, we asked them to use the current timing. I don't know if they're going to identify timing improvements as part of their study, but we asked for them to give us the analysis files so that if we want to look at changes of the signal timing, we can do that ourselves.
Okay. And do you know if we have any plans in either in our regular DOT budget or in SPLOST plans? Are there anything in the works for improvements at this intersection? Do you know?
I am not aware of any right now.
Okay, well, we
Michael?
can.
No.
All right, so if you'll add that to the list of things that we need to take a look at, that would be great.
Okay.
Anybody else have questions for Amy?
Thank you very much, Amy. You said some traffic studies were done in the year 2020?
They did some counts in 2020. They counted Sunday, November 1st for the Sunday analysis. And then they had some historical counts for most of the intersections, but there were a couple of intersections that were counted on Tuesday, October 27th.
Okay. Do you consider counts taken on November 1, 2020 valid when most churches weren't even having in-person meetings in November of 2020?
I did some research on what statistics I could find of how much reduction churches have had because of COVID, and in the comments that we gave back to them, we requested that they increase their Sunday counts by that amount.
What, do you know about what that amount was?
Let me pull up my email. The survey information I found said that reported church attendance in person was down by at least 20%. So I asked them to increase the counts by 10% overall, because the retail sales in Georgia had decreased by 5.7% in the fourth quarter of 2020. And so I was trying to find a balance between that 5.7 for retail and the 20% for church, and asked them to increase it by a minimum of 10%.
It's possible church traffic could run at least 20% higher than whatever the count data is that they gather.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Got a quick question for you. The relocation of Waterfront Drive, do you think that's going to improve the conditions there for moving traffic through and getting on and off Waterfront, or do you think it's going to deteriorate the conditions for people accessing it and that?
Honestly, I want to take a look at what they give me for their traffic volumes before I address that. So I know that there's strong feelings on both sides and don't want to misspeak, so.
Right, I just wanted to get an expert's opinion on it, but
I
you're
think
saying
that-
you don't have everything to give us
I don't
yet.
have everything to give you. I do think that there are positive and negatives to both approaches. It's just going to be a balance of which one's the better.
Okay, thank you. Amy, anything else for Amy?
All right, thank you. While we're talking about traffic, no, you're fine. We're all done. Just a comment on traffic. One item to note is that if this area was developed as low-rise office, the 11 acres proposed for low-rise could have approximately 250,000 square feet of office space using an FAR of 0.5. And if you use some of the current guidelines, which indicate that, the allocation now of square footage per employee is approximately 300 square feet in an office building, then when you start calculating that down, you would calculate about 850 potential employees in that maximum of 250,000 square feet. So if you think about it in that standpoint, you could potentially have 800 plus trips into those offices in the morning, 800 trips out in the evening, and that would compare to what seems to be 750 to 800 trips into the church just one day a week, if the church used every parking spot. So that's one of the things we're looking at, is a comparative of estimating what's the impact or the reduction in potential traffic by having a church there instead of offices. Let's see. I think that carries my remarks or questions for staff. Does anyone else have questions for other staff members? You do.
Let me get my microphone on. I would have to first ask the opponents a couple of questions with regard to, they put into evidence or into the record the original staff analysis, and I would just like to ask some questions about that before I ask staff about that.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and just do that now? That's fine, before I get into a discussion on other topics.
Could one of the proponents, or one of the opponents rather, who presented that information come forward and maybe just highlight to us what the original staff recommendations were?
Good morning, again. So when you look at the original October comments, and I am looking specifically on page 130 of 215 in the October zoning analysis, are you looking specifically to what the original staff analysis said on the allowable units as zoned?
That'd be fine.
Okay. So if you look on that page, on the residential criteria, the allowable units as zoned was 19. That was when the proposed number of units was 125. And the net density was calculated at 11.55 units per acre.
And what amount of acreage did it show as being allocated to the housing element of this?
It said the net acreage was 10.82.
And what do you understand their current net acreage in the residential to be? Can you tell?
So the current net acreage in the March analysis was not given. I need to find my notes on that. Hold on one second.
Anything else in the original staff recommendations you wish to point out?
I think that most of what I pointed out was already in my presentation and my comments, but I'm happy to speak to those further if you'd like.
Now, if you thought there was something of great importance that was changed between the original analysis and the final, I'd just like you to highlight that.
Frankly, I'm confused about the comparison in the calculation of allowable units from October to March. I'm not entirely sure how it went from 19 to 46 for the exact same parcel of land. And how the net density went from 11.55 units per acre for 125 homes, which yes is more, but went down to 6.07 units per acre for only 110 units. Not talking about multifamily homes, they're just total units of housing. The calculations don't add up to me. It's the same parcel of land. We should have the same floodplains. We should have the same wetlands.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I also brought up some objections to the revised analysis as you compared to the.
You want to come forward, please, again, sir?
And, excuse me, I do not have the original analysis with me, but to repeat a couple of things. I think the density calculations are suspect because they don't, okay. I won't take the time to go through it. Because they haven't identified any floodplains, wetplains. We've heard that there hasn't even been a study done with the lake removed to tell us whether there are any floodplains or wetlands remaining. Secondly, if you'll actually compare the revised zoning analysis to the original one, each section under the staff zoning analysis section has been changed to indicate approval, where in the past, each section was for denial.
I heard that. You're missing your knots.
What?
The knots you like.
The knots are missing, and wills are changed to will knots. Will knots are changed to wills. Approval is changed. They also dropped some things. They dropped the concern on density language. With only a reduction of 15 units, I think the density is still a concern. They dropped a recommendation of 5 units per acre was dropped from those same comments. Why? And they dropped concerns over how it fits in with Josh. Why? I just do not understand the change from the original analysis to the revised analysis to flip everything to recommending approval, when in reality, there has been very little change. And I really would like y'all to address the elephant in the room, which is the residential portion and the density of the residential portion. The church can locate in that section if they want to. And I don't think there's great objections to the church or the NRC. We'd like some input on stipulations.
We understand. Thank you for highlighting. Thank you for
the
highlighting
applicant's
those
done the
differences.
same thing to us. They just stonewalled us on the residential.
Okay, thank you for highlighting those differences, sir.
All right, thank you.
And maybe I'm back to Carl if he's still listening. Hopefully he didn't go to lunch.
This is Carl Carver. I'm still here.
Without a final floodplain determination, how do we know what the acreage is for calculations of density?
We don't.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Number of items. So let's start. I think both sides have been trying to find some justification, rationale, working to support their individual ideas for the property, and that's all great. And I think it's fine for that. But I wanted to review for everyone a little bit more about the Josh plan and the concept and what more in particular we're looking at on this parcel. So Cornelius, thank you for pulling that up. So the Josh plan, you'll see the entire area outlined in color, in yellows primarily. And you'll see the green area right in the center, which is what's under proposed for Z72. So it is at a major intersection. You see there are substantial retail areas across the street and diagonal from it. It's zoned O&I, but it's one-story condo offices across the street on Shallowford. But you see it is right in the center. So it is a focal point for the Josh plan. Next. Within that, the Josh plan identifies potential uses for this area, and we're primarily focused on 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, you'll see indicates that it proposes that it should be office-type uses. That would be LRO, and a substantial number of the parcels in that area are already zoned LRO. 2 is identified as being medium-density residential. So that is different than the prior. It is different than the other areas that are low-density residential, but it is designed to serve as a buffer between the higher intensity uses that are already along Shallowford and Johnson Ferry. You'll see 4 is identified as continuing to be neighborhood activity center, land use, and also it's retail and existing homes that are being used for professional offices. 3 identified the idea that the community would love to have that and would prefer to have had that as a lake restored and a potential park area. But park area takes the budgets are what the budgets are, and most of our park money had already been allocated as this was being designed. One thing to note is that this was really put together obviously pre-COVID in 2018 and 2019, and by the time, even when we looked at it and reviewed and approved it in 2020, we were all still kind of guessing as to how long COVID would last and what the impact would be. So I think there's also a question about potential retail. Mr. Moore made a note that there was pressure from the surrounding properties regarding being retail use, that the property had previously been under a land use category of NRC, or I should say NAC. But I don't think that pressure really applies post-COVID. So I think it's important that we consider, the changes in what we know retail to be in the future, and I consider that to be a little bit less than what it would have been. Next slide, please, Cornelius. In the Josh plan, there were many options to work around. 2 options included keeping the lake in some form or fashion where it was located, but there was also in the Josh plan a specific plan to have what they called a creek scenario, where you would develop around the creek plan, which if you remember the site plan from earlier, that is very reminiscent of what we just saw as with the linear area in the plan. Next. So today, this is already highlighted, but this is because I was sitting here waiting to listen and hear comments on these topics in particular. Part of what was planned in the Josh, and not just for this corner, but throughout the Josh area, was trying to establish right-of-way for multi-purpose trails. So that is an important feature in all of Josh. You'll also see at the next item on the left, it says office uses should be transitional and designed with residential architecture style. Now, we've all been taught not to tell someone that their baby's ugly, and we've all been taught that we're supposed to say something nice whenever we can say something nice. We saw the renderings, so I will say that those were really pretty clouds in the rendering, and we'll leave it at that. Certainly, I don't think we see something leaning towards some type of residential style architecture or facades that would blend in with the community. So I think that's an important item that needs some additional attention. You'll see it does say protect the adjacent residential properties to the west with appropriate buffering. I think that certainly needs attention. On the right-hand side, you'll see it says encourage senior living residential development and/or single-family detached residential within the density ranges prescribed by medium-density residential. It doesn't say that it is mandatory. It has to be either or. It doesn't say shall or should or even must, but it says encourage for a couple of different reasons. Now, senior living would address a need in the area, but senior living was also selected because if we had higher density, medium density versus low density in the surrounding neighborhoods, senior living traditionally is recognized as having a 20 to 30% reduction in traffic trips from those homes compared to regular residential. So that is a way of reducing the traffic coming on and off of that particular corner. But as I discussed earlier, when you look at the change that would be presented by eliminating offices and not having office trips 5 days a week, that number is much more substantial than what you would get just with the reduction between senior and regular residential. But the second half remains, that it says we should encourage single-family detached, and we should encourage it to be within the residential density ranges for medium density. I think this plan needs some work on that. Also indicates that the height of the buildings should be considered and that it should be 2 stories closer to the existing residential, and that in that framework it could be 3 stories closer to Johnson Ferry. That certainly sounds like you might have 3-story townhomes closer to Johnson Ferry and more single-family residential closer to the existing residential. So again, I think it's an issue that needs addressed. Next one, please, Cornelius. Finally, one of the most important parts of Josh, and remember the very first one that showed where this parcel is, central to the Josh plan, but one of the Josh plan goals, the overarching goal, as you see, is what's called creating a sense of place. And these items that are highlighted are not just for this parcel, but for the entire Josh area. So the idea was to find a way of creating a sense of place that when people arrived, there were monument signs or some type of signage to introduce that you were in the Josh area, that you were someplace different from the rest of East Cobb as you came in there. So you can read those, and it talks about streetscape, decorative street lights, having a lighting district, unified landscape medians, wider sidewalks, et cetera, et cetera. These are all items that I think have not been sufficiently addressed in the plans, and that I think the community could add some great input to, and I think would be key on that end. Now, these things cost; they're not free, and when they're included in a development, then that means it's the developer, the property who's, I shouldn't say not the property owner, but the person buying the property that's responsible for these expenses. So, there is an offset. There needs to be some consideration on density to accommodate that so that they can provide these amenities in the process of establishing Josh and establishing this corner is kind of the fulcrum for the rest of the improvements throughout the area. Townhomes can be a good, I think as we've seen on many other developments, townhomes can be a good step down between commercial and lower density residential. I don't see a need for the entire parcel to be significantly townhomes. As a rule, when we're looking at large parcels and large developments like this, typically if it's a mixed use or if it's a large planned area, we don't allow blank checks. So the NRC area on Johnson's Ferry, that does need to be planned, and we need to see a site plan. It may not specify specific use, but we need to see more definition for what that area will be and what it will contain. We've talked about the wetlands and the floodplains. I think as we get into it and look at this, we'll get some more detail and answers for the community. At first blush, When this was done, I remember the very first meeting when John presented this to the Planning Commission, and he indicated that he took every potential bit of floodplain and wetlands and counted it as that when he was counting the density. So as you see, when we saw the map showing the old lake and all the floodplains around it, that's a substantial area of property. And now if the applicant is creating the creek zone and building banks and building retaining walls that will constrain that, the amount of floodplain, at least estimated for what the plan would be significantly lower. So that does account for the fact that we would have more acreage and a lower density. So we'll get details for you, but keep that in mind when you're looking at those. Waterfront remains a question. As Amy said, we need to wait till we see the traffic. My experience with large developments like this has been you need multiple points of entrance, and if they're signalized, all the better. To me, one of the benefits that we would have is that we'd have a new signalized intersection that would control most of the existing traffic in the area, and we would have a remaining signalized intersection, if you want to call it the old waterfront, that really would tend to become the primary entrance and exit for however many new homes are built. So it would tend to split the traffic instead of only having one signalized intersection and funneling all the traffic to that one traffic light. So hopefully we will see some guidance when we get the traffic studies on those intersections on that area. We heard some good ideas, I think, today on traffic improvements we need to look at. Hopefully DOT can help us with those. Much as we've said with schools sometimes, Chairwoman Cupid had a statement, it's been several years ago, but she said in the zoning hearing that, we need schools to help us build good neighborhoods, not hold us back. And sometimes we need help from DOT to help us build the infrastructure that we need to support our neighborhoods and businesses. So that's hopefully something that we can identify as we look at these intersections between now and next month. So you can imagine, as I've led up to this, saying things that needed to be addressed. My recommendation is going to be that we continue this until the May hearing and address many of these other items. So if there's a second, and then some additional discussion from the commissioners.
Okay, we'll modify that to hold since we heard the case.
There we go.
So the motion's to hold the case until?
Until May.
Okay. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, second from Deborah. Is there further discussion? Okay, Fred has a little further discussion.
Yeah, I just want to say that having joined onto this board a little over 2 years ago and enjoyed the challenges and the times we spent together, I appreciate the service of the folks who are on the Josh Small Area Plan, and I think the Josh recommendation should be considered. Those recommendations included restoring the lake, encouraging pervious parking, I didn't hear anything about that, promoting single-family residential, encouraging an OSC overlay, as Tony already mentioned, encouraging senior living, and then one more, incentivize education and impervious surface for new development. That was one more comment, but it seems like that this is an incredibly aggressive plan to create steeper stream banks, take away floodplain. I think it's going to present some severe challenges in terms of what needs to be done to prevent that from becoming a big problem downstream. I'm sure we have folks who will look at that, but it's a very legitimate concern that's been raised in that regard. And to the extent that the road running through there, what was the name of that road again?
Waterfront.
Waterfront continues to be where it is, given the fact it leads into an established single-family neighborhood. I think it's important that all any and all homes along waterfront be single-family in nature. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to add just a couple things. One is we've been continuing this case for quite a while, and we still don't know the information that's actually necessary to determine density. We have an estimate, but we really need more because you have to take wetlands and floodplain out. And I understand why the numbers change so much because they're draining the lake. But you need an engineer to put a stamp and say this is what it's going to be. Because we're considering what it's going to be, and if we don't know what it's going to be, how do we consider it? The same thing with the traffic study. We've been going on months. Waterford, where they're changing it to, really hasn't changed that much. We should have that information by now. Because we don't know whether moving that road's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. And, the professionals don't have the information to really do a good analysis on that. So for me, if we don't have that next time, then we really have no choice but to probably deny it, recommend denial of it because they're not giving us the information to support their application. I'm not saying we'll support the application if they give us the information, but if they don't give us the information that's really needed to support their application, then we don't have information to make decisions off of. And when you get that, and I will say, with regard to especially the lake in the Josh plan, and I said it at the time that Josh plan came through, I don't think that plan should have been approved. It was all pie in the sky kind of stuff that was really saying, oh, we're going to take this private property and make it a park, when there is no indication there was any park money or any of those things were ever going to happen. And every indication that this application was on its way and we were going to see something like this. So I don't put a lot of credence in that part of the Josh study. There are good things in the Josh study, but there's a whole lot of things that make no sense that were pie in the sky. There was a whole list of short-term actions in the Josh study, and I would be surprised if any of those have been done at this point, and we're already past the point they should have been done. And that's why I voted against the Josh study, because I just thought it should have been redone to be realistic and something that would actually, the county would adhere to. And we're sitting right here with a problem where people are saying, follow the Josh. And it's very hard to follow the Josh when it didn't have a good basis to start with. So with that, any further comments?
I'll just add, and not to belabor the point, I think there were good points made around that. The Josh study is a factor, right? And so we should look at it as that and pull the good points, as you said, Chairman. Out of that, I appreciate Tony highlighting the use of encouragement for some of the things, encouragement of senior living, encouragement. And I think that's a strong word. And I think we look forward to seeing what comes next month.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just add that, I see bones on this that can be built on, and trust that the applicant and the community can continue to work. I will certainly stay involved on that, and each side can continue to be in contact as we try to balance and come up with ideas to see if there is an opportunity here to figure something out. But as you've said, Chairman, we need to get some information to get some more definition.
Okay, I'm afraid it is.
And I would just beg the chairman's indulgence in terms of the fact that I know it's been around for a while, but this is a big project and folks have worked very hard for a long time. And it reminds me of what happens. A lot of my friends, when their college football team isn't doing well, they scream, fire the coach. And then another friend of mine had a good retort to that, which is who you're going to get that's better. So, I would just ask before we think about just denying anything like this, that we give and remind the applicant of some of the priorities that were set that weren't purely pie in the sky, as you point out. And everybody would like a public park next to them, but nobody usually wants to pay for it. I agree with that. But, there are some specific good thoughts and guidelines and concepts within the Josh Plan that I think could be given some credence and consideration and value, and provide a good path forward for the applicant, and I would hope the applicant would follow them.
And I would agree, and I know on these things, there are a lot of moving targets in that. And I know the floodplain wetlands is a whole engineering feat. The traffic study, I don't think should have taken this long. We shouldn't be sitting here trying to figure out whether moving that road's a good idea or a bad idea at this point. We should have the information. And that's not, that's incumbent upon the applicant to get us information to support their case. So anyway, with that, we have a motion to hold this case until May. Did we have a second? I forget. I think we did. Okay, from Deborah. I think we've finished the discussion, so let's call a motion. All people in favor? And that carries 5-0 to hold the case till May. And with that, it's 12:08. We're going to take a lunch break till 1:08, and we'll be back here ready to talk about the redevelopment overlay number 1. Welcome back to the April Planning Commission hearing. We're ready for our marathon. Let's hope we get 2 cases in before lunch. Let's hope we can get at least 2 in before dinner.
Let's hope not.
I hope we get them all in before dinner, but I think next on our list is the redevelopment overlay number 1.
Yes, sir. ROD 1 of 2020. Are we going, CP? Are we on? Okay, excuse me. Okay, ROD 1 of 2020, Atlantic Realty Acquisitions LLC. Request approval of the redevelopment overlay district for a mixed-use development in land lots 557, 596, and 629 of the 16th district. The property is located on the southeasterly side of Sandy Plains Road and on the northerly side of East Piedmont Road. The applicant is present, and let me see here. Earlier, there were 4 people here opposed in person and 2 in support in person. And virtually, we have, let's see, we have 7 here in support virtually of ROD1, and opposed, we have 9 opposed virtually. So all those folks here in person that would like to speak either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners. I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of Atlantic Realty Acquisitions in this application for rezoning for the redevelopment overlay district at Sprayberry Crossing. And wanted to go through some higher level points and draw your attention to those, and then we'll get down to the site plan itself and explain what we're doing specifically. But I think it is a good thing to note as it relates to my client, to Atlantic Realty Acquisitions. They've been at this project for 2 years. They met early on with community representatives and residents, community groups, were extremely transparent with their plans, with making sure plans could be circulated and accessed, making sure there was questions, making sure there was answers, making sure there was responses, and making sure there was meaningful changes that went through the planning of this project and of this proposed rezoning. And that's been ongoing for that long, taking in input, and that's an extremely long time, even for some of our zonings today. And it's been a tremendous effort that has been put forth, and I think that's why you see there to be strong support for this project, and there's certainly still strong opposition, but I think that's why you see that in this instance. Turning to the property itself, I want to highlight for you the property there circled in red off of Sandy Plains, at Sandy Plains in East Piedmont. This property is almost 18 acres. It's 17.67 acres, known as the Sprayberry Crossing Shopping Center. It's a location and a shopping center that in its heyday in the 70s was great. It is not now and hasn't been for quite some time a great site in terms of its functionality and in terms of what it provides to the community as a commercial site. As you can see, it's primarily zoned neighborhood shopping and PSC, Planned Shopping Center. And that tells you how long ago this property was zoned and initially developed. Importantly, though, when you see this map, you can also see that the proposed property does not border any existing residential properties. It is entirely encapsulated by existing commercial properties. And as a 17.6 acre site is in dire need of redevelopment. To that end, I want to draw your attention to the future land use plan, and there's something unique about the future land use plan. There's a yellow dot on it, this property. When you pull up the future land use plan for Cobb County and look at Sprayberry Crossing Shopping Center, it has a yellow dot. There's only a few of those in Cobb County. That yellow dot signifies that it has been designated as a redevelopment site by Cobb County Planning and is adopted by the Cobb County Board of Commissioners, that this site is a redevelopment site. There's only a few, very, very few. And so we believe that's important because it draws your attention to this site needing to be redeveloped, needing to be redeveloped, and needing to be redeveloped badly in this instance. And furthermore, it draws your attention to the fact that we are utilizing what's not been used before, the ROD, the Redevelopment Overlay District ordinance, which was adopted in the mid-2000s, and adopted for the very specific reason of providing an ordinance and a category so that you could have redevelopment sites be redeveloped according to an ordinance, where you didn't have to try to bootstrap or shoehorn uses and categories and to try to come up with something. No, rather, when you have sites like this that have been designated as redevelopment sites, you have a specific ordinance that says, here's what you can do with it. And that's what we've done, and that's what's been set up for this specific property as a redevelopment site. Turning now specifically to the proposed mixed use, and that's what's encouraged by the redevelopment overlay district, is a mixed use site, and this is truly mixed use. What we are proposing along the top of your screen is Sandy Plains. Along the left-hand side, that's East Piedmont. So you see that it's located at the intersection of two major arterials in Cobb County with those two roads, and has multiple access points both to Sandy Plains and to East Piedmont. Starting from Sandy Plains as you come in, we have a 30,000 square foot grocery store site that is meaningful. That's meaningful retail to drive the redevelopment and drive the economy and drive the energy to and for this site so it can be successful. In addition, we have a smaller retail building to the right as you're looking at your screen for additional retail area, meaningful retail as part of this proposal. And then on the bookends, on either end, on the right-hand side, we have a multifamily building. It's a total of 3 stories, a maximum of 125 homes, multifamily units. We call this a boutique multifamily building. It's now at 3 stories, keeping in mind that as part of that community input, we reduced the height. It was at 5 stories and reduced it to 3 stories. It was at closer to 200 units and went to 180 and now down to 125 in response to community concerns and input so that we could create a multifamily component to this overall redevelopment, and one that's on a boutique level, though. It's a smaller, much smaller level than we typically see at 125 homes or 125 units. Why is that necessary? Why have apartments here? Why have multifamily? Because redeveloping a site like this, number one, is extremely costly to do. Number two is in order to make it successful, you are actually creating the place to bring residents, to have them live here and be a part of it. To make that successful, to make this overall successful, there has to be the energy that the residents bring. It can't simply be a grocery store. That doesn't fill out 17 acres. You have to invigorate this site with new energy, and that means new residents and new economies. On the flip side, we have another building on the left-hand side, and that's an age-restricted senior building. That would be age-restricted to 55 years of age and older, likewise 3 stories in height, and 125 units. Again, to balance that out, to try to provide some balance from a residential standpoint, and again, to create energy, to create the economies of scale here. Also, on the rear side of the property, we have a total of 44 townhomes. Those are for sale townhomes. We have a rental limitation for those at no more than 10%, so that you can also inject home ownership into this overall mixed use so that you have meaningful retail, meaningful residential, both senior, age-restricted, multifamily residential, as well as home ownership residential in the townhomes. Now I want to focus also on one aspect of this property that, again, makes it extremely unique, and that is the private cemetery, the Mays Family Cemetery that is smack dab in the middle of this site. It was created in the late 1800s, is when that cemetery was first created. And it's still there, and it's an active cemetery. And it's one that we are keeping and maintaining it, and it will be maintained in perpetuity. We need to clean it up, and that's going to be done as well, because right now, if you go out there, it's not appropriate, the setting for that cemetery. This type of development that creates the green space around the cemetery and actually makes it what it truly is, and that is a historical marker in place for this community as a private cemetery. In addition, you have to that a town green area that contains a community pavilion so that the residents and also community area residents have a place where they come if they want to shop, if they want to eat. The restaurants here, that they have a place to gather. They can also use it for special weekend events, small farmers markets, and things like that that can occur in this meaningful town green area for the enjoyment of not only these residents, but the community at large. As part of that, in order to activate and engage that area, the first floor facing that town green area from the multifamily building will likewise be retail and restaurant driven, so that you have a complete engagement in activating that very, very specific area as part of that. This project has received opposition primarily as a result of the multifamily component, is where most of the opposition is driven. And we would like to ask the Planning Commission to really look at that and consider what that means. Because when you look at this particular property and its redevelopment potential, the fact that it's been identified as a redevelopment site at the intersection of two major arterials, and then I take you back several months and I go to the east-west connector in Austell Road, where there was another redevelopment site that was approved by this Planning Commission and ultimately by the Board of Commissioners for a redevelopment of an ancient retail site that included 3 times as many multifamily units, residential and commercial in that location. And it's a great redevelopment site, and it's a great redevelopment plan that was approved at that location. And there's no discernible difference between that location and this one. None. In fact, this one, I would argue, is more deserving of redevelopment and of including these multiple different types of residential to serve not only the commercial that is there, but to help really activate this particular area from a retail redevelopment, not only for this site, but for the surrounding sites. And we're doing so on a boutique level here. And when we hear opposition that apartments don't belong, we would like for you to reject that level of thinking. We think that's antiquated, we think that's misguided, and we think that's misinformed, and it doesn't belong here. Because redevelopment that we're seeing today is done just like this. Y'all have seen it multiple times when you have projects that want to bring in true mixed use so that you can have the economies that are necessary to bring together those components and do so in an integrated fashion. These aren't just separate projects. This is an integrated plan that provides for the connectivity among the uses and outreach to the community. That when we see that, we see it has to have this type of residential as part of it. Now, we have put together a stipulation letter that's dated March 31, and it's very detailed. It has many, many different components that came from our meetings with community members, where we have ensured that the community that we've dealt with for 2 years, that their involvement, if this is approved, their involvement doesn't end today. Their involvement continues into the future so that we continue to have those levels of conversation, we continue to have their input, and that's part of what's baked into these stipulations as well. And we think that's very important, and again, it highlights the level of engagement, again, by Atlantic Realty Acquisitions. In terms of the staff recommendations, staff overall has recommended approval of this application. We think their analysis is excellent and it's detailed. In addition, the various departments, we are in agreement with all of their staff comments, including the new DOT comments, which just were unveiled last week. DOT had comments, and we're in agreement with DOT's comments, all but one. There's one comment that DOT has made where they are requiring that the bottle shop, there's a bottle shop that's an out parcel on Sandy Plains, that its interparcel access drive be closed. The problem with that is that's a private property owner who has an easement right for that interparcel access, and it would basically be illegal to require us to acquire somebody else's private property. And so we cannot agree to a condition that requires us to go get somebody else's private property right, but we are otherwise in agreement with DOT's comments and recommendations. Given that, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval, consistent with the staff's recommendation of approval, consistent with the staff's comments and analysis, except for that one item, and subject to our stipulation letter of March 31. With that, we're here to answer any questions. We have representatives of Atlantic Realty Acquisitions here, and either I or they can answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin, was there anybody else wanting to speak in support? This is in support, okay.
Hello, I'm Jimmy Richards with the Cobb County Cemetery Preservation Commission. Get this off. Wanted to speak on behalf of the commission. We went out there, Helga Hong and several of us, look over the development, and we're all about preserving our history. The Mays family were the original settlers in that area back in the 1840s. Miss Eliza, she was buried there, first one to be buried in 1870. We have several of the descendants buried there. The latest one was in December 2018. And the first picture is the main entrance there. You see there's a lot of the over 100-year-old oak trees there. And I want to thank the applicant for working with the Cemetery Commission on preserving this piece of history. That's what we're about. That's what Cobb County needs to do, is preserve their history. Photograph one is on the south side. We've agreed to 35-foot buffers on 3 of the sides. This is the south side. Go to the next picture. This is the south side of the cemetery. The reason we've asked for a 50-foot buffer is because when they built the wall around this part of the cemetery, it's only a third of the walls there. They left the wall, they didn't build anything in this area because of the drip line for the trees. About digging in that area would kill those trees right there. So that's why we're asking for the 50-foot buffer. Also on, we got 13. This is that's the partial wall I was telling you about. As you can see, it's a lot of damage has been done to it over the years. And also on this is the back wall of the cemetery. This is the west side of the cemetery. You see the stone wall with a 6-foot fence on top, and you see the buildings there's not that much room there. That's where we're asking for a 35-foot buffer, and according to the plan, that's all going to be a green area. It's all going to be green space. 15, 16, 17. This is the north cemetery wall. As you see, it's just, we're better than this. This is just a blighted area. Go 15, 16. This is the biggest concern. This is the east side of the wall. That's what's holding up the dirt, those boards right there. The applicant has agreed to replace that area there with a stone wall similar to the other 3 walls to help preserve the cemetery. And there'll be a 35-foot buffer right here on this side. That's a lot of exposure right there. And within a few years, it would wash the edge of the cemetery out. But they have agreed with us to maintain the integrity of the walls, with the stone walls, and to, the letter asked for a minimum of 4-foot fence. We've agreed to a 6-foot fence that will be matching the rest of the interior fence with the development. And I just want to thank them for working with us on it, because this is a big piece of our history in the area. A lot of folks talk to, they didn't know there's a cemetery there. But we need to take care of our heritage here in the county. And thank you very much for working with us.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else speaking in support? Okay, we do have one more coming up.
I also have virtual.
Okay, let's go to a virtual then, and then we'll come back. We have about 3 minutes and 42 seconds.
Our first virtual speaker is Sally Platt. Sally, you're on.
Thank you very much. I represent the Board of Directors of the Autumn Lake Homeowners Association, of which I'm the president. We're one of the 2 or 3 neighborhoods closest to the proposed development, and we fully support it. Many of us have lived in this neighborhood for 25 or 26 years and watched the Sprayberry Crossing area fall into disrepair and become blighted. We've seen the impact on our property values as well, and it hasn't been positive. With regard to the proposed development, we're not simply saying anything is better than nothing. Rather, we believe that what we see is a well thought out development that may not be perfect in everyone's eyes, but it's a wonderful compromise, and indeed, Atlantic Realty Acquisitions has worked with the community. We've seen that over the number of different plans that they've presented, and they have revised them according to what they've heard from the community. And we really believe that they are trying hard, that they've struck a reasonable balance between the wishes of the residents and the surrounding area and their need to make a profit. And we certainly appreciate their need to make a profit. Profit is not a dirty word. We were initially concerned about the potential impact on our detention pond and our little lake of the runoff from the impervious surfaces of the proposed development, but we believe the good folks in the Stormwater Management Division have that on their radar and will require the developer to implement a plan for prevention and/or remediation of that situation. There's still a few issues that need to be sorted out, but in our opinion, they are not deal breakers. So once again, we support this development, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sally. And next speaker, you have about 1:50 left.
Hi there, my name is Clarice Barber Page. And I'm here, I don't live in the area, but I wanted to have a few seconds to say something. Please pardon my glasses, I forgot my readers. Anyway, again, my name is Clarice, and I've lived in my little area of Cobb now since 1987. And I was a transplant from an insurance company that I once worked with, and in my little piece of Cobb is South Cobb. And we have been inundated with apartments that have been approved over and over and over again. I think we have probably in a 1 mile area, six apartment complexes. And then we've had townhome complexes, which have essentially turned to rental properties, also what we call apartments. Over the years, it's created many hardships in South Cobb for our property values, overcrowded schools, transient population. However, that's not the case here. This 20-year blighted strip mall is underutilized, begging for redevelopment. The property owner receives the county's blighted tax assessment and has resulted in the owner not improving the property. This is a commercial area, a commercial intersection, not adjacent to residential neighborhoods, and old retail centers of yesterday are not likely to come back today. And young people want to move into this area too, and they may not be in the same financial position to purchase area housing like many of the people who are opposed. The county has several examples of successful conversions of integrated retail offices and multifamily facilities. The opponents here today are likely longtime residents, maybe even grew up in the area and have seen, maybe even oppose the changes they currently benefit from, and are likely in their sunset years, as I am. You should maybe consider, the opponents should consider the reality that the price of survival is change. And so the plan itself is simple, and it features an opportunity that we don't get in South Cobb, which is an apartment complex that offers more tax, more jobs, because this is a multi-use facility or mixed-use facility. In South Cobb, we never had that option. Even the zoning that brought me here today didn't benefit us in a way of providing us with anything other than some tax dollars and crowded little townhouses that do not provide the same things that our counterparts in East Cobb, what they receive. So I think that if...
and I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up. We've gone over.
Yeah, guess what? I'm on my last little note.
Okay.
If someone had done for us in South Cobb what East Cobb is now receiving, we would be in a better position probably tax base, probably school-related, and possibly and probably with jobs. So I don't live anywhere near this, but I do not understand the complaint. I really don't, when you've suffered what we have suffered in South Cobb. Thank you. Again, my name is Clarice Barber Page.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we went over about 2 minutes and 14 seconds. So Kevin, I don't know where Kevin went. There he is. You good, or you want some time? Oh, wait a second, no. I forgot we were on, I'm sorry. I forgot we were still on support. So the opposition will get an extra 2 minutes and 14. I'm sorry. Been a long day already. Yeah. You want to come up and talk in opposition, Kevin? No. Okay, now we'll turn to the opposition. So let's start with, do we have anybody in person? We'll take one in person and we'll go back and forth.
Hello, everybody. Like many residents in the area.
Could you give us your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Tim Carini.
Good, thank you, Tim.
And I do live near the area, about 1,500 feet by the way the crow flies, since 2008. And like many residents in the area, we want to see this property develop, but we want to see smart development that fits the community of single-family homes. This 3-story, 250-unit, multifamily, high-density development is not it and does not conform to the surrounding area or the original intent of the ROD. The intent of the ROD, and incorporated by reference comp plan, was clear and should be honored. In fact, the very first sentence of the ROD, section 134.211.2, states, and I quote, "Purpose and intent. The ROD is established to provide locations for redevelopment, commercial, office, and residential uses which are pedestrian-orientated and developed at the community and regional activity center and scale as identified for each specific site via the Cobb County Comprehensive Plan," end quote. Excuse me. The ROD was created in January 2006, and the BOC at that time created 4 areas that were ROD eligible in the comp plan, following the letter of the law, and the Sandy Plains East Piedmont corridor being one of them. 2 months later, the VOC voted unanimously to remove this area for consideration pending additional language. Additional language was then added in the next month, in April of 2006, as you can see here from the clerk's minutes, and voted on unanimously by the BOC once again, and that language prohibited multifamily, no more than 40 units per acre, no more than 35 feet tall, and no more than 2 stories in height. Following the letter of the ROD law, this was done correctly, and these properties were identified for each specific site via the Cobb County Comprehensive Plan. All this happened in a 3-month span when the ROD was first created. The intent is clear. Unfortunately, the ROD language was removed the very next year with no explanation how, and this then impacted the ROD law for this language. I'd like to submit the full language from 2006, the April 27th, 2006 meeting. While it's the county's plan that the county's position that the comp plan is not law, the ROD law clearly relies on the comp plan, and we maintain these stipulations, and this property must be upheld. It was the original intent when the ROD was first created. The BOC who created the ROD obviously felt the comp plan and its stipulations were legally binding, which is why they voted in the first place to remove this property from ROD eligible pending additional language. The ROD law itself discounts and abolishes several county codes, which is unfair to residents who purchase their homes based on this zoning or based on zoning, as well as unfair to other developers in the area. A few examples, section 10, and I quote, "Even though the underlying zoning does not change, staff recommendations will be taken to the Planning Commission," end quote. Underlying zoning is neighborhood shopping and does not allow for multifamily or RSL. Neighborhood shopping, section 134-224, subsection 1, and I quote, "Purpose and intent, designed and orientated to serve 2 to 4 neighborhoods," end quote. In looking at the closest four neighborhoods, Rustling Pines, Barrymore, Concord, and Shadowbrook, it's 115 homes. This development is bringing in more units than that, 294 units in total than what NS is meant to serve. The applicant is proposing age-restricted apartments, essentially RSL. Current RSL non-supportive code, section 134-203.2, subsection 11, use limitations. C, maximum density of 5 units per acre. S, maximum building height of 35 feet. There's literally a new RSL community being built straight across the street from this property that had to conform to those height and density requirements that RRD1 does not. It's not fair to the other developer or any other developers competing for the same market within the county. Next slide, please. Now let's look at the ROD code itself and why this application does not conform to the code and should be, without question, denied. ROD code section 12E, and I quote, higher residential density should be located adjacent to or within close proximity to interstate highways and interchanges, end quote. This location is not adjacent to or within close proximity. In fact, it's 4 miles from an interstate. Approving this will quantify close proximity for other zoning codes with similar language, such as RRC section 134-228 subsection 1. This map shows roughly 4 miles from an interstate everywhere else in Cobb County. And as you can see, quantifying close proximity is a sizable chunk of Cobb County. Also, the developer is asking for a variance in the ROD code to remove part of the code, specifically subsection 12M on workforce housing. If the county allows an out-of-town developer to remove part of the code so they can make a bigger profit, then the tax-paying residents of Cobb must be afforded the same opportunity. We would like a variance and remove only 3 words from section 3 of the ROD code permitted uses, specifically the words multifamily dwelling units. It's only fair. Lastly, next slide, please. Thank you. Lastly, as you can see by the maps of these apartments and transportation lines, by the way, the star is Sprayberry Crossing. As you can see by the maps and apartments of the transportation lines, this application does not conform to the area and is at a place. It is not near mass transit, which is a critical component of the ROD law, which reads more like a transportation code than a zoning code. Also in Cobb County, most apartments are in a rack and not in a CAC. The ROD has never been used in 15 years. This particular application goes against the original intent of the area, and in February, the code was made inactive by unanimous vote of the BOC. Do not make us a guinea pig for this one-time use. We implore the Planning Commission to deny this application. Also, I'd like to submit, here are 1,463 signatures from a digital petition and paper petition that also lists everybody's subdivisions, where they live, so you know they're local, as well as comments on why they are not for this development. We implore the commission to please recommend denial of this, as they did with Z71 2 years ago, I believe, on Chastain Meadows Road, which did back up to 575 in an interstate and had office parks on 2 of the other 3 remaining sides, and not smack dab in the middle of a single-family residential area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify, was that your petition, has it been submitted to the clerk?
I'm sorry?
Did you submit that petition to the clerk?
Yes, I did submit that, and that's as of about noontime on Saturday. So there's more names that have been added to it since, and we will submit another one at the BOC hearing too.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Next person in support, I guess virtual.
The first virtual speaker is Craig Blafer.
Good afternoon. I just have some quick points for you to complete that. While we want the blight to go, and we really do, we think this builder is building badly, as he put it. This is a single-family neighborhood, a single-family home neighborhood, and that's not what the builder's building. There is commercial there. That's not what he's building. He's building apartments. We started with mixed use, or vaguely mixed use. Now we have apartments going with an out parcel, and that basically is it. The offices, the other stores have for the most part vanished. Traffic study for this landmass is horrible. I've looked at pieces of it. I don't get it. It came right on the heels of between when it was done and now we have construction that's been done on a road to try to fix things, but that's not taken into effect. The studies are old. COVID numbers make this all bad, and we have not gotten any clear answers, and it's still up in the air. I ask you to consider the McDonald's that's at the corner of Post Oak and Sandy Plains, and I ask you how a delivery truck is going to get out there into the McDonald's and back to I-75 without making a U-turn. It's going to be very difficult, and that's going to be hit by all of the customers and customers for all of the other businesses. It's not being considered. Again, I want to stress the difference between CAC and RAC. This is not a RAC in the future land use plan. It's not RAC. This ROD really is intended for RAC properties. This is CAC. It doesn't fit. The objection from the neighbors are based primarily on the density, remember, single-family homes, and the fact that there are apartments. There are none in the area. The folks who are agreeing with this are giving you an argument, and I've heard it over and over, that they want anything but blight. The problem is this is not the right property. This is not the right plan for this property. The main problem that nobody wants to address is the fact that the owner of a property believes that the land is far too expensive. It's worth a lot more than it is. It's not. If we can send a message to the owner that the property is worth closer to what the property owner pays in taxes or on taxes, there will be far more options on the table. And that's basically what I have to say. We can do better.
Okay, thank you very
for your
much.
time.
Okay, do we have in-person speaker?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi. Do you have my presentation this morning with me? You can start with two. So good afternoon. You guys have a hard job. I have.
Can you give us your name for the
Yeah.
record?
My name is Maureen Rittner, and I live in the Ashbury Point subdivision, which is directly down Kinjack Road, probably not even a quarter of a mile. I have a couple points of contention. However, I just want to give you some food for thought on traffic. And traffic is a very sensitive subject for a lot of us in that area. Today, the GDOT studies for daily traffic flow on the corridor that's just north of Kinjack is 41,400 cars, daily trips. With the new potential daily 4617 number that was provided in the latest study, with the reduction, has a potential of putting that over 46,000 daily trips in that corridor, which is comparable, or actually it exceeds the Barrett Parkway section right at 75, where that's 3 lanes and also has turn lanes left and right at that point, okay? But what the big concerns just in that general area now with the new report that came out on the 31st, which I reviewed on the 3rd, is that the Kinjack changes have been omitted from this consideration, which basically takes it from staging that light at Kinjack, which makes more sense. And years ago, I've lived here for 30 years. Years ago, it was a staged exit and entrance into that access road right by the bottle shop. But with that, and no changes to the light that's currently there, the bottle shop, which is a private driveway, will now become the westbound exit onto Sandy Plains, which today, and I know if you don't live there, you don't see it, but is pretty much of a dangerous little situation because there's no turn light at that intersection. Also, and this is just a side, the LOS that was defined back in January and the difference in the 331 report at Kinjack was significantly different. I just wanted to kind of mention that because it went from like BBC to AAB. Which I don't know what the difference is because actually with the new recommendation for the median at Post Oak Trit to prevent any of the traffic coming and making a left onto Post Oak Trit, it will force traffic back through to driveway 1, driveway 2, or Kinjack to exit. So probably out of all of the businesses that are there now, everything is a right turn onto Sandy Plains with very minimal U-turn direction there. But in the map that I have here, which was taken out of the most recent study, it was the 2032 build. It was kind of hard to go 2022, 2032. So I took this out of it, and basically, its assumption is that 75 to 85% of all traffic is going to do an eastbound on Sandy Plains. This also affects the kids and any of those businesses like McDonald's and Arby's, et cetera, coming out of that subdivision. But on this report, it shows a 15, 16, 25%, depending on the time of day, of U-turns being encouraged at Post Oak Trit to go back on the westbound side to hit Sandy Plains to go out to 75. I can't see any truck over a SUV trying to do a U-turn at any point at all during that corridor between East Piedmont and Post Oak Trit. In fact, it's hard enough to do it at Ebenezer. So I feel that the encouragement for U-turns, the addition of more U-turns, is going to create a safety issue. Also, if you can go to slide 5. So currently today, and I just took this out of the GDOT, is, again, it's showing the 41 for if we add the additional trip potential, it's 40, it'll go up to 46, which is, as you can see on the box on the left, 4,300, 600 is where we are at Barrett Parkway today. The average speed on Sandy Plains today, and this again is GDOT information, is 41, and that's a 24-hour calculation. And between 8 and 5, it's 38.2. And so with no right turns being incurred or being planned to exit into this development, it's going to severely impact the pace coming down, especially in the PM traffic hours, for people to go into this proposed grocery store. And as in the reports, 75% of all pass-by trips to the grocery store are done in the PM peak hours. So that means that we're going to have potentially one lane on Sandy Plains going eastbound with through traffic and everything else potentially taking some kind of turn in or turn out. Also, there's a recommendation for a new signal light, which was not clear on slide 2, where it would be an in and out on the driveway 1, which would enforce 5 signals at some point within a mile range within that corridor, which is, again, I cannot understand the LOS not being affected severely in this corridor on the new study. So with that said, I feel that it'd be irresponsible to all of us if we move forward with this plan without a new traffic study. And since this area has not had a thorough traffic study since 2015, I feel that we really need to work with anyone who comes in here to develop this area, and we all want it because I've been there for 30 years. I used to go to the bowling alley. I mean, it was great. But now we just need to do it smart and have an idea of how we mitigate the issues prior to. The recommendation was to do a study after this was built, and I don't feel that that is a responsible action. So, again, thank you for taking the time to listen to me, and I hope you take all that into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maureen.
Ma'am, may I get your name again?
Maureen Rittner.
Spell- Last name is what?
R-I-T-T-N-E-R.
Okay.
Okay, do we have another virtual?
Yes, our next virtual speaker is David Stafford.
Hello, my name is David Stafford. Thank you for the time. First, I'd like to say that I second everything that Tim said. I am in opposition to this development. I was born and raised in this part of Marietta. I live within walking distance in Pine Valley, which is off the backside of Village North neighborhood. I'm also the leader of a Cub Scout unit that's out of the Holy Trinity Lutheran Church, a couple blocks from Sprayberry Crossing. There's several other units there for scouting that support the kids out of there, as well as other locations nearby. My wife teaches ballet across the street from the Sprayberry Crossing location, and we have the responsibility to guide and protect the children that we serve, not just our own, but all within the immediate area and concern of walking distance of Sprayberry Crossing. We're strongly opposed, again, to all of the apartments in this location. Ultimately, this is viewed as a short-term gain, long-term loss for the community. The one-bedroom apartments are only, and really all of the apartments, I believe, are only going to attract transient lower income individuals by the hundreds, which will not bring investment into our community. Instead, I believe that it will bring crime, drugs, and other various problems all with them. I don't think that this is appropriate near our schools, near our churches, near our other established community businesses, community groups, and homes and families that other people have nearby. Excuse me. This is not set up to host people who are existing families. This is not designed to help those of us really provide a destination for those of us. Rather, it's set up for people who just come and go on a continuous basis. And when this facility turns into something that's bought and sold over many years, which happens with many apartment complexes, it's just going to continue to go more downhill and become an even bigger cost that's going to be more difficult to redevelop down the road. I'm encouraging everyone to view this as a long-term view rather than a shorter-term view. I think there's other better ways that we can improve our community besides adding relatively low-rent apartments in this area where they simply do not belong. I believe that we can do it, a different type of development here. I think that this is the description of this being called a mixed-use development is almost laughable. The terms meaningful retail and boutique level are made to have it sound attractive, but it's just apartments. The gentleman earlier said this has been going on for a long time because they've revised it so many times because the people here don't want it here. This is not the East-West connector. This is Sandy Plains and East Piedmont. There's 3 schools in walking distance. It's not the same thing. It's not Highway 92. I believe that there's a better way. I believe that there's more developers that will come along, and I believe that we should do it once and do it right. And I appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have another in-person opposition? Not seeing any get up, so do we have another virtual?
The next virtual speaker is Eric Beaver.
Okay.
Eric?
Go ahead, Eric.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, let me see. Yes, I live about a half a mile from the Sprayberry Crossing from on East Piedmont.
And I've lived here since '82 and seen it grow. And that used to be a valuable shopping center with good tenants. But this is totally against our area of single-family homes. At Piedmont Chase, we have about 100 people, and majority of all the people are against this zoning change. And that's all. I just
Okay.
want to say it's going to bring traffic is already horrible. And if you're coming west on Sandy Plains and turns there at Jack left, it turns you right into the shopping center of the bottle shop. So that's already a problem. And then in the mornings and evenings, traffic is horrible. Certain times on the weekends, it's horrible too. And this would just add more congestion. In addition, are the water mains and all the other utilities up the right size for something like this? So that's what I'm opposed, and the majority of my members are too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And we've pretty well run out of time at this point. So we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing and bring it back to this board. And Deborah Dance is taking the lead on this case.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to first ask for some staff members to come up and provide us with some information, or folks that might be available online. Is a representative of Stormwater, Mr. Carver, present on phone?
Carl Carver's here.
Okay, hey, Carl. Could you speak to your comments about the downstream effects and what your recommendations were in your comments?
But currently, there's no detention on the site, and they're reducing the amount of impervious surfaces. However, downstream is a stream and a lake within the subdivision immediately downstream. We've asked for them to provide a sediment study and a routing through that stream and lake to make sure that there's no adverse effects on that lake as part of the stipulations.
Okay, and have y'all had discussions with the developer about that?
No, not directly, only through their attorney, Kevin.
Okay, you have not spoken with the engineer, right?
No.
Okay. Is that the summation then of what your comments are?
Yes, pretty much so. The Autumn Lake, subdivision pond and that stream immediately downstream, they will have room on their site to do underground detention, which is what they're proposing. And it will be, and should be an improvement because of the lack of the removal of a good bit of the impervious area that's out there today.
Okay, very good. Kevin Moore, are you amenable to the recommendations of Stormwater, the comments you've just heard?
Yes, we've been in review of those proposed comments and are in agreement with his comments, and agree with his comments here today as well. It will be far better. Impervious surface is going from close to 94% impervious on the current site down to under 70%. So, and we'll have stormwater management that we're implementing versus the zero stormwater management that's in place now.
Okay.
So I would agree with Mr. Carver completely. Thank you.
Okay, and if you can just stand by for
Sure.
some
Happy
others
to.
as well. Okay. Is Tim Davidson there with the water and sewer comments?
Yes, Commissioner, can you hear me? This is Tim Davidson.
Hey, Mr. Davidson, we got somebody else talking in the speaker too. Can you speak to your comments that are contained in your departmental comments in the package for this application?
Sure. Anything in particular? For instance, one of the gentlemen questioned about the adequacy of the water supply, and we've got water mains on both East Piedmont and Sandy Plains, and development standards will require when it's presented to us, when the construction plans are presented to us, that the water will be looped through the site, connected to both mains. And we'll also require fire flow tests of the hydrants to verify the adequacy. So that will be determined at plan review.
Okay.
There's also a water issue that's more internal to the site that we learned of a a landlocked commercial property that is currently served off the master meter of the shopping center. So the developer will be required to provide access to water for that property, so that they're not cut off from water. On the sewer side, we did some.
Can you pause 1 second?
calculations. Hello?
Can you
Yes,
pause
hello?
1 second?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Moore, can you speak to those issues he just raised?
Sure. Yes, and we're aware of all of Cobb Water and Sewer's comments. Specifically the one he just mentioned about the one parcel that's landlocked that's currently served off the master meter. We have been aware of that for quite some time and have incorporated into our plans the ability to make sure that particular water customer and property owner would receive its water service directly per Water and Sewer's comments. So we've already accommodated that in our plans.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Davidson, you can proceed now about sewer comments, if you would.
Yeah, on the sewer side, as far as capacity goes, our engineering department did some preliminary calculations on the downstream capacity based upon what's been presented so far and kind of worst case scenarios, maximum flow levels. And there are a couple runs of sewer that are of concern that might be at capacity or over capacity based upon what's being presented. So we'll require the developer's design engineer to work with us in conducting a more formalized flow study to determine if anything needs to be done and what will have to be done.
And whose responsibility would that be?
That's really the design engineer, the developer's design engineer, and any upsizing, if required, would be at the developer's expense. It would be part of the construction plans.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore, can you speak to that?
Yes, we're aware of that comment and in full agreement with it. That's standard operating procedure when Cobb Water and Sewer undertakes those reviews. We do and are responsible for what we need to be responsible for. So we're aware and have accommodated it.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Davidson and Mr. Carver.
You're welcome.
DOT, Ms. Diaz, you here?
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Hey, Amy. I was wondering if, since it might be present on your mind right now, if you could speak to the comments Ms. Rittner made just recently?
You're speaking about the level of service changes?
Yes, and about the safety issues with U-turns, that kind of things, yes.
So speaking to the level of service issues, there are, if you go through the report, a plethora of tables, service letters. So I'm going to try to simplify it, but I'm certainly willing to go over anything in more detail if needed. So intersection 1 between the January report she was looking at and the current report improved slightly because they revised the signal timings for some new inputs that we gave them. Intersection 2, which is Sandy Plains at Kenjack, that one was reported in the January report using the traffic modeler software level of service, which the software is called Synchro. So Synchro reports a level of service. The level of service that we actually use in the county in almost all conditions is called the Highway Capacity Manual level of service. Highway Capacity Manual is based on methodologies that were published by a National Transportation Research Board. So they are the national standard for those reports. Synchro has its own level of service based on the research and opinions of that particular software developer. So they're more specialized. They got better because Highway Capacity Manual level of service does not accurately reflect when there's spillback congestion or basically overcapacity conditions on a roadway. It's a known shortfall of the Highway Capacity Manual, the national standard. Synchro reports it more accurately. So the fact that the January report showed a level of service C's and D's, and the March report reflected A's and B's, In actuality, the condition out there is probably closer to a CD situation than an AB because you have queues that are spilling back from Post Oak Tritt and from East Piedmont that impact that Kinjack intersection.
Okay, so the analysis that's in the book talks about Sandy Plains Road, and it shows a level of service F. And she was specifically talking about Sandy Plains Road and the 41,000 trips extrapolated to go up over time. Can you speak to that?
Yes, so the Sandy Plains level of service that's given in the handout for the zoning case, we base that on.
And an F means what?
Oh, an F is basically described as failing conditions. I mean, just like it is in school.
Currently, is that right?
Currently,
Okay.
yes. So level of service F, from that was based on the Georgia Regional Transportation Authority, which again, is state specific, for average daily traffic for various roadway types. And they've got these tables published where you can take an average daily traffic, like the 41,000 that she was mentioning, and you look at the type of roadway, the type of turn lanes that are available, how many access points per mile, a couple other things, and then you use these tables to determine an overall daily level of service. As far as what the user experiences in a more specific level of service is what we call the peak hour intersection level of service, because that's taking counts not overall the whole day, but it's looking specifically at the worst peak hours of the day. And looking specifically at the signal timing of the actual signals, not looking at these generalized tables. So as far as giving you an overall picture of what's going on in the area, we use those Greta tables, but then when we have a traffic study like this, that's actually the controlling LOS.
Okay, so you would anticipate, though, more traffic on that roadway, right?
Yes, though I did note, so what she's done is she took the 41,000, and then was adding the entire development onto that. This development has a number of access points, so all of its traffic is not concentrated at any one point. When we looked at the peak hour and kind of looking at the key intersections nearby, the volume overall at those intersections only grew by about 2% during the peak hours, because basically the traffic is dispersed. 3 accesses over on East Piedmont, 2 accesses on East-West Connector, and then 1 on Post Oak Tritt.
So you project 2% increase on Sandy Plains, is that what you're saying?
During the peak hour.
During the peak
Overall,
hour.
if you look at specific movements, they have different percentages. I'm giving a generalized percentage.
Okay. And there are, how many access points to the site?
So there's 6.
Okay. All right, so there are comments that made the book, and then I understand that you have a new analysis because you've received some new data.
Yes, we received the most recent traffic study on 3/31, which was the day of the public meeting, and so we provided comments on that traffic study that same day.
Okay, and so they are not currently in the book. So
correct.
So could you explain what those are to people present here today?
So they're largely like the ones that are in the book. The places that changed is that we have recommended, and actually it's in the current comments as well, we had recommended the median at Post Oak Tritt driveway. So it's in there, and then it's also in our other comments. The traffic study that we received on 331 also identified the potential for signalizing the R cut, which is at their driveway 1, I believe, or driveway 2. But it's on one of the driveways on Sandy Plains Road at the existing R cut. What that is it's not a full traffic signal, because if, at least in the way that they've analyzed it in their study, it would have one direction that is green all the time. And then the left turn is basically getting a left turn across, so it's controlled, and the opposing through is controlled by the signal. We call that a continuous green signal. There's one similar nearby here, actually, over at John Ward and Whitlock, so if anybody's familiar with that area. So it's not a full traffic signal where all movements can go. It only controls 2 movements, basically.
Okay, so is there, are there multiple points where you have indicated right in, right out is appropriate?
Most locations are right in, right out. The ones on East Piedmont are full movement. One of those is signalized.
Okay. Okay, and Mr. Moore spoke to your recommendations as to the bottle shop property?
Yes, so basically, if you zoom in on the Kinjack at, if you zoom in at the Kinjack at Sandy Plains intersection, you can see that there are driveways very close to Sandy Plains for both the bottle shop, which is that side, yes. So that driveway that goes into the center aisle, but it's paralleling Sandy Plains. Move over a little. That one there. And then there's a development driveway across the way that's at that same thing. And those are, basically, we try to get at least 100 feet of spacing between a major arterial like Sandy Plains and the first interior driveway. And so one of our comments that's in the 331 that they've agreed to is moving their driveway back. We also recommend that the bottle shop driveway be closed. Now, I understand their position about access rates. They have closed one of the accesses as part of their current site plan for the bottle shop. If you zoom out just a little bit, you can see the bottle shop currently has access in the back. So it goes into the Sprayberry development, like near the NS, if you go there, like right there. That you can currently make that connection. As part of their site plan, they closed that connection. So we aren't telling them they have to buy the access rights completely. We're saying we would prefer that access be open rather than the one in the front because of traffic safety.
And what's the issue with traffic safety on the one that's open up in the front?
Basically, you get conflict points of people that are turning in and out of two intersections that close together. So you'll have people that can come out of the bottle shop side or try to turn into the bottle shop to be able to use the signal that are conflicting with people that are turning off of Sandy Plains or onto Sandy Plains at the actual intersection. We try to separate that by at least 100 feet.
Okay, and so have y'all had further discussions about your proposals as relative to the bottle shop?
We gave our recommendation, but they gave the response that you heard today. So there has not been a resolution.
Okay. Have you still been in discussions?
We're certainly willing to discuss it. We recommend it be closed. They have come back and said it can't be, so that would be something that perhaps legal can deal with, whether or not that access is specific to the property or they can do that back access.
Okay, so overall, your evaluation of these multiple access points from this site and their impact upon traffic and safety is what?
With the improvements that have been identified, the raised median at Post Oak Trit and the potential signalization of the R-cut, it should operate acceptably. I understand.
Whose responsibility would those be?
Pardon?
Whose responsibility would those be?
We are recommending the developer pay for those improvements.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions?
I do. Can you point out a little bit, so I'm not quite sure I understand what you're going to add a signal to. Where is the signal being added?
So does this show the current R-cut, the median? If you zoom in and go up the road.
Here?
Yeah, up Sandy Plains. Yeah, so that doesn't show the raised median, but basically you see where the NS is, or in the GC with the kind of the yellow arm that attached that driveway. Yes, that's currently an R cut, so lefts in are provided there, but lefts out are not. That's the restricted right turn. Okay, so you can see the median. Good.
So is the proposal to add a stoplight there?
It would basically be on just for the the northbound approach. So it would stop northbound traffic and allow that southbound left to go. But the southbound left, for the traffic study, southbound left would be continuous green. In our 331 comments, we actually would like them to look at the R cut for the opposite side and see if that also would benefit from signalization or if that should remain unsignalized.
But they would still not be able to turn left on a signal out of there.
Correct.
Okay.
I got one of the things I noticed, one, you talked about up at Post Oak Trit, changing that from a full access to a right out, possibly still left in, so I guess you call that the R cut.
Yes, so if there's some concerns that geometrically we won't be able to fit an R cut into there, but if we can, we're fine, DOT is fine with the left in. It's just geometric constraints that may keep that from being able to be implemented. If it can't be implemented, then we would recommend the raised median, which is just the right in, right out condition. That is because as you see there, there's dual left turns at Post Oak Trit, and that driveway, that full access driveway, is closer than 250 feet to that signal. And so it is an existing safety concern that's just going to be exacerbated by extra traffic from this development.
Okay, so with that, we'd expect there to be people who currently come out of this development, make a left onto Post Oak Trit, then go to Sandy Plains and make a left. They're going to have to find some other way to get down to go on Sandy Plains. So they're probably going to funnel through the new development.
Correct. Probably to that first driveway that's closest to them.
Right.
Not the McDonald's driveway that's too close to be able to get to the U-turn, but the one further down. So
Right.
that at the hard cut location.
Yeah, or possibly, funnel further down, one of the two.
Yes.
But we're going to get more U-turn movements. We may get rid of this bad left turn, but we may introduce either that or possibly people could funnel through the whole development and go down to Piedmont.
Yes, and when you look again at the levels of service and how they changed between the two reports, the intersection 3, which is the Sandy Plains at Post Oak Trit intersection, the levels of service and delays there degraded because they did imply those U-turns that we requested them to do.
Okay, and when I look right now from that kind of the Post Oak Trit driveway and going down through, the shopping center is almost set up with a flow where you can go all the way through right now. And the new development doesn't have much of a flow. There's 90-degree parking off of everywhere cars could travel. To me, that becomes a safety hazard that if we're going to try and people are going to flow more through here because they can't make the turns that they can make today, that we have to somehow accommodate a safe flow through this site. And with all that 90-degree parking off at anywhere where they drive, everything's 90-degree right off. There's no, road, for lack of a better word, to drive you straight through without, people at the grocery store are going to be walking across this thing because their parking's primarily across it. You try and come the other way, you're going to have all that 90-degree people going in and out of the parking lot, for their apartments are going to have to drive through all this 90-degree parking. It just seems like there ought to be some flow through the site and things built off of that versus that. Would you say that would be safer if we did that, or?
Well, actually, I would caution you that if you put in design elements that speed traffic through there, that because you do have pedestrians that are crossing there, that you actually could create a more unsafe condition for them. When somebody goes in through this 90-degree parking area, it's like driving through, a grocery store parking lot or the mall parking lot. You go slow because you know that people are on the road and they may pop out in front of you at any time. If you feel like you have right-of-way because it looks more like a road, that could encourage people to speed and possibly have a pedestrian incident.
Okay, but if you design the whole site so that you're not having a lot of pedestrian crossings, and maybe you do some raised median, raised humps or something in the crosswalks to slow people down.
That's certainly something we're willing to discuss with them. I'm certain, I mean, they aren't designing a road for us, and so
Right.
that's probably going to be their response. That would be what I would expect. But if they are interested in smoothing out that and moving pedestrians out of the way of that kind of flow, we're certainly willing to work with them.
Okay, it's just my concern that we're going to be, if this is allowed to go through, we're adversely impacting those other businesses down there, the McDonald's, the kids and all of that. All of a sudden, we're restricting their flow, and we really aren't giving them a good alternative, and it seems like, those people should be taken care of, to me. But that's a whole design thing, but, I also don't like getting to the only signalized intersection. You're gonna have townhomes backing out into what's kind of a road there. And that's a little worrisome too. Just seems like, there's too much all going on to me with vehicles. Okay, those were my comments on that, so I'll turn it back to Dave.
I'm good, thank you very much.
No problem.
Mr. Moore, can I recall you, please? Is there anything in particular that you might like to respond to from what it was just said, including Galt's comment about what about an adverse impact upon other existing businesses?
Yeah, no, I mean, we've worked with Amy and Cobb DOT and our traffic engineering firm, Dan Dobry of Croy Engineering, has been working with them consistently and constantly over this time frame, updating the traffic studies and doing all the things that Amy just described. And this has been carefully designed to take into account the fact that you have out parcels that are existing, that we're not going to obtain. So we can't pretend that we're going to create some alternate reality where we can all of a sudden acquire out parcels and change the way certain things are going to happen from a traffic flow standpoint. But I think what both our traffic engineer and what DOT has looked at is saying, given those constraints and what happens here, there's not a ton of traffic flowing through this site, even today from those existing businesses. And what they've come up with is something that I think has some unique characteristics. It employs traffic improvements and road improvements in a thoughtful manner, and it does so in a way that allows this property to be redeveloped. We missed this opportunity. We've missed it. And if we let perfect get in the way of good, we're going to miss it. And I can just tell you that I've represented this owner for over a decade, and I can't imagine us missing this. I think that would be the absolute worst result.
So you've heard public comment, and I'm sure you've heard it otherwise, that there's a concern that apartments will become run down. In light of your client's plans, what's your response to that?
I don't believe that to be the case at all. I mean, if you take a look at these are the two buildings. So this is our conceptual rendering of the. Let's see if it continues to go. There you go. The two buildings, and you can see the level of quality that's being proposed by Atlantic Residential, and the fact that these will be part of a master property association, because there is a lot of common area that has to be maintained by these various, by the future owners, and it will be perpetual in that regard. We do not think that this is a situation where you have apartments that are just going to fall onto hard times immediately in the near future, or even in the far out future. I mean, there's too much going into this project to call for that.
So do the apartments, the townhomes, all share similar architectural features?
Yes, and you can see that one of these is the the multifamily building, and the other building is the age restricted. You can see they're using the same architecture and consistency of look and feel, and that'll continue both with the retail components, which are
Yes.
very real retail components, as well as with the townhomes. And as well as with the common area elements, street lighting, pedestrian lighting, the town green, all of that.
So all the facades are complementary of one another?
That's exactly correct.
And there will be covenants that govern the entire property as well as the individual?
Yes, and our
Components?
stipulations call for that there are covenants that are applicable to the entire property. There will be a property owners association that's mandatory to ensure that all of these elements are maintained in perpetuity.
Okay, and can you address this green space that's on the property? And what kind of use the town green?
Sure. The town green area is an area that is a direct result of the many, many conversations and discussions and input that we've received from the community. And there was a strong sense from the community that this proposed development have this kind of town green component to it, where there would be an area where not only it could be engaged by people who are coming here to eat or shop or grab a cup of coffee, where they have some place to go and sit on a daily basis, but also it can be a place where you could hold smaller community events on the weekend or something like that, where there's a place and a sense of place. And what we've built into the site plan is a very large space there that we've identified as the town green, and that's what that is there for. So it provides an amenity to these residents, their guests, as well as to the community at large.
Okay, and that's located near that cemetery that Mr. Richards spoke about, is that right? In the book, the comments from the Cemetery Preservation Committee fell short of the buffers that he discussed.
Right. So you can see it's adjacent to that, and that way we can provide for the appropriate buffer to the cemetery, but then you're not separating it like you are now. We're all of a sudden just outside of a wall, you have another building, and you have, for the most part here, what we're creating is use of that town green so it fits in. Because you've got to, again, you're trying to fit in a over 100-year cemetery into an overall development like this.
So the buffers that he referenced, y'all are
Accommodated
okay.
with this plan, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, anyone else?
Thank you, Ms. Nancy.
On, Kevin, real quick, on the townhomes,
Yes.
I'm looking at the site plan, it says that you're calculating parking at 2 parking spaces per unit for your parking calculation. I presume that's because the driveways have no room for parking visiting cars.
No, that's a standard that they pulled off of there, calling for that, but we've accommodated the parking within the additional guest parking that's required within the site plan for the townhomes. But there's plenty of room in the driveways and so forth. This is not supposed to be.
So the driveways will be long
Standard
enough
length.
to park 2 cars in front of the 2-car garage?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Kevin, so your client would manage the apartments and retain some associated responsibility over the areas of the condominium or townhomes, or townhome area? There would be fee simple townhomes, I guess.
That's
right?
correct.
But then there'd be common areas within that your client would also maintain?
Right. So, well, the way this would specifically work is you'd have a master property owners association like you do in mixed-use developments, because there's a lot of common elements here. There's common drives, stormwater, landscaping, all of those hardscaping that goes with a lot of the common elements. So there's a master property owners association that all component parts are a part of, that maintains those areas, on a joint basis. Then you would have a sub-association that would be for the townhomes, would have its own sub-association to ensure that its common areas internal to it are maintained through its association. And that's how that's set up from a covenant and then association standpoint.
If any, excuse me for my lack of a voice, if any, what kind of restrictions would there be on leasing of the townhome units?
Yeah, we have included within our stipulations a 10% rental limitation that would be included in the Declaration of Covenants and enforceable by the HOA.
I don't know if you know the answer to this today, but just something that, it seems like this is going to be a recurring theme, that folks are going to want to redevelop real estate, and folks are going to want to put up some mix of townhomes and something else that'll be rented out. I'm just curious if anybody's looked into building a condo or townhome community, and instead of having whole buildings leased, having a specific number of units within the overall project available for lease. Is that something is that a model that anybody's considering?
There are models certainly where you have build to rent that are being done in certain areas and certain places that you have in terms of having it build to rent as well as build to sell within the same development. I have not seen that particular scenario.
You know, I was just approaching it from a development standpoint, that it might be difficult to entice somebody in to build all townhomes, but if they were allowed to retain ownership of 25% of the townhomes for 5 years and market those down the road, if that was something that would help reduce the hostility or animus of the adjoining neighbors who have a fear of having large buildings that are just purely apartments. It's just something I've wondered if anybody's approached yet, and I didn't manage to find the answer anywhere. I was curious if you were familiar with such a product or concept.
We've not seen that, or I haven't, so I can only speak from my personal experience on that. I've seen 100% build to rent, but I haven't seen what you're speaking of now.
Thank you.
So following on the apartments, the proposal says that the affordable measures will not be included. And for instance, that's one that we follow closely. At the moment, if you took 80% of the Atlanta AMI, it comes out to about $47,000, which is really similar to the starting salary that a teacher starting, fresh out of college, starting at Sprayberry, would be able to rent. A fireman, first-year fireman, just a little further up the road on Sandy Plains at Holly Springs at that station, would be able to rent and live in the area where he works. What is the issue that prevents using that affordability measure?
Sure. Numbers. When we reduced it to 125 and 3 stories, again, remember this site drops from Sandy Plains, and the grade's going to have to be somewhat maintained because of the cemetery. So at 3 stories, this doesn't stick up like some large building sitting on Sandy Plains, quite the opposite. But when we reduced it down to only 125 multifamily homes, and at that point in time, you can't get the numbers to line up to create the space for the affordability component, even though these will be 1 bedroom starting at approximately $1,400 per month, and then going up from there for the 2 bedrooms. To then, you don't have enough units to make up for that. If you had this when we had it at 180 or 200 units, now you have enough units you can do it. And plus, it was in response to a number of community voices that were supportive of this plan and with the multifamily, but did not want to see a carve out for affordability income.
So the community
So it's a combination of that.
The community didn't feel that a teacher, a fireman, or a policeman would be a good neighbor.
I don't want to speak for them. I'm just telling you what the comment that was made. But ultimately,
Probably didn't say that.
ultimately, us reducing the total number is what resulted in that. I mean, if you only have 125, it's very hard to start carving off percentages like that to make it work.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any individuals they'd like to ask questions of? Okay. I would like to thank the applicant and all the members of the community for their discussions over what's described today as 2 years. It's safe to observe that the community interests are certainly united in one regard, and that is that the redevelopment of this area is desirable and actually mandated. Yet the community also is perhaps almost evenly divided with respect to whether or not the current ROD proposals is what they would like to see. As of this morning, there were emails that totaled 145 individuals in favor of it and 165 against it. We've heard about a petition today that has been submitted as well. So there are yays and nays out there. The key issues as expressed here today and as expressed since the time that I've been on the board anyway, appear to revolve around transportation and safety effects, water and stormwater effects, and as well as the impact of apartments on the surrounding area, and expressed fears that apartments should be disallowed and or that they would negatively affect property values and could eventually lead to the project returning to a blighted condition. So this proposal has admittedly been slow to move forward. In the last month, in light, I think, of our mandate that it be brought forward and to be heard, there are many pieces of information that have been coming forward. Some of them came forward at this hearing today. Some of them came forward in emails this morning before we even arrived. Mr. Moore, in timely fashion, submitted stipulations that number about 32, and it's hard to mesh all the information that's converging at once into a solution or a resolution of this issue for the hearing today. I don't believe that we're currently, therefore, in a position to synthesize, consolidate, and reconcile our information, our comments, recommendations, and determine whether or not they square with the 32 proposed stipulations. And I stayed up a long time last night trying to do so. As I read and analyze the community comments and staff's analysis, this traffic and impact and safety continue to come through. And as we noted today, the traffic study came forward and the response to it occurred after, well, before this book was printed, so that some people today didn't even have the information that was presented today before they came. So due to the time considerations, the DOT comments offered today are not reflected in the hearing packet. I note, though, that Mr. Moore has indicated the applicant is agreeable to all but one of those comments. I'm appreciative that he's also indicated his client's willingness to stipulate to the agreeableness of other staff comments, such as wastewater and sewer impacts, as well as traffic impacts. I understand that the developer has engaged with a design committee independently, and that has brought forward some positive developments, and there are great signs of collaboration there. Given the concerns by the community about the 250 apartments, I think there's an ongoing interest in understanding whether the developer is open at all to more ownership housing opportunities as opposed to rental opportunities. This is in light of the reasons that were discussed here today. My observation is that this is a major project with major impacts and stakes for the property and community. I certainly agree that if we have a great opportunity to do what our code says to do, which is to redevelop blighted properties, that we should use all due diligence to pursue opportunities and to properly evaluate them. But as to the proposed stipulations that are here in the book today, and with new information coming in from different directions, I'm not in a position to make a motion and believe that we ought to ensure that we have a full picture before we make a final recommendation. That would require some additional work, and therefore it's my observation that work remains to tackle the challenges of finalizing, consolidating, and reconciling the comments and the recommendations to fairly evaluate the proposal and its impact upon the community, and I would request the applicant's continued engagement on identified issues, including meeting with the district planning commissioner and district commissioner to ensure that all aspects of the proposal, including all proposed stipulations, have been fully considered and understood. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, it would be my motion that we hold this application for further consideration at our May meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, second from Tony. Do we have any further discussion? Okay. Oh, Tony does.
Thank you. It's good analysis. I would just add that I do remain particularly concerned about the DOT comments. And not the quality, I should say, but the impact it would have, as Chairman noted. It would be, I think, a disastrous thing for the businesses on the post-Oak Tritz side to have their access cut off the way it would be cut off by restricting the left turn out. And if that's the only way to make this possible, and then we have traffic flowing through a parking lot, I think that's an indication that something has to be changed with the access points for this project, or perhaps the density addressed to reduce those issues. So I look forward to hearing about that next month.
Well, I would say I concur with that comment. Any other comments? Okay. All in favor of the motion to hold? Okay, that carries 5-0 to hold. So, boy, we've made a lot of progress today. How many? 3 cases, and how many have we moved forward? Okay. Well, let's try and get rid of one at least. Move forward. What's next, John?
Yes, sir. Next case is rezoning case Z6 of 2021, Lloyd Development Services. Request rezoning from NRC, LRO, and RE5 to RM8 for the purpose of townhomes in land lots 297 and 388 of the 18th District. The property is located on the east side of South Gordon Road, the southwest side of Mapleton Parkway, south of the intersection of South Gordon Road and Mapleton Parkway, west of Dodgen Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here in person opposed to rezoning case Z6? Mr. Chairman, there is no one here in person opposed to rezoning case Z6. However, we do have one person virtually who's opposed to rezoning case Z6, and they wish to speak. And I believe that person is Travis McCoe from the school board. So when it's his turn to speak, we'll put him on.
Okay, well, after Garvis, we'll hear from him. Garvis, since we heard this last month, can you just zero in on the changes in that? Hopefully maybe be a little bit brief. I know it's always a little dangerous to ask an attorney to be brief.
Well, first of all, Mr. Chairman, you said you wanted to get rid of one. I was a little consternation just approaching the dais here, to be honest with you. But
I just want to note for the record that Ms. Nance used as many long words as Mr. Sams always does.
Well, first of all, thank you.
You're always brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will certainly try to hit simply the salient points and the things that have changed since then. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams, and I'm fortunate enough to represent Lloyd Development Services in connection with this application. I have with me today Mr. John Lloyd of LDS, also the property owner, Mr. Tom Wasson, so at the appropriate time, the three of us can respond to any questions you may have. As I did last month, I'd like to begin by congratulating and welcoming Stephen Vault to the Planning Commission. He brings credentials much the same as Ms. Dance. They're both highly qualified and certainly going to be great additions to this board. And I want to let them know that that's not the children's table that you're sitting at over there. So don't feel like that,
We did.
that
We
it
had
is.
that discussion.
This is an application that was heard and held by you with some fairly precise direction about what we should do. And first order of business for me is to let you know that the Mapleton Improvement Coalition has been our primary focus, along with you, Mr. Chairman, during this whole period. Robin Meyer of the Zoning Committee of Mapleton Improvement Coalition was here this morning. I think she emailed y'all yesterday saying that she would not be able to stay for the afternoon, and she predicted exactly right as to the timing of that. So she was here this morning, but I was given the authority to say that we have addressed all those issues, which I'll cover, and in totality with respect to Mick and the two that are not covered in written form, then I'll cover in oral fashion. The property you're looking at, this is a trip split zoning that was zoned, that I rezoned back in 2008 for the Columns Group. It's lain undeveloped and idle since then, as you know. In 2020, there was an application for RSL, but it was withdrawn before, I don't even think it made it up to bat before you guys. But we have, for the past 30 days, had some very substantive and helpful conversations, and it's all embodied in my March 31st stipulation letter, which was submitted in a timely, although, a late timely fashion, but it made it before the deadline. It's worth noting, however, I think that this property at one time, certainly when rezoned years and years ago, was in a neighborhood activity center. Thus, the way it's configured now, if you look at your GIS map and the map I've handed out to you, it's LRO in the pin corner, then NRC along the frontage, and the balance of the property was an RA5 nestled up next to the school. But the NAC, as explained in 2008 why a mixed-use development, including commercial components, was so readily approved, and I think it's just been in the past year or so that the future land use map has been changed to MDR. We're nevertheless entitled to develop it as it's presently zoned. Quite honestly, I'm not going to use that as any kind of a stick, because I don't think there's a distinct market either for the low-rise office or, frankly, for the commercial on the frontage of Mapleton. And maybe I'm shooting my foot off with nullifying an otherwise pretty good argument I would have for you rezoning, but I really don't think so in this particular context, because even though there's not an immediate need for commercial here, there is an immediate need for rooftops. And I know that's becoming cliched almost, but it's a reverberating theme that I've heard from your newly elected commissioners, and also from members of staff, and of course members, I think, of the Planning Commission as well. When I first approached Robin Meyer and Mick with this, it was Robin, and then we had a Zoom call that included other members of Mick's zoning committee, and I don't want to mischaracterize this, but they're very happy, very glad, very pleased that this wasn't going to be some sort of a hybrid commercial development or proposal to tweak what we already had. Hitting the high points of the March 31st revised stipulation letter, the site plan you're seeing is a revised stipulation letter. It did a number of things. First of all, as I mentioned, it's townhomes. Second of all, we've reduced the density from 98 units down to 93. A lot of that is a function of the reconfigured guest parking and the relocation of that in a strategic fashion throughout the subdivision. Secondly, you can see we've aligned the subdivision entrance point there on South Gordon Road with the subdivision that is across the street from us there. I've spoken with residents of that subdivision through the notification letters that we sent. Ms. Meyer and Mick have talked with them, not only in connection with this, but also in connection with the RSL that was withdrawn last year. Another thing Robin wanted me to mention was that the garages, they're all two-car garages. These are 24-foot in width product, front-loaded. The driveways have an inordinate length, but I've been asked to agree to, and we do, that the garages will be used at all times for the parking of at least two vehicles. The driveways are of sufficient length to accommodate at least two and possibly more cars, but we still have the requisite number of guest parking, number 48 spaces, as you can see on the site plan. This is important for a lot of reasons. Number one, as you're not seeing or not hearing, at least from developers and townhome builders, our demographic is not double-income millennials, it's not empty nesters, but the price points are 300s and up, and it's families. we're looking for families. And I know there's a school board representative that's getting ready to speak, but just as you have long-range plans, the school board does. However they are articulated, this school system, this particular set of middle, elementary, and high schools can accommodate the number of students that will be generated by this. I'm sure there'll be a disagreement from the school board on that part, but looking at what I understand are their plans and then the capacity for the schools in this area, we are more than able to accommodate the school. And I think, quite honestly, bringing new rooftops in to support the commercial is a vibrancy and a re-stimulation of the underlying considerations that you have for this sub-area. We have also revised the site plan to rearrange some of the components of that, and probably, if Cornelius could give me a pointer, what I'll do is point out some of those. It might be easier to see if I do it in that fashion. Thank you, Mr. Pope. As I mentioned, you see the alignment of this. We also had a dead end here. It wasn't even hammerheaded, so we've done a cul-de-sac here. You can see the parking that we've done, and we tried to accumulate or congregate the parking so that it's in a fashion so that it's meaningfully positioned. I understand the DOT may have some objection that I heard about just early this morning on these 6 that are located here. We can accommodate those either by lengthening several of the driveways in there to 50 feet, or probably more than likely just simply tweak the plan to find another positioning for those. We have a fire pit here, the child play area here, which was by the pond, but in our infinite wisdom, we decided to put the children's play up here and then the dog park down here by the pond. As you can see, we have and have added a clubhouse as an area to congregate in inclement weather or for HOA meetings and the like. And another major point that seemed to be an incredible hang-up, or sticking point is a better terminology for it, is the road system throughout. We had private roads that were going to be maintained by the mandatory HOA. We've added, as you can see, public roads built to the county's design and detail standards. We had this in the beginning, we still have it now, and that's the berm, the elevated berm that is here, here, and here. What this plan has, where it wasn't shown before, we don't control this pin corner here, so we have the same elevated berm with landscaping on this area here. That's the only place where we did not have it. Now, another stipulation, we have and are going to have a bus stop here in connection with Cobb Link and Cobb DOT. It's not written in the stipulations, but we've agreed with Mick to extend the sidewalk and create a pad if they want it here, or if it's over there, that's fine. But I think that the school system, and I'll let the school system rep speak to this, but I think they prefer to have a school bus stop here. The school that of course is contiguous to the property is immediately to the south. So those are the major changes that you're seeing. And of course, we've agreed as a part of this to screen in totality the detention water quality pond that you're seeing there. The architecture we submitted with the application and with the original stipulation letter is good architecture. We really like it, but it's not necessarily indicative of the architecture that's in the Mapleton Improvement Corridor Design District. So what we've done is set up a combination landscape architectural oversight committee, and you can see who the members are. So, am I out of time? Zero time?
You're over.
Good heavens. Just so much to cover, even with a whole case.
See, you ask him, keep it short, and he only goes over by
Well, I've
20,
stopped. Ask for more time. I figured you'd give it to Kevin, if I did that. So with that being said, Mapleton Improvement Coalition has recommended approval. Your staff almost recommended approval. It stopped a few units per acre in density less. So we've done everything that you've asked, what we think, and we do ask that you approve this as presented to you today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Garvis. And I understand we have one virtual speaker in opposition.
Yes, one non-virtual speaker, Travis McComb. Travis, you are unmuted. No, you're not.
You're not.
One left and it's drop down to 32 and it becomes harder. All right. He's into it.
All right.
Hello, are you able to hear me now?
You are live now.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. Approval of this petition will cause concern for Cobb County School District as it will result in an impact on the enrollment for schools already over capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I appreciate that. There's no other virtual speakers, so with that, we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. Bring it back. I'm handling this case. And I'll just say, one thing regarding the schools is getting a balance between home ownership where the kids are a little bit more stable and a lot of the apartment complexes that feed into these schools is going to be a good thing. It will help stabilize those classes, with less transient kids, and I think the transient kids will benefit as well as the kids who are in these. With that said, I think we addressed most issues. I need to ask Amy Diaz from DOT because there's a few minor things, and DOT's been revising some of their the ways they look at these things and that.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Okay, Amy, do you want to look at that site plan, if we could put it back up, that's being shown?
Yes, basically the ones that the attorney mentioned that are across from the South Gordon Road entrance.
Right.
Those are both within the intersection and then within 30 feet of a stop sign, which are parking prohibited areas by state law. So that's why we are looking at getting those moved to another location or removed. And then when you look at the approach from Mableton Parkway, there is one space there that is within 30 feet of the stop sign. If a stop sign was put entering, that we would want to remove that and adjust those a little. The developer has said he's fine with both of those comments.
Okay, so basically we have 6 parallel spaces that need to either be dropped from where they are and potentially put somewhere else or put into a parking lot.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then there was one driveway, I think is it lot 22, a little hard to read right here.
Yes, so driveways in general should be as close to 90 degrees as possible from the roadway that they intersect, just like any intersection. Our intersection standards is that we try to keep everything at a skew of 75 degrees or less. So when you look at 22, I'm pretty sure, and again, I was measuring this on PowerPoint, so I didn't have it in a CAD system to easily get the angle of rotation, but it looks like that one is, because it's not coming in perpendicular to the road, may be skewed too much.
Do you think there'd be an issue if we moved 22 and slid that whole unit onto the 4-unit building next to 23? Would the driveway potentially come out
I believe
with a better
so.
angle?
Looking, just kind of eyeballing it, I believe that it will certainly be closer than it is there.
Okay, so that may be an option.
Yeah, it would shorten his driveway, which may affect his parking calculation, but I believe that the angle of the driveway would be a lot more appropriate.
Okay, because that may avoid losing a unit if we just slide it. And that, did you see any others that were a problem?
Not that I saw. Again, details like that usually are worked out in plan
Sure.
review, so at that point, we will give any other feedback if there's any other driveways that need more adjusting, but just looking at the plan, I did not identify any others.
Okay, okay, I think that's all we need to know there. So with that, I think what we can do is, we don't have big issues we're talking about. I think the applicant can probably work on a revised plan in the next week to deal with the parking spaces and the in that driveway angle, and have that filed in time for submission by the BOC. And I see Garvis shaking his head yes, so Anybody else have any comments or questions before I make a motion? Okay.
Mr. Sams pointed out, I just direct this to staff generally, that there was some reluctance by the staff to give an approval. Can somebody on staff speak to that in terms of, I did read in one place, not consistent with the future land use plan. Staff seems to want RA5. Can somebody on staff speak to that?
And I'll speak to that one, Commissioner Boyne. Typically when you have a neighborhood activity center, you want to stay kind of near medium density residential when you do a transitional zoning, such as townhomes or cluster homes. So we try to stay as close to 5 as we can. Sometimes we do go to 6, but this was just slightly higher than we were comfortable with going to.
So at 6 with 12.37 acres, you'd be somewhere around 75 units or 78 units, somewhere in there?
Probably something like that.
I think that's pretty close in the ballpark.
And here, if I'm reading this right, I was just told this is 93 units total?
Correct.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And I guess the thought on the other side is perhaps that will allow for a lower price point. Is that the idea?
Yeah, a little bit. And this is a site that was in inert dirt fill, and we've had applications come in and end up being withdrawn because the site has some particular challenges. So it's going to be, more expensive to develop. So that means, it may not get developed at 5 units an acre.
Okay. I'll just write these questions to you then, just to make sure I understand this correctly. Are some of these decks within the setback, or are they all outside the setback right now, under the plan, the plan that's been posted here today?
That's a great question. Looking at the setback, it does look like, are those concrete pads, or they're just concrete pads? So those can be in the setback.
Yeah, if they're uncovered decks, then they could be in the setbacks.
Okay. Okay. And then my only other question was for, I'll just direct it to staff, and if you want to redirect it to Carl or somebody else. It seemed like there was some atypical work that had to be done on this regarding silt and regarding fill and regarding the water system. Maybe council could, we interrupted him before, maybe he can have a minute.
We didn't give him enough time over.
This wasn't, and it was stated correctly, after I rezoned it in the early 2000s, it was used as an inert landfill with proper permitting and geotechnical evaluations and whatnot. We have, and I don't know if we've submitted it yet, but John Lloyd has with him today, as do I, a clean Phase 1 and Phase 2 that will allow the residential construction. So we are still going to have to throw some money at remediation. We found some organic materials along the northern part of the property, but that's remediable.
Okay, tell us what kind of clean letter some engineer, I guess, is going to stamp and provide to the county.
It already has, Phase 1 and Phase 2.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, not everything. Okay, with that, I'll make a motion regarding Z6 to delete to FST, subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. All stipulations in the letter from Garvis Sams dated March 31st, 2021, not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received with the above referenced stipulation letter with changes necessary for DOT comments. Applicant to work with Cobb County School District to determine a location or locations for school bus stops or stops in a bus waiting area, each with a concrete pad to provide a safe place for them to to congregate. I'll just comment, I hope they bring the buses into the development and don't have the kids waiting out by either South Gordon or Mapleton Parkway. And that, well, these are standard residential streets, but we'll see. Yeah, that's, the school district's gonna do what they do, but we want a safe place for the kids, okay? And then next stipulation, all garages to remain available for parking of vehicles with only incidental storage that does not interfere with the parking of vehicles. Garages may not be converted to finished living areas or other uses. Maximum of 93 units. All driveways and guest parking to be approved by DOT. If any of the parking or driveways are substandard and the applicant can't find another way to accommodate it, then units will be reduced either to meet the guest parking requirements or, to remove units that don't have approved driveways. And we're going to ask them to make a revised site plan and submit it by next Wednesday for the BOC hearing. And those are my comments, or my motion. Do I have a second? Okay, second from Stephen. Any further discussion? Are we all worn out now? John?
Done on consent?
Do you think the school district will want to talk?
We've had this before, and I usually read their comments in before the consent or after the consent.
Okay.
Let the board know.
Then we'll add it to consent.
Okay, thank you.
Consent for the BOC. And with that, no further comments. Let's call the question. All in favor? Okay, and that carries 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
See, we were able to get rid of one.
Member.
Thank you. Moving on to Z8.
Rezoning case Z8 of 2021, Beazer Homes LLC, request a rezoning from R30 NRC PSC and GC to R15 OC for a single-family residential subdivision in land lots 66, 83, and 84 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Dallas Highway, on the east side of McConnell Road, and on the west side of Lost Mountain Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here in person opposed to rezoning case Z8?
Yes.
There's two? Okay. Mr. Chairman Board, there are two people here in person opposed to rezoning case Z8, and there are also two people virtually opposed to rezoning case. Just one?
Just one.
Okay.
It's just Travis.
Is it Travis or is it Pam?
Travis.
Okay. And there's one person virtually opposed to rezoning case Z8, and that's also Travis from the school board. So at this time, I would ask the people in person to please come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the board.
She dropped off with the system. Sorry.
Thank you. Much appreciated. You want more or this? That's good. I showed what we need to show.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commission. Kevin Moore here on behalf of Beazer Homes. And this case was held. We did presented this last month. Had some recommendations to go take a look at, number one, reducing the overall number of homes and seeing what we could do about that in terms of the proposed rezoning. This property is zoned, as you can see, a number of different categories. It's 33 and a half acres located at Lost Mountain as well as McConnell Road on the south side of Dallas Highway. This property does extend all the way to Dallas Highway. Does have portions of it that are zoned NRC and PSC, and those sections are contained within the future land use plan and part of the activity center that's there at this intersection. The remainder of the property, though, is zoned R30. Surrounding area to the west on McConnell is a very small road, two-lane road. There's large tracts of R30 And then, but immediately south of this property is an RSL development that was approved and now built. Great RSL development that's at over 2 units per acre of residential senior living. Then you have a very large single-family neighborhood, the CS, that's Conservation Subdivision. That was the precursor to OSC that's located across Lost Mountain that's at almost 1.6 units per acre. But this property, we have looked at it, did what we were told to try to evaluate and see what we could come up with. And I want to turn to the site plan now, and I'll just go through with you what we were able to do. Primarily, this is still a proposal for R15 OSC. We realized there was some commentary about if we could see what R20 OSC would do versus R15 OSC. But what we were able to do, though, is go ahead and reduce this to a total number of 60 homes. So this initially started out at just over 70 homes. Last month, we presented this at 68 homes. So it was at 2 units per acre. And now we're presenting this as a total of 60 homes, which puts it at R20 density. The density of this proposal is 1.77 units per acre. So this now is presented to you at an R20 density, even though it's R15 OSC. For us to go to R20 OSC, there's 2 things that happen to this property that impact that. Number one is the power line easement that's located here. And in addition, there's a gas line easement that runs right in that area as well. And you have to work around those. So it's not like you have just a blank canvas and can just draw it any which way you want to try to achieve an R20 OSC and achieve R20 density. You do have some challenges that you have to work through. In order to, in doing an R20 OSC type of layout, simply put, we're not able to achieve R20 density at all. In fact, far less. It ended up being not very, 54, 55, depending. And what happens is it just gets to be too small, given this property, given that it's in a neighborhood activity center, and given that a portion of the property is already zoned commercial. So what we did is come back and said, well, let's at least do R15 OSC, but do it at R20 density. So you're getting that same density impact of 1.77 units per acre, which is an R20 density, which is something that we had been asked to look at. We are exceeding the open space requirements now, so we exceed 35% open space, in particular along McConnell Road here. It had been stressed to us to not only not access it, which we haven't done, but also create large open space along McConnell Road because of their view shed. And so here, we've got over 100 feet at the skinniest point here that is part of our undisturbed, permanently protected open space. And then obviously it grows to a great deal in this area here along McConnell Road that's left undisturbed as part of the community open space. And when you look at, and when you saw that GIS, one of the reasons I wanted to point out the GIS is that when you look at the south side of us where the RSL was developed, it was done similarly, where the same level of undisturbed was put in place, open space adjacent to McConnell Road, and we have mirrored that so that we offer that same level of protection to those residents along McConnell Road. And at only 60 units now, again, we're offering this to you for consideration at an R20 level density of 1.77 units per acre. So from a density standpoint, it's certainly consistent, if not below what's adjacent to it, and provides for single-family detached homes on a piece of property that has had many other applications or attempts to develop it at a much higher level of density. All of what I've described is in our stipulation letter dated March 30th that encapsulates all of the requirements of the R15 OSC zoning. We certainly think that the OSC zoning is appropriate in this location. We've provided for the buffers and buffer areas along Lost Mountain so that we have the street frontage buffer to ensure that that's protected, as well as create the visual break along Lost Mountain. And again, are proposing this at an R20 density, even though we are proposing R15 OSC. We respectfully request your recommendation of approval to the Board of Commissioners consistent with staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Now we'll hear from the opposition. That's fine. You just.
I am. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, I can take off the mask. Hello, good afternoon, almost good evening. My name is Pamela Roach. This is Jeannie Human, and we're happy to be speaking to you on behalf of the neighbors that surround this development. And I just want to address that the applicant who just presented the RSL zoning knows just as well as I do that the RSL code is not precedence. And I was actually part of the team that negotiated that RSL. And if you can see in the fence line there to the right, the upper right picture, that's the RSL. And you do not see any homes whatsoever from McConnell Road at that point. You only see homes from the earlier part, south end of McConnell. And we as a neighborhood are very proud of that achievement. You can ask Mr. Parks Huff about our work on that RSL, if he remembers a few years ago. So, but this is the overall community, and it's very scenic. And there we go. The very purpose of the Open Space Community Code is to reduce the perceived density and to maintain those scenic views. This is stated in the purpose, so we would like to see that upheld. Code specifies that fencing separate the open space areas, but there's no fencing designated on the site plan currently, or if it is, we haven't found it yet. This is something with this land tract especially, there are so many easements. There are 32 lots of the 60 that are affected by easements. As such, is this being counted as property in the density that's been reported, or is this open space? It seems, the counts seem a little off. And for good neighbors, sometimes fences do make for good neighbors because we don't want to see the open space encroached upon by property owners and vice versa, especially for those of us who are adjacent. The site plan for OSC code should match the lot size to adjacent property owners. This one does not. The only more intense or larger lot sizes are up near the commercial area of the tract. Why is that? What is the green space and what is the property? So this is an overview. Homes on the west are average one home per 4.5 acres. More typical is 2-acre lots or 1.5-acre lots. To the east is Kyle Farm. It's at 1.5 units per acre. The minimum lot is 10,000 square feet. However, the average is 16,000 square feet. So this results in a much more pretty view of the homes than does a condensed view of 10,000 square feet. Here are some pictures of the proposed site. This is from McConnell Green. And this is also from McConnell Green on the northwest side. And they're going to be looking directly at it. And then this is from Lori Southern's driveway. She's an adjacent property owner on the McConnell side at the south end. And actually her family owns a little strip of land that I understand precludes the road for entrance from going there. Where you see the wood fence is the end of the McConnell Green. And then where it's open begins the little slip or sliver of land that Lori's father owns. But it's very scenic. This is looking at the site from the paint store, from Sherwin-Williams looking south. And you can see some of the large growth trees, specimen trees. You see the power line easement, and you can tell that the site drops about 30 feet immediately if you were to step over that fence, which would not be wise, let me assure you. We could run a repelling business if one wants to start one there. I don't know. This is a pond that's just downstream on Pickens Road that has had lots of drainage issues, and Ms. Human lives at the creek that goes down from that. There's now a proposed second entrance for emergency services. Has this been approved by the Department of Transportation? And we're just not sure if that has been approved or not. Will the homes still have sprinklers? They're going to be so close together. This is actually, to me, in my view, a fire danger if they don't have sprinklers. I've been involved with zoning in Cobb County now starting in 2005, but most recently with 2007. Sorry, my bad, 2015. And the code ranks higher than the standard practice. And so we've seen all these things happen where, undisturbed buffers are encroached upon, land is cleared, and then there's really very little recourse that's satisfactory to the property owners. So I propose that we change the incentives. Have builders post a bond until development is finished so that that could then be used to address any of the problems. Perhaps limit permits in our county until a builder finishes with what they've started. In the same way, OSC code requires that existing and proposed zoning site plans be submitted. Well, because this is a rezoning, I understand that the applicant has not submitted the existing zoning, but the existing zoning is currently R30. But this is what was submitted back in December. That was the variant of the site plan, and then there's the proposed OSC, although some of those homes, as you can tell, are in the easements. So I'm an amateur, so don't judge me harshly, please. With that in mind, I attempted to make an R30 site plan, and I wasn't even able to get 30 homes in. Only 30 homes that could I fit in without encroaching on easements. So the actual choice, here's the OSC proposed on the right. That's what it would look like roughly if it was an R30. Well, it's not nearly as dense as what was first submitted. So what are the buildable acres for this tract of land? What's the real density as it will appear? What's open space? What's property ownership? And we'd like to see that laid out. The property owner granted these easements years and years ago. We've got concerns with the creek. This is a very sensitive environmental issue. We have lots of questions. We would like to see a grading plan. This is really fragile hydrology of the land. If you're up in the northwest corner, the grade is probably greater than 30%. Now, I'm an untrained eye, granted, but when it slopes like this, you be the judge of that at that angle. We would like to see the grading plan now. We would like to see the trees saved laid out as far as which ones are specimen trees. We would like it to fit in with the existing zoning. Have it R30 on the west, have it the R20 on the east, but let's use the OSC code as it was created to have the more intense uses in the interior of the development so that we don't impinge upon the neighbors. The application says there are no wetlands. The site plan says there are. Where are the specimen trees? We do not want a sea of roofs, which we avoided with McConnell Green, thanks in part to many of your assistants right here in this room. And we would say, please deny this until we've solved these problems and gotten answers to these questions. Let's not use the OSC code as a justification for increased density instead of its stated purpose of preserving open space and reducing the perceived density. Hag.
Again, I'm Jeannie Human. My husband and I moved here. We live on Pickens Road. We moved here about 4 years ago with the expectation of having space. We lived in the Smyrna Austell area, which was much denser. We liked the idea of the way West Cobb looked, a lot of natural areas. They weren't achieved natural areas by landscapers coming in. It was just natural. And I think that's the way most of our neighbors what it appeals to them to live there. Our houses are not at the same level distance from the street. It's very eclectic, and we like that. When we bought our house in 2017, McConnell Green was a pasture, and we didn't know that a neighborhood was going to be built there. When the property was being developed, we live on Mill Creek. It runs right through our property. The creek changed because the silt fences were not maintained properly. So that is a very big concern if this property is developed. Something that we would like to ask for, if this is deleted to R20 or R15, or some architectural features like mixed use materials that won't just turn, I don't know what the word I'm trying to fit, because I'm trying not to read too much. Like 3 or 4 side brick stone, not cookie cutter look, with more than a few designs on front facades. We would like to see an eclectic look with a variety of facade designs, 1 or 2 story homes, variation in distance that homes are set back from the road, some with side entrances. Front facade should have features such as porches, window projection, or architectural features that should break up a flat facade, no flat walls. Use of materials that will not need replacing in a few years because they don't hold up well. I also was told that the builder has a supporter in the area, and honestly, I do not know of one neighbor that is on board with this the way it stands. Something else we would like to ask for is that the HOA have a no rental or less than 5% of rental in the neighborhood. The parking, the garage should not be used as storage. That's for parking the cars. I really don't have a whole lot more, except the traffic. The staff analysis said that it shouldn't be such a problem there. When you're going north on Lost Mountain, that backs up at Dallas Highway all the way back to Oakley sometimes. It's bad. And if you look, is there any way to put this on for just a second? Thank you. If you look on, Lost Mountain is on the right-hand side, and you see Kyle Farms, they are putting a new road in right about there somewhere, and then you've got the new road for this development. Those people coming out of this new development are going to have to turn right, and they're going to have to come back through Pickens and McConnell, either to Poplar or to Dallas on McConnell. It's still going to be a problem with traffic in our area, because people use that as a cut-through because they don't want to wait for the traffic light. So, okay, thank you. And so also speeding. These people are in a rush to get home, so they come speeding through our neighborhood. They speed up McConnell, they speed up down Pickens Road. So I vote to deny it as it stands. I would prefer R30, but if we have to delete it to R20, I agree about the OSC. I don't think this is applicable here. But thank you for listening.
And we don't know what happened to our virtual opposition, but there are 177 signatures on the petition now. That's only been, quote, public for 4 days.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. With that, you want to, Kevin, come back up for a couple minutes? If you want to. Okay. That was... Okay, it's over to you, Fred.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, if I could get you to come back up, reluctantly or otherwise.
Certainly, always happy to answer questions.
Thank you. First, would there be any Colonial Pipeline natural gas lines running through any portions of any platted lots under your plan?
I believe the plan does have a portion of the easement area that's in a couple of lots. Not where the actual, obviously, pipe is, but it's a pretty wide easement, so yes. There's a portion
Are we
of it.
confident the pipe's directly in the center of the easement area, not anywhere near the edges? Or
Correct.
Okay. Let me get you to go ahead and tell me adjoining, this is Kyle Farms. I went and had this pulled.
Okay.
And just note for the record that in Kyle Farms, even the smallest lots in Kyle Farms had a width of 75 feet, and that others were 90 feet wide. I underlined that in orange. I just wanted that in the record. So with that in mind, if we could get back to yours.
Sure.
Your proposal.
certainly familiar with Cow Farm.
And, you know, so let me emphasize what I'm less concerned with, and that is due to the fact that you have existing woods and such. It's not going to look, and you have a large space between McConnell Road and the first houses, really. You really don't have a lot of obvious high density showing from McConnell, but from the other side here, Lost Mountain. Can you give us the width of some of those lots along Lost Mountain as it stands? And I'll concede that with my old eyes, I can't tell.
Sure. You're going to have the minimum width for these lots is 57 feet, and so you're going to have some of those that look to be at the minimum and then up from there. So they vary from 57 to probably 65.
Okay. So if you were to revise this plan in order to make sure the width along along Lost Mountain Road of all these lots was at least 75 feet, you might lose what, 2 lots there?
I wouldn't know, but yeah, you would lose lots. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Then let's focus on the south. The south, again, what are the width of those lots on the south boundary here?
The same.
So
Minimum
okay.
57, 58 wide,
Now,
up
is
to
there-
probably 65 or more. But I would say, so you say 57 to 65.
So, is there any buffer zone left here between the back property line and the back end of these lots?
Yes, there's a significant buffer per our stipulations.
What would, okay, would the buffer be within the lots, or would it be?
There's a 10-foot buffer outside of the lots.
Okay, good.
That's outside of the lots, and in addition, we have provided that the rear setback for those has increased to 50 feet as an increased rear setback for those lots. And remember, keeping in mind, that's adjacent to McConnell Green.
Right.
Okay.
And what kind of buffer does McConnell Green already have? Do they have 20 feet? Do you know?
They don't have much of one. I don't even know if it's called out as a designated buffer. Probably 10 to 20 feet, just by the RSL standard. I would think that that's
Right.
probably what it is.
Right. Okay. Then there was some, did you happen to read the letter from, regarding some community requests regarding architectural standards, regarding three or four-sided, I think one of the requests was 3 or 4-sided brick or stone, certain eave sizes. Did you happen to see some of those requests yet?
No, it was not provided to me.
Okay. All right.
We certainly provided them all of our information.
All right. And then I believe that I forwarded you some comments as well from staff regarding concerns regarding the grading, or what would have to be done regarding a grading plan for the lots along the south boundary. Did you get a chance to talk to any engineers about that?
They reviewed it and can accommodate the grading for the south side without problem.
Does anybody have any other questions of the applicant?
Kevin, because
Sure.
we're just looking at the same, I think some of the same issues. The lot width, when you look at the lots closest to, I guess it's Lost Mountain that comes in on the road, so
Yes.
lots like 55 through 60,
Yes.
it looks like some of those are down under 50 for the lot width. It looks like a 46, a 43. Somewhere, so I'm just trying to, if I'm reading that right, or are they calling out additional spaces? Because it's like a 46 and then there's a 12
Right, I don't.
beside it, so I don't know what they're including in that.
Right, because the minimum lot width is 57 feet, period. So
Okay.
there's no lot less than 57 feet
If you look
wide.
at the back number on it, a lot of them are 58 and 60.
Right, but I was just trying to figure out what that difference was, what was being specified in the front, why it was split out. Do you,
Oh, I have no idea what
Okay.
they're notating there. But it's not notating the lot width, because those are
Right.
minimum 57 feet at the lot widths.
okay.
Is this something where you think your client would be willing to work with us further to increase the width of these lots fronting on Lost Mountain Road in order to have the exterior appearance of this development look more consistent with the neighboring properties?
Yeah, they'll always work. I mean, they've just got to, at a certain point, you have to have an economically viable project, and we're kind of there, is what I've been told. But to that end, if it's, have them take a look at adding some lot widths and seeing what the bare minimum is. If it's truly 60, then we would be back saying this is all we got.
Okay.
If that's your question.
I appreciate that. And then if you
Just want
would.
to be clear.
Yeah, I understand. And if you could just explain the reason why the biggest lots are put in what is currently a commercial area?
It's more about how the property lays out functionally when you design it for a residential subdivision. So, when you're designing it for residential subdivision, you're not looking at what's commercial versus what's existing residential. You're looking at how the ground falls and where do you want to put lots, and you want to make sure you can achieve that and do it in an economical fashion, reasonable fashion. So that's why those lots are like that. They're just the bigger ones. There's some topo in that area, so you don't want to push all the way too deep at that.
The topo there is lower right now, right?
Right.
Do-
Then
is
it goes straight up to Dallas Highway when you get to that end of the property.
Is there a plan to raise the topo there substantially, or?
No. That's why you have larger lots there.
All right, well, if you.
They can make them smaller, but why?
I understand.
I don't think you want me to make them
I
smaller.
understand, no. If you're willing to continue to work a little bit, I don't want to blow this up just yet. I'd rather,
Sure.
I would rather we continue to try to work as close as we can to try to come up with a product that's consistent with the area and that might be feasible for your client, so.
Sure, I appreciate that.
That'd be my request.
I
All right,
appreciate
so
that.
thank you. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to ask any questions of anyone, or that's your question? I'm still in your
No,
job.
you're good. I may make a couple comments, with required fencing, it is in fact required under the OSC ordinance that they fence between the property and the open space. So even though it's not shown on the plan, we normally wouldn't show that on the plan. Sometimes it is, but they would have to do that. So I want to make sure we address that. With just one entrance in, my understanding is the fire marshal's going to make them sprinkle these houses.
We have an emergency second access on this plan.
Oh, where is that? I missed it. Oh, there it is. Okay, I thought that was an
Okay.
old driveway.
Yep.
But
It's emergency only.
not wild about those, but
I'm not wild about the requirement, so.
Yep. I'd rather see real street connection. That way it's available to everybody, but, okay. So they won't have to sprinkle, but, there was a question, they're too close together, they're gonna have to do that. The building codes actually control when they have to firewall everything if the houses get too close together. 10 feet's not the number, it's smaller than that, but that's all determined in the building codes, so that's not really a zoning issue. Let's see, there was some stuff about the tree save, which I don't know, but somebody had asked about a tree save on it. So those were a couple of the issues I made notes of. We'll while we were doing it.
So reluctantly, my motion again is that we continue this matter to the May. Hold, I apologize, hold this matter till May in order to allow the applicant to come up with a plan that meets the OSC guidelines and that as to which the exterior lots are of a nature that is consistent with the, more consistent with the area. And I would continue to ask that it be fit within the guidelines of an R20 OSC zoning. And, you know, as discussed last month, we can look at granting some variances for interior lot sizes as needed to try to make this work. But we're bending over backwards, and I appreciate the applicant moving in a positive direction. If we can get these issues resolved, we can move on to things like fits and finishes, and I'd love to get there. But that'd be my motion, that we continue this till May.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, I'll give it to Deborah this time for the second. Both raised your hand about the same time. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Let's call the question. All in favor of the motion to hold? And that carries 5-0. Been doing. Now on to another fun case.
A rezoning case Z11 of 2021, Venture Communities LLC requests a rezoning from GC to RM12 for condominiums in land lot A54 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east side of I-75 at the terminus of Leland Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here in person opposed to rezoning case Z11? Mr. Chairman, Board, there is one person here in opposition to rezoning case Z11, and there's no one virtually opposed to rezoning case Z11. So at this point, I'd ask the one person opposed in person to please come forward to be sworn in.
I want to make a quick comment on the last case, Z8. We did have the school board on the line who wanted to comment. We did run out of time on that case, so we just ran out of time, but I wanted to note that they were there to
There's tons of
provide
capacity.
their.
I live
their
out there.
comment.
There is tons of school capacity out there. I do not have any idea. Kemp Elementary, which is right there, is like 60%. It may show a little bit more, but that's only because it has a lot of people who've transferred there. Not transferred, but go there because of needs improvement list, but that is.
Was he sworn in as a witness on Z8?
I'll be glad that. My name was used in the last one, but I just had to.
Okay. Well, now we'll move on. When you're ready, Parks.
All right. This is a hold case, so I will try to do like Mr. Sams and only go over by a few minutes. For the record, my name is Parks. I'm for the law firm of Sams, Larkin Huff, and I represent Venture Communities in relation to this application. Just to refresh everybody's recollection, this is the property we're talking about. It is at the end of Leland Drive. Some of the things that I think are very relevant for the discussion as it relates to the holding of the case is the property was rezoned in 1983 and has been for sale by those same property owners still own it. And so it is zoned general commercial. It is actually not in an activity center, so it does not, the general commercial doesn't grant any rights at the present time, but obviously for many years it was general commercial with rights and has been for sale. And so I think that, number one, tells you something about the viability of the commercial zoning on the property. The property is demarcated there in the general commercial. It is in the APZ 1 zone, but I will say it is at the edge on the zone is, I think, 3,000 feet wide and 6,000 feet, or 5,000 feet from the runway and 3,000 feet wide, and we're at the very edge of the width and at the very edge of the length. And in fact, a portion of our property, although candidly not the portion that we're building buildings on, is outside of that zone. But that just gives you an idea. This is right at the edge, not only the length, but also the width of that zone. This, again, shows the property is not within an activity center. But one of the things that I think is important to note as we talk about the impact of the Dobbins is the fact that this entire area is a regional activity center, other than, quite frankly, our property, which not only has high-density residential, but any commercial use is higher density, higher intensity, which you would expect a lot of people. So the land use plan is high intensity in this area. I think y'all are very familiar with the product. I think a couple of things that I'd like to point out about the product is specifically as it relates to the reason for holding the case, which is the concerns relating to the Dobbins and the accident APZ zone, is the fact that these are all condo units. They are sprinkled by fire code requirements, so you have the sprinkling. Also, I've talked to my client about the interior build out, because you have living spaces above each other and below each other. It's a condo, not a townhome. You have extra insulation and building materials for soundproofing. And one of the other things that we would be willing to add as a condition is that we'll have upgraded windows for soundproofing on the living unit. So the aerial of the property shows that you know, there is a ton of apartment complexes around the property, just to the south, to the east of the property, and between us and Dobbins is apartments. These are, again, because this wasn't really a reason to hold it, I'm not going to go through the product. If you want me to go through the product, I can, but since that wasn't why it was held, I won't go through the details of the product. This shows how the property barely is nicked by the zone of the airport zone. It also shows how you have RM12. That RM12 to the west of us is a large apartment complex between us and the airport. Again, the airport's to the left at the very, very end of this picture. And then you have an RM12 that's to our south and to our east apartment complex, which I'm going to reference in just a second. Again, the entire area is in a regional activity center. One of the other things I think is relevant about the property is it sits about 50 feet below the grade of the building that is there right facing the interstate. So it sits down low, and we're taking advantage of that. As you come in, it drops down. Our buildings are going to be recessed below grade, and you can see from the steep topo lines, we're actually stepping down towards the creek area that runs through there. Now, this is, I think, very instructive picture. We're on Leland Drive, and when you come in Leland Drive, this is the back all the way to the north part of Leland Drive. To the right is an apartment complex. That's the RM12 that's shown there. Those are rental, recently sold, I think, upward $200,000 per door, just to give you an idea of the economics in this area. So what we're proposing is, if you go straight forward on the left-hand side, instead of the rental product that you have on the right, we're talking about a for sale product that's going to be selling in the threes. So understanding that this is an area that supports that price point, supports it with rental units, and we're proposing for sale units at that price point. It also shows the proximity of the apartments and the proximity to the for sale units that we're proposing on our site. The staff had reviewed this proposal and had recommended approval of the application. We've gone through the joint land use study, and a couple things I'd like to point out about the land use study, just some of the notes about things to look at. They recommended considering modifying the Powers Ferry master plan to cap densities. That wasn't done. I mean, y'all just approved a couple years ago, the tremendous density on Powers Ferry Road. So that you know, this joint use study said Powers Ferry, and it was specifically talking about the project that was approved with high density residential, and it recommended that be dropped. That wasn't done. So the point there is, when this board heard this objection last time, it was, this is additional information. You take this information in, you take in the totality of the circumstances, and you make a decision as to, it's not a decision that yes or no, it's we have this concern. The concern is mitigated by the fact that you have a significant amount of density in this area already. We're at the very edge of that accident protection zone. I also noted in that study that it said that one of the things that they wanted to do was to try to buy properties that were in that accident protection zone and to find willing sellers. We had willing sellers, specifically held out that they were supposed to try to find willing sellers for properties in the accident protection zone. So that wasn't done either. We've got a situation, we've got a property that's in zone since 1983 that needs to be utilized and brought into capacity of, adding to the area. And I go back to this. Right-hand side for rent product, we're always talking about trying to increase the mixture of rental and for sale, not having one area all rental and one area all for sale, but having an integration of both of those products together. It's an opportunity to do that. Leland Drive will only be benefited by having owners that occupy these product and provide some housing opportunities. I think all y'all read my letter that I wrote in response to objection to this. One of the things that, is just, is not talked about enough is the fact that a good portion of our workforce in Cobb County lives outside the county. And we need to do is provide housing in our county for companies that have employment. And that's one of the reasons why we have bad traffic. Everybody's trying to come in from outside. And so if you provide it close to the jobs, that's what you want to do. So this is an opportunity to do that. So I appreciate your time. I very much appreciate your consideration. And my client's here to answer any questions you have, and I'm able to answer those questions also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Parks. And I see you do a little bit better than your partner. You left a little time rather than go over. Okay, we'll hear from the opposition.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners. I am Jay Thomas, representing Dobbins Air Reserve Base in the 94th Airlift Wing. I'm not going to add a whole lot to what I discussed the last time, but just to go very quickly over some of the points that we did discuss the last time. A lot of the objection comes from our ACUS study that was done in 2011. That's the Air Installation Compatibility Use Zones. I believe most of you have had a chance to review that study by now to go over some of the points that I brought up in the last meeting. I will provide this picture here just real quick because it does provide, I think, maybe just slightly different detail. Well, actually, it's right there on the screen. That shows exactly what Parks was talking about, just how closely the APZ1 versus the APZ2 line is. So as you move from the left to the right, that red line that goes up and down, that is the delineation from APZ1 to APZ2. And that's where the guidelines do change to where in APZ2, we would allow or we would recommend some limited residential use in that area. I would like to back up just a little bit to make sure that everybody understands what the whole purpose of the ACUS study is, and that is to make sure that we are taking a look at what impacts our flying operations, but then also trying to provide decision-making guidance to local government authorities such as yourselves. So we're just trying to give you the information to help you make the decisions that you need to make for the community. So the overall goal really is just to provide compatible land use guidelines that we think are appropriate at the DoD level. The two main areas that we focus on is the noise areas, what type of aircraft are flying and how much the noise that they produce are going to affect the different developments. And in this case, they are not in the noise area that we would consider to be where they would be highly annoyed by the aircraft that would be flying nearby. The biggest issue is just the fact that they are in that APZ1 area, which does not recommend any type of residential use. The only thing, other point to discuss, as Parks brought up, that we did take a look at buying property to try to ease some of the strain of the incompatible land uses, because as we take a look at a lot of these types of plans, we look at a lot of different options that could be a way that we could ease the burden or the stress of development encroaching around the airfield. We ultimately determined that was not feasible based on the amount of money that would cost to purchase all of that land. So we looked at that just like we looked at engaging with local leaders as well to try to make sure that you were informed and to make our recommendations known. And we found that to be a much more economical solution for the base than trying to buy up the land. So that's exactly why I'm here, is just to provide that information for you and to provide our recommendation. So really, that is all I have to say, is that Dobbin's official position is that because it does lie within the APZ1, we do not recommend any sort of residential use in that area. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. And that was all our speakers on this case, right?
No virtual.
Okay. With that, we'll close the public comment portion and bring it back here, and Tony's leading this case.
Come on back, Park. And I just want to say also, I spent the last month, lots of communications with Jay, lots of communications with all sorts of other folks. Have spoken with Congressman Loudermilk's office on a number of points. We've heard from the Chamber of Commerce. So we've had lots of folks providing insight into the base operations and impact on base operations. Parks, one of the items I'd sent you was a list of, I guess it was an easement that was filed on a property with some additional restrictions. Did you see any of those that you thought were feasible for this in terms of lighting, smoke and other type things that could be implemented?
Definitely. I mean, the Avignation easement is called out in the joint use study also, and certainly the things that we would agree to. I mean, if that is something that they would like us to enter into, we would enter into an easement agreement that, notified everyone of the flights, that we wouldn't have any radios, we wouldn't have any smoke, we wouldn't have any lighting that would interfere with traffic. Those were all things that we would be very acceptable to do.
All right. Does anybody else have any other questions for Parks on that? I sent that to everyone. I don't know if everyone had a chance to look at it. What was called page 7. Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, this is a tough one, for what should have been, started off as a little easy operation to add some ownership units. A lot of different factors have come out in the review. As you see on the map, it is partially from one side, and it's almost out of APZ1, to the red line just to the right. We've looked at a number of different elements and issues up and down Leland Drive. I think it would be safe to say it has been rife with code issues. Code enforcement has been great about going out and looking at some. One even was a situation where what looked to be a very nice brick office building, one-story office building, listed as a chiropractic office, and instead the entire parking lot was being used as a firewood business, where they were dumping off logs and cutting and splitting the logs and stacking them 4 or 5, almost 6 feet high with tarps on top, all the way right out to the concrete curb line of the road. And the list just sort of goes on. We also looked at other issues. Leland Drive, I think, has been known as having a somewhat checkered past. And we asked Cobb Police for a report, and we found out that in the last 60 weeks, Leland Drive had 64 police reports. And not just little things, but, domestic dispute, because we have folks that are in the extended stay hotels, criminal trespass warning, theft of vehicle, battery, civil dispute, person down, criminal trespass, disorderly conduct. Let's see, we've got a false imprisonment, drug, narcotic, property found. We had a wanted person in another jurisdiction was found. So they're not little things, and that can swing both ways. It's like, is it a good place to add residential, or is it a good place to say that ownership may create a whole nother set of eyes that would focus on these things and get more attention drawn to the area. As I said, it's close. Jay has been great providing us with information. As you heard Parks say, they were willing to enter into an navigation easement agreement with the base to help mitigate and reduce the concerns that would be on site. The only thing that's recommended for this site is industrial, based on the acreage and the buildable portion. If, for instance, that was 80 to 100,000 square feet of warehouse space, we would still have a sizable number of individuals present there at any given time. So without saying that one set of lives is more important than the other, I think the number of people present in a commercial warehouse facility would be similar to the number of people present in the condos. So weighing all of that, my initial thought is to recommend approval with a number of additional stipulations, but I'd like to hear from the other commissioners first.
Go ahead, Fred. Actually, I had a couple more questions for the gentleman from the Air Force. If he's still here. First, I thank you. I'll bet you didn't necessarily know that it was a defined part of your mission to educate old members of the Planning Commission like me, but
I was not aware, sir.
I appreciate your answering my questions. You're talking to me on the phone, and you're coming here today. I have read the 2011 study that you referenced, and I note, among other things, that on page 4-13, it indicates that new residential development should be restricted to 2.5 dwelling units per acre in APZ 1 and 4 dwelling units per acre in APZ 2. I'm reading that off page 4-13. Do you know if the Air Force has changed its position in that regard, or is that still the Air Force position?
We have not updated any guidance since that study.
Okay. Do you know what the rationale is for reaching density determinations such as that? Do you know how that works?
I don't remember that exact portion of the AQ study. If I had to venture a guess, it might be that just taking a look at what is already developed in the area is a lot higher density than what we're used to and what we would normally recommend. That might have been a little bit of a middle ground type of a recommendation.
Okay. And then I did my best to do some online research on a fun Saturday at my office on the history of plane crashes, of planes coming and going from Dobbins. And the best I could determine, there were 3 crashes of planes either coming from or going to Dobbins or on Dobbins that I could find. One was, and they were all in the time period between 1988 and 1993. Those are the only ones I could find. One was on the airport itself and stayed contained to the airport. A second was a apartment complex that was hit in Smyrna. And the third was actually in Cherokee County. Do you know of any that you're able to talk about? Do you know of any air accidents of aircraft coming to or leaving from Dobbins since 1993?
Other than the ones you mentioned, I don't know of any other crashes. There have been many other instances of, safety-related issues where a multi-engine aircraft may lose one engine but is able to make it back to the base, and it's not something that is raised to the level of awareness, to the general public. That's something that we could be considered lucky here where we have 4-engine aircraft and you lose an engine, and that's something that they can normally deal with unless it's a hot day and they're heavy weight, and that becomes a lot more difficult on initial takeoff.
Right.
I think it's not necessarily about, the statistics of how many crashes we've had around here. It's really just about measuring the risk and trying to minimize the risk, because any aircraft that's going to be coming to and from Dobbins is going to be in those, directly overflying those APZs, and those are the highest risk areas. There's a lot of other areas that they're going to be overflying in other counties and things like that as well, but they're going to be doing it a lot less frequently, and so the risk is much lower to those other areas than it would be off the ends of the runway.
Do you know anything about height levels, whether the risk of bird strikes is lessened when you get to a certain level? Do you know anything about that?
Yes, typically we'll fly above 500 feet AGL or above ground level because you will have less bird activity there. If we see an increase, or if we see a unmanageable amount of birds at that level, we will step up our flight level even higher than that.
So you're saying it's 500 feet, pretty much the bird problem subsides?
Not necessarily. It's very dependent. There's a lot of tools that we have where we actually have bird models. We have actual radars that track birds real time to give us threat levels and risk levels as to the area that we're flying into. Where would it recommend us fly at? But that's a part of, we do take a look at our BASH plan, which is the Bird Aircraft Strike Hazard Plan, for even a much larger area than what we're talking about here in the APZs. So we take a look at any types of areas out into Smyrna and other areas where there may be new water features built that could attract wildlife. We're going to take a look at those and see how that could affect our flying as well.
So I came out of Windy Hill Athletic yesterday morning, and I presume one of your planes, because it was coming in pretty low, it just seemed like it was maybe a few hundred feet high there at that point. It was relatively loud. Do you know, at the outermost portion of accident zone 1, do you know what heights your planes might be prone to fly as they come in?
At the outermost point of zone 1, I'd have to calculate that out. I'm not sure. Typically, if you see the aircraft flying low and fairly fast, they're doing a tactical arrival, and at that point, they have to be at their circling mins, which is 700 feet above the ground,
okay,
in order to do that. But when they're actually coming in for landing, where they would be in the APZ-1 or the APZ-2, they would be slower, and they would be most likely lower. And that, again, increases the risk of a crash there, because if you do have a problem, you don't have the airspeed or the altitude to try to deal with that problem.
Right. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Chairman, can I ask Jay a question?
Sure.
Jay? I hear you talk about the risk, and thank you for the education on this. Talk to me, I think I heard you say that sound is not an issue, is not why you're opposing it, correct?
Correct. The line that is defined in the AQs is the 65 dB DNL line, without getting into the specifics of exactly how that's drawn. That is the threshold for where we consider or where we would consider recommending additional noise attenuation measures in the building of the residential unit, for example.
Okay.
And they are outside of that
They're
65
outside. Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. Just wanted clarity on that.
Well, thank you, Jay.
I was just going to add to the, it sounds like you're inclined to move forward with this project, and I would just indicate, to the extent you do so, I think it would be prudent not only to require enhanced soundproofing and components, including windows, but to require specific public record and contractual disclosures regarding the fact that this project is this housing product would be in accident zone 1, that may have a little bit of a chilling effect on purchases, but I think that's the right thing to do, to be transparent. I think a better use here would be warehouse space. I think Leland being almost immediately adjacent to I-75 would allow for that as a valuable use. I appreciate your position. I appreciate your good efforts.
I want to jump in with a few comments. I remember when we were doing the joint land use study, and that was with Cobb County, Smyrna, Marietta, and the base, of course. And, one of the critical things was to make sure that we weren't doing land use things that if they came by with a BRAC base realignment commission later, that they would score us down for not keeping our land uses compatible. So to me, there's multiple factors. One is, I would feel horrible if I recommended approval of this and a plane did crash there and people lost their lives living in this location, when we've been warned that this is a high-risk zone. Second, I'd feel bad if we make decisions that really impact the mission of the base and put the base at risk. So that, to me, is a second factor in it. As much as I like Venture and Bob and Sean, and, we've done a lot of zonings together, I wish this had come out first time around. Oh, I do like parks too. But, it's, we, as I'm often reminded by Robin Meyer, we're zoning property, not people. So it's not a personal thing. It's doing the right thing for the property. I do think, as Fred just said, there's definitely an industrial use, right next door is pretty industrial. So this could have that type of use. I do have a question. Well, I think Tony's going to make a motion probably to recommend approval, so I won't worry about that question at this point, because I think we probably have to look to put it to some constitutional category, since it doesn't have any grandfathering as GC. So, but we'll deal with that part first. And so, I won't be supporting putting it, as a high-density residential use. We're talking about RM12, 12 units per acre, and the recommendation's not to exceed 2.5. So it's not like we're just a tiny bit over. We're 4, almost 5 times over. So I'll let Tony go, unless somebody else wants to make any comments before his motion.
I had one question then. Parks? Because I think our actual unit count's down to about, it's RM12 zoning, but we're down at 8 units per acre.
Yeah, we're
which,
slightly over 8.
Is there a difference between RM8 and RM12 as it would apply to your construction and plans?
No.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Then the next question for Brian, because I think it's the same one you've got, Galt. In context of when we delete to a different zoning category, I know it says that we can use any applicable, I think it says any applicable or land use category. How does that read for selecting an alternate land use category?
Is this on? Okay, there you go. Are you referring to the future land use map or talking about the zoning?
A zoning category, when it
itself?
says we can take action to, we can approve, we can recommend approval, we can recommend denial, we can recommend deleting to a different category. What type of categories would be eligible for us to make that decision here.
Well, John just handed me a section of the Cobb County Code from the zoning chapter in the Cobb County. First, we're just making a recommendation. Of course, only the Board of
Right.
Commissioners can make that call. But may consider all constitutionally permissible zoning classifications, including but not limited to intervening classifications and/or classifications sought by the applicant. I would not recommend to this commission, this planning commission, to seek a zoning classification that's not currently in the code. I know that sometimes there are references to previous zoning classifications. The board has different authority in terms of what it decides as the elected officials, but in terms of this, I would recommend we stick to what's currently available for use. Unless John Peterson has something else to add to that. No, he says no.
Could I, with the caveat that I'm not acting as counsel to this group whatsoever, I know that council just read from Cobb County Code 134-121, subpart C1. I note that subpart C3 specifically says it shall be the duty of the applicant representative to notify in writing all property owners within a 1,000-foot radius of the subject property to be rezoned, And I think even though the code suggests that we have the right to consider any category, I think that unless it's an intervening category, that the right thing to do is to require the applicant to come back after giving notice of what that other category is, if it's a step up, rather than an intervening category. I think in the interest of due process and consistent with the standards of the Georgia Code, that's the right thing to do. And that's, again, not a legal opinion, that's just me reading a bunch of words.
And I may add, since the property zone GC, which is a very broad category with lots of uses, about anything we do somewhat will be considered intervening between RM12 and GC unless we go down to maybe an R20 or something. But if we looked at industrial use of some type, I think that would be, in my mind, because you can do most of the industrial things that you would do here, say if we looked at OS as a category, office services. I don't think there's many things in office services that you can't do in GC, are there, John? Can you think of something?
We mostly see OS used for properties where they're putting distribution centers or things like that, where they have big box users.
Right.
And I just don't think this property would fit that, since most of it falls off to the creek anyway, so I don't think you could put a big box on here.
Well, you think of LI?
I think that would be,
I mean, I'm trying to think, because the land use plan says industrial uses. Trying to think of something, LRO maybe could be a category. Just thinking it's probably less office, more, something, even self-storage or something along that line, if they could get nice advertising to the freeway.
Two things, Mr. Chairman. First, there's a new self-storage facility right on the corner that was just built within the last 2 years. Second, in talking with folks, other folks who aren't members of the Planning Commission, who are knowledgeable about commercial real estate in the area, the suggestion was that the light industrial category and the ability to be maybe a last mile warehouse might be the most appropriate category down there. Those are just other comments in that regard.
And we'll recognize Parks since he wants to come up and share his wisdom with us.
Yeah, I appreciate it. The property's been zoned general commercial since 1983. I mean, we can opine as to what the market would bear. This has been for sale for decades and hasn't sold for general commercial. And as you point out, it's got a lot of uses. I mean, there's a reason. It sits in a hole. It's, it doesn't present itself to the interstate. It's low grade. That's the reason why this residential has been the first viable use, proposed use for the property for decades.
Yeah, and we all know there's usually one big reason why properties don't sell, and it's price. So if you're asking too much money, nobody's going to buy it. So when I hear something's been for sale for decades, it's probably not been at an economically viable price that it's been for sale for all those decades, especially in the location where it is and what's next to it. I would think there's certainly some uses, the last mile kind of uses in that would be viable. The base has been there since, before the zoning. So it's not like, I think there's probably a good reason not to make it residential. There may be a reason for them to come forward with something else that would be reasonable, but I don't think the residential at that density, we could always do R20 or something, but which would get the density down. But did you have something, Stephen, or were you just stretching? Okay. Thought maybe you wanted to make a comment. But generally, back to the original question, the Planning Commission has made recommendations when we have properties that are in GC that have lost their grandfathering. That doesn't mean, much like everything else, the Board of Commissioners doesn't have to follow it, but we've generally made a recommendation to put a property into a category, much as I view our responsibility to do it. So that's been the tradition over the years that we've done.
Okay.
So if you weren't going to go with that, I think it probably makes sense. But, what we've also done usually in those cases is said the use, the exact use or user, and the site plan have to come back to the BOC as other business for approval.
Right. Cornelius, could you zoom out just a click or two so we can see a little more of Leland Drive?
It's actually Tim who does all that.
There we go. I guess there's two issues there, or not two issues, there's lots of issues. If we were going to do something different than residential, I am with Fred's opinion that it should be noticed to the surrounding property owners that something different other than some density of residential is being used. There's also several other parcels along Leland Drive that are in APZ2. And if we were going to make an exception for residential density, similar to we've done along Powers Ferry Road, it would make more sense to make an exception to density in APZ2 than to add residential where it really is not recommended at all according to our zoning guidelines, and then make an even bigger exception to the density. As I mentioned before, we have the crime issue. That's primarily located in one part of Leland, but it's in the front part of Leland. And I think that's an issue for residents, that you would also look at that as a safety issue in that regard. And I believe we're at the point where I would just say that that this is not the right place or the right time for adding residential to Leland Drive. There may be a point in the future where it fits. We may get more information down the line, and we make it through a BRAC review, and we see what is or isn't being considered in detail. So with the issue that I believe we should give notice if we were going to recommend to do something industrial, and that's not within our purview at the moment, then I would recommend denial of Z11 and suggest perhaps that a withdrawal is in order between now and the BOC meeting, and then revisit and let them decide because it also, if we recommend a use, we're recommending an industrial use that is not in something that Venture Homes would be doing, and then we would be leaving a new zoning category on the current owner, really without their involvement in detail of selecting that. So, Mr. Chairman, my motion is to recommend denial of Z11.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, second from Deborah. Any further discussion? Looks like Fred has some comments.
Just briefly, I mean, I feel for the applicant here. I mean, this case was literally on the consent agenda a month ago. And I'm just wondering if we can't at least allow the council to confer with the owner and offer them the chance to amend their application rather than obtain a denial on this.
They can still modify their application before the BOC, correct, Brian and John?
They could, but they probably have to hold it for 30 days so we can re-advertise it correctly.
Right. So there'd be an opportunity, you know. I guess it's whether we hold it and give them an opportunity to come back and ask for a different category, or whether we do the denial. Parks wants the denial. Okay. I see him shaking his head, and so does Sean. Our worry with giving a denial when there's GC grandfathering is that there's no constitutional use of the property, which then says, okay, the property owner can't use this for anything. Now, there's also an argument that they brought forward a category that doesn't fit the land use plan, interferes with Dobbins, you have all those things. I think this one's unique. In any other case, I'd probably definitely push to get a constitutional category. This one, I think, would be very hard to win on appeal, probably.
Here he is. I would only come up with something constructive and not argumentative. The other alternative would be, we're at the edge of the Regional Activity Center. Our property is actually designated as conservation, the green.
Right.
If the land use plan was changed to be a Regional Activity Center, suddenly the general commercial is constitutional. That's another option.
Right. Yeah, we can't make that change or that recommendation here because that's a whole separate process. But your point's well taken that possibly it could come back and be rezoned for GC too. If that's the case with stipulations or something. But the property really seems to scream, you need to come forward with a use that's compatible with the base. So I'm okay with the denial, I guess.
I think that's the cleanest way at the moment, and then they can withdraw, they can amend, they can ask for an extension when they get to ask to be held and when they get to the board. But I think for purposes of this and the information we have, we've got about as much information as we're going to have to be able to make a decision. And I think it's if we setting a precedent, considering the base is a neighbor, they're not an adjoining neighbor like we normally look at. But the base is a neighbor, and an action of this type would fall within our purview of saying it would have an adverse impact on the use of the neighboring property.
Right.
So I think that cleans the table a little bit, and then the applicant can decide along with the property owner what they want to do to move forward.
Okay, that sounds good. Any further comments before we call an action?
Just briefly again, council's going to have to defend it. If council's comfortable with it, that's fine, but I would always rather.
You're like me.
I would always rather give them an alternative use, but there's been something of a way laid out, but I would always rather see something like this rezoned, or at least the applicant given the opportunity I would at least like the record to reflect that we gave the applicant the opportunity to seek a different or
To hold
category.
it, to come back, and they wanted us,
That we gave that option to the applicant to hold it and come back, and the applicant seems to prefer a denial. But we were given that opportunity to hold it, request a different category, including light industrial. But the applicant seems to not want that.
okay. I think that's an important note. Are we well covered with that, Brian? Would you say? You can even just shake your head if you, unless you think you need to speak it. Go ahead.
Nope, yeah.
I guess we should tell people this is Brian Johnson with the county attorney's office.
Well, I mean, I would not want to, or I would not want to speculate or encourage this board to speculate about litigation. First of all,
Okay.
you make the decision based upon, you make a recommendation based upon the facts presented at the hearing, which becomes part of the record. This board can make a wide array of recommendations to the Board of Commissioners, which has the final authority, and it will be up to the applicant to make a decision that's best for the council make for their client as to what happens in the next few weeks before the Board of Commissioners, or what kind of presentation to make there. I don't want to be getting into speculating or advising counsel for the applicant, but this planning commission can certainly make a recommendation to deny based upon the facts presented and the evidence presented, or delete or something to another zoning classification that's permissible, and then let the applicant navigate from there through the Board of Commissioners. I mean, I would just say use your discretion, but let's not get into speculating as to litigation.
Okay. That sounds good. I think we've beat this one to death. If there's no further comment, let's have a vote on the motion to recommend denial. All in favor? That carries 5-0. Thank you. On to the next case. Oh, you know what? We need a break, don't we? I'm almost forgetting. You have to come up here and shake me. So let's take a 10-minute break and then come back and try and finish up old business before we get to the new May cases, or new April cases. Well, welcome back to the Planning Commission meeting from our short break. We only have, what, 5, 6 more cases to go? So let's tee up the next one.
Okay. Rezoning case Z12 of 2021, Trayton LLC. Request rezoning from NRC to RM8 for a townhouse community in land lots 627 and 628 of the 19th district. The property is located on the west side of Austell Road, south of Waymore Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z12? No. Mr. Chairman, Board, there's no one here in person or virtual. One virtual? Okay. Okay, and we do have one virtual, which is Travis McComb from the school board. So at this point, we would let Mr. Kevin Moore make his presentation.
Go on when you're ready, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. This was held from last month, so I'm going to be very brief because it was held for a very specific reason. We did not have any opposition. This is an application from Trayton Homes on this property on Austell Road. This really becomes phase 2 of an existing townhome development that Trayton Homes is in the process of finishing out, located at Milford Church in Austell. It's been just extremely successful for Trayton Homes. It's doing outstanding, and then this property is available as well. It's kind of always expected that this property would come in as phase 2, as it's zoned NRC. It's across Waymar Drive from another large commercial user, the bowling alley. But this piece just fits in a lot nicer as a phase 2 to the existing townhome development and community that Trayton Homes is doing there on Milford Church in Austell. We were asked to look and work with DOT on ensuring our parallel parking and driveways were according to their standards. This proposal is public streets, and so we're working with DOT to, over the last month, on their standards as primarily related to the distance of parallel parking spaces and driveways to intersections. And so from the day of the last Planning Commission's meeting until yesterday afternoon, maybe, DOT and this applicant and engineers on this case and another case, Z1 from earlier, had been in contact with DOT, a lot of back and forth meetings to try to figure out what that needed to be. DOT finally, after back and forth, added some clarity and said we want to interpret it in a certain way, and then that opened up the door for it to work in essence. So the plan I have in front of you is for a total of I think 30.
I think it's 35.
This is 35. I wanted to check because we had, I don't know, about 6 versions of this one plan that were all between 35 and 36. This is 35 total townhomes, and this is the plan that I think comes the closest, if I can get the nod from Amy, the closest to meeting the DOT standards. And we would have had one completely done. It was just the back and forth, not anybody's fault. It just took a while for all of that to occur. And so now we need to make an adjustment here on a driveway conflict at this location and a driveway conflict at this location. But now that we have clarity on the standards that DOT wants to apply and their standards that we can work with now as opposed to previously, those are small adjustments we can make in a day or two. And so we would ask for your recommendation of approval of this plan. It's dated 4/1/2021 with us to make sure we have changes acceptable to DOT on that on those issues prior to the Board of Commissioners, even if that means we lose lots to accommodate that.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Can we hear from the opposition now? You were done, weren't you?
I was.
Okay.
I believe it's
You gave me that look like.
I believe it's Travis.
Yeah, it is.
Hello, good afternoon. It's Travis again.
Good to hear from you.
Approval of this petition will cause concern for Cobb County School District as it will result in an impact on the enrollment for schools already over capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe that's our only opposition, so I'll close the public comment portion, and it's back here, and And I appreciate Kevin keeping that very small and helping us get out of here before midnight. So basically what we're looking at is we have a lot 17 with the driveway coming off of a driveway. So they're going to work on massaging that and getting that better. We have a corner that's kind of squared off instead of an arc that needs to be worked on, and that may affect some driveways. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make a motion, then we can discuss. Make a motion that we recommend approval, subject to all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. All driveways to connect directly to public streets and meet DOT approval. Units to be deleted if driveways cannot meet that approval. All guest parking spots to meet with DOT approval if adequate guest spaces cannot be provided per standards. Units will be deleted to come into compliance. No hard-angled street curves or corners. All streets curves must meet DOT standards. We'll say district commissioner to approve the final site plan. But we're going to ask you to take the plan from today, the 4-1 plan, and revise it by next Wednesday and submit it so that they have a clean plan for the BOC. Stipulation letter from Kevin Moore dated March 30th, 2021. With note that item 23 shall be subject to DOT approval and alternate regulations. A maximum of 35 units. Buffer to be 20 foot wide along the Austell Road frontage. And inclusion on the consent agenda for the Board of Commissioners. And that's my motion. Do I have a second? Okay, second from Stephen. Any further discussion? Okay, we've worn everybody out. With that, we'll call the question. All those in favor, raise hand, and that carries 5-0. Yep. Okay.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z15 of 2021. Soon Han requests a rezoning from Ella Road to NRC for a health studio in land lot 109 of the 16th district. The property is located on the north side of Woodstock Road, east of York Place. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z15? No. Let the record show there's no one here in person or online opposed to rezoning case Z15.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Craig Murphy here on behalf of the owner and applicant on this application. And this is essentially an outlier lot as it sits right now. This is as far east in Cobb County as you can get on Woodstock Road. Is the very last lot before getting into Fulton County. It is a small, essentially 1/3 of an acre lot that had what was historically a residential dwelling on it. This is an application to change it from LRO to NRC zoning, which would actually match the zoning of all the nearby properties. This is a commercial zone in this corridor of Woodstock Road. It contains a 2,200 roughly square foot building on it that will be used for commercial purposes. And I believe that there have been no objections filed by anyone or staff comments objecting to the zoning, so I'm happy not to spend too much of you all's time and answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. And Deborah Dance is leading the charge on this one. Turn it over to her. Oh, yeah. Just for the record, there was no opposition.
Thank you. What's the current use of the property?
I don't think it's had any use currently. It was just recently purchased by the owner, so it's just been sitting there vacant, is my understanding, for a substantial amount of time.
Okay, and what's the intended use?
A health studio is is the planned use of it, that would essentially be a place that would have one employee there doing like health coaching and weight loss training, that sort of thing, only seeing one customer at a time as well.
Okay, and no other uses, no other broader uses contemplated?
No, ma'am.
Okay, can you speak to why it would not be appropriate to leave it as LRO with that use allowed?
Well, the idea from the application was to try to bring it up to the zoning of all of the other surrounding areas. What you've got is there's a strip there that contains 3 dwellings, or what were formerly dwellings, as you go east from York. The other 2, I believe, well, I do see UVC on one. I thought they were both NRC, but those are operating similar businesses. I think that's a palm reader in the UVC zoning. The one at the corner is a locksmith. You've got the QT across the street that's NRC, and then as you go further west, kind of in that northwest quadrant of what we're looking at, is where you get, I believe that's the Starbucks up there. And essentially everything else in that area is NRC, so it seemed more appropriate to go ahead and rezone the property to be in line with other properties in the area.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find the map with the others. NRC, UVC. And then across the street is R20. And then there's another LRO and an NRC in that area, so.
Yeah, I believe that's just that R20 directly across the street, from what I can tell, is it's deeply hidden from view by trees along there. I do think that one is may still be a single-family residence, but everything else in the surrounding area, including if you go further east where you cross over the Fulton County line, you immediately get to that business park that's to the east, and then in the middle there, you can barely see it there, but there's a Fulton County water facility of some type that's just a small brick structure there immediately to the east of this property.
Okay, because the comments from zoning talked about the NRC being established for convenient shopping facilities. That's not what we're talking about, right?
No, not as a shopping facility, correct.
Okay, and it's not intended to become that either, is that right?
No, that's not the intended use for our purposes right now. What's going to be put in there is a health studio to operate in the future. I think the idea of doing this application was just to get the property in line and make it be that way so that, you know, some other future use, should there ever be one down the road, would not have to come back for another request.
Some other future use, like for shopping, is that what we're talking about?
No, I don't anticipate that.
Right.
I was just thinking, you know, this owner just bought the property and intends to operate a business there. I'm just saying if it changed in the future, although nothing in that vein is anticipated.
All right. Can I ask if any other members of the board have any questions?
Yes, sure. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, does the owner intend to operate in the existing house as it is on the property? Is that what they plan to?
Yeah, you mean is the structure itself going to be changed?
That's the structure it is, yeah.
No, the structure is not going to be changed. It's just going to be, it's just going to be cleaned up, the front of essentially what was the yard. But no, there's not going to be an alteration of the structure.
Okay.
So with that then, are there any planned changes? It looks like on the site plan, you're going to have to pay a little extra for parking, or what are you doing there?
I didn't hear what you said.
What are you doing for parking? It looks like you have to change some of that on the front.
That's correct. There's just going to be concrete work to do that, to make there be 7 parking spots, which are going to exceed what's anticipated to be needed for the business that's going to be operated there, as there would only need to be a couple parking spots for the intended use.
And, okay, so are there any other additions or changes outside fencing, anything else?
No.
Okay, and what about signage?
Nothing advertising anything for sale or anything like that beyond identifying the business.
And let's see, we just changed the sign ordinance, so you're fine with the stipulation saying that you follow the sign ordinance, no variances requested?
Certainly.
All right.
Okay, I think I'm going to ask Amy Diaz to come up for a second. Maybe I'm jumping ahead on Deborah, but there's a lot of DOT because the parking's very substandard to county standards. So,
Amy Diaz, DOT.
yeah, can you talk about your recommendations? I think you want a wider driveway and then parking spaces need to be off the road and
Yes,
certain
so
amount.
from appearances, that this used to be a single-family home, so it's a residential driveway. For commercial use, we recommend our commercial standard, which is a little bit wider. And basically, we have a standard that we can give them as far as what that means, but it'll need to be reconstructed. The other thing is for commercial, especially off of an arterial, we recommend at least 50 feet of uninterrupted access. So that basically if you have a car or two cars pulling out, that they aren't blocking or interacting with your parking spaces. And because of the shallowness of the parking area for this, they really can't achieve that and get 7 spaces.
Now, and the other thing is we have an issue getting to the back on this property to put parking back there.
Right. In the applicant meeting, they mentioned the possibility for doing that, but I haven't seen a plan of how that could occur.
Yeah, because that would seem like the most reasonable way to do it. You know, the one next door put in 2 driveways. Is that kind of substandard by the standards now?
Based on their frontage, they should only have 1, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. We're getting too many driveways too close together. So this would need to be 1 driveway, then you have to normally have room to maneuver and that. Let me ask you this, they show 7 on their plan, with obviously 2 of them being very close. Would you prefer they have less parking spots and be on the road, or would you prefer they have more parking spots? In other words,
As long as they have enough parking, like they say, they think that 7 is more than they need. If community development is willing to sign off on their variance, then we would support less parking further off the right-of-way.
Okay.
I do want to mention one other thing about their parking. You can see from the 1 car that's visible on their gravel area. First of all, that would
Right.
have to be paved. And also, they're pulling in at an angle. We would not recommend that because basically what that's encouraging at this point is that person is going to back into Woodstock Road, and that's
Right.
not what we want.
Right. They need a lot more room. And I think if you widen the driveway to commercial standard, they'd at least have some room to turn around and have head-on parking.
Right, but they need to make sure the parking is perpendicular and not angled.
Right. Yeah, so that's one reason why I think NRC probably doesn't suit this property, because you don't have appropriate parking for it. You know, it makes it tough. The LRO is a less intense use, or possibly LRC, but I think LRO is probably a better category, even if it was for this use, but I'll leave that to Deborah to decide. That's the only questions I had for Amy. Anybody else have questions for Amy? So,
I'd just like to ask your help based upon your experience with navigating this.
okay. Are you saying you want me to make the motion? Is that what?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Give me a second. We don't have, I don't think we have a stip letter on this, do we? Okay. What I would say with this one is, since they're going to have a very light intensity, I'm going to recommend that we delete this to LRO, but for this applicant in use only for a health studio, that they provide 5 parking spaces so that we have that additional distance. They meet all DOT requirements and all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. So that's the motion. Okay, second from Stephen. Any further discussion on it?
Is that all DOT comments as she iterated?
Yes, she's got them all listed in her comments. Well, and maybe before we take a vote, they're not going to be able to achieve comment number 6 of the 50 feet with that parking. Let me get DOT. I realize we have that, and I don't think they have 50 feet to give before they'll get to those first, even if we remove the first kind of outermost ones.
They can work with us. Maybe we can shorten it since they don't have a lot of intensity. Maybe we can shorten it to 25 feet. But I do want to point out that that's a state route, I believe, at that location. So that has to be approved by GDOT because really that roadway belongs to them.
Okay, so the widening of the driveway has to be approved by GDOT.
Now I know that they'll support that. They have commercial standards, and I've interacted with them for other districts. I haven't asked them about this specific case, but as far as the length into the development and all that, they just need to sign off on the final plan.
Okay, so that's going to be also, let me revise the motion to make the distance of uninterrupted access subject to Cobb DOT and Georgia DOT approval.
Yes.
And is second good with that amendment? Okay, and John has something?
The representative is conferring with the applicant. I think that might be okay with your recommendation. So based on what they're talking about back there, maybe we could put this on consent if they're okay with all the recommendations.
Okay, let's have the applicant come up and see if he's okay with that or not before we take the vote, I guess.
I believe we would just ask that y'all proceed with the vote on it at this point.
Okay.
Rather than do that.
Okay, so you don't want to be on consent?
Correct.
Okay, so we'll leave it off consent, just everything as we have it. Is there any further discussion? Okay, I will make a call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Okay, and that carries 5-0.
Okay.
Only if we could have done the cases this quick early in the day.
All right, rezoning case Z18, Twigs Farmers Market LLC, request rezoning from R20 to NRC for a grocery store in land lot 869 of the 19th district. The property is located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Hopkins Road and Powder Springs Road, on the east side of Hopkins Road and on the north side of Powder Springs Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z18? Mr. Chairman and Board, there's no one here in person or virtually opposed to rezoning case Z18.
Okay, thank you, John. Okay, and go ahead when you're ready, Michelle. Thank you.
Good evening, Michelle Battle with Battle Law, 1 West Court Square, Decatur, Georgia, 30030. We are here representing Twigs Farmers Market. The property is located at the intersection of Powder Springs and Hopkins Road. You'll know this intersection, there's a Valero gas station that's directly across the street. This property actually is currently zoned R20, which is not, in our opinion, an appropriate zoning for the property, as the underlying land use is neighborhood activity center. So we are actually seeking to rezone the property to NRC to allow for the development of a farmer's market. This will be a very neighborhood friendly type market, and we are looking for the following with regards to the site in terms of the overall development. It will be a brick building. I think we provided staff with some renderings of the property, of the elevations. A very stylish building. that is proposed for the site. With regards to the exterior facade, again, it will be all brick. We are looking to reduce the total number of parking spaces. I believe we've got 61 parking spaces that we're reducing to 49 that we'll be seeking a variance for. There are some additional things that we just wanted to point out, particularly because you all received a letter from Cobb County, from the city of Powder Springs. And we have had the opportunity to speak with them about the project and have kind of worked through their issues, which is why I've submitted to you those additional conditions. The city actually pointed out 10 things that they had some concerns about, and I just want to run down those right quick. One is that they were asking for interparcel access. They were concerned about a potential project that is going to be on the east side of the property. That project, it appears, may have been approved. It wasn't actually even on the books yet, but they wanted us to take that project into consideration for some type of pedestrian access. Because of the topography challenges on the site, we sit lower than that project, and so there's going to be an 8 to 10 foot retaining wall that will be needed there. So in order to have that connectivity, we would have to have steps and the like. Not only that, but it would be coming out on the side adjacent to where the dumpster and the compactor are, and we don't feel like that's appropriate from a safety perspective. So after discussions with Tina Garver at the City of Powder Springs, she agreed that as long as we had sidewalk connectivity on both Hopkins and Powder Spring, that she was fine with that. With regards to the dumpster, we discussed the fact that there's really no place else on the site that we can place that dumpster in the compactor. It is where it needs to be. It will be screened from view. And she was fine for that, except she did ask for us to have limited hours. And so you will see in one of the conditions that we have that the dumpster and compactor pickup will be limited to between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. And we'll obviously try and push that down into the middle of the day as much as possible, but that would be the hours, and she said that that was fine. With regards to the detention, it will be underground detention. She had a question with regards to that. With regards to the buffer, we are asking for a reduction of the buffer down to a 5-foot buffer. We will, however, be providing an opaque fence on that side. And she did ask us about the location of the dumpster. The dumpster and the compactor are not, I repeat, are not located within that 20 feet. What we had to do is have the ability to have vehicles be able to move around the exterior of the building. And so that is why we can't provide that buffer on that side. It is not a significantly wide site, so that is what the challenge is there. In terms of the monument and the wall signs, we don't have any real issue with following the guidelines. Right now, we are proposing a monument sign that will be located in the front, and which we've shown on the site plan. In terms of the architecture, again, it's going to be a brick building. They asked for parking lot hedges with 10 shrubs for every 40 lineal feet. That's fine, no issue there. Access, and I've put that in the conditions as well. Access, we have agreed, and there's been discussion, and I'm sure Amy may be asked to come up, but we will be putting in the raised concrete median and install, which should be installed to facilitate a right-in, right-out only on Powder Springs. So that's not a problem, and that was already contemplated. And then finally, there were some questions that they had with regards to right-of-way dedication, particularly along Hopkins Road. Right now, that is designated as a full connector street, I guess a major connector street. There is, I think the staff came back and revised their recommendation to indicate that we should discuss with the city, because they are in charge of Hopkins, that is their road, asking them to downgrade it to a minor collector street, which would only require 5 feet of dedication. And we did speak with her about reducing the dedication from 40 feet to 35 feet. To 35 feet, and she seemed acceptable to that. So either way, we feel like we can work through our issue with them with regards to the right-of-way dedication, and that their recommendation was simply to work with them as well as DOT for the county to work through any issues during the development process. So with that, we would respectfully request a recommendation of approval based on the staff recommendations as well as the 6 additional conditions that I brought before you this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. And there is no opposition to this case. So with that, we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. We've had a lot go back and forth on this. We had, you may recall, the letter that Michelle was just referencing from City of Powder Springs with 10 items. You know, to some degree, it seemed like they were essentially saying they wanted to apply their zoning ordinance to this property because the property's an unincorporated island, and at some point it will be incorporated into Powder Springs, therefore our ordinance should apply. You know, I have 2 comments on that. One is, you know, the property's in Cobb, and it's not in Powder Springs, so we have to treat all properties in Cobb equally and apply the Cobb ordinance. Second, you know, the property owner shouldn't be asked to do extra because the city of Powder Springs annexed all the property around it in violation of state law. You know, those annexations shouldn't have been allowed to occur under state law. So, you know, it's, to me, that part wasn't reasonable. You know, certainly appreciate input if they have some constructive input. The dedication of right-of-way, that is up to the city because they're in charge of those 2 roads in those sections. And basically, DOT has communicated back and forth with the city. And, you know, they haven't really come to an actual agreement at this point that I know of. But ultimately, whatever Powder Springs wants is what will end up having to be given on the right-of-way in order to get the access. I will say I spoke to the applicant prior to his filing of the case, and I guess Michelle wasn't involved at that point, but he had asked me about on the eastern boundary, the 5-foot, instead of doing the buffer that's really required, which is 20 feet. And he had indicated that the city of Powder Springs was okay with that. But the letter that we got clearly says they're not okay with it. It sounds like there might be some agreement that's come up since then that may make them okay with it. But that one does 5 feet, you can't really do a buffer. You're doing some landscaping because you can't grow anything big enough to actually be a buffer.
And that was why we were proposing the fencing on top of the retaining wall so that there would be the opaque fence there, and then we'll do whatever landscaping we can within that 5 feet, and she seemed to be okay with that.
Right, and we'll consider that. Generally, we discourage the fencing because it tends to look great the day you put it up and deteriorate immediately. and becomes a maintenance issue, an eyesore, where landscaping tends to keep looking good for a long time. So that was that. Now, there is a rather large parking reduction from required 61 spaces to 49, which is a 20% reduction.
And really, we look at that from the perspective of 2 things. One, this is intended to really be a neighborhood store. And so we want people to walk to the store. We want the kids to bike to the store. We don't want everyone to drive to the store. So that's one component of this. Additionally, my client actually owns the property behind this, and it's not clear yet what he wants to do with that portion of the property. I believe I think that's also an unincorporated
It is.
Also unincorporated, so we certainly anticipate at some point coming back to address that particular piece of property, and it may be that there will be some kind of shared or interparcel access with regards to that portion. Obviously, the intensity of that use will be less than what's at the corner. Depending upon what it is, it may just end up being like office space or something like that. So we believe that the parking will be sufficient with regards to the site, and to the extent that any additional is needed, that we may be able to move that over to the other parcel.
Okay. And I'll just say, because we're zoning this property and not that one, we can't count on that.
I understand. I understand.
You know, he could sell one off and keep one, or
I got
sell them
you.
both, or,
I got you.
you know, they could be under separate ownership tomorrow.
Well, again, we feel like we want this to be a neighborhood shopping experience. We're not expecting people to come from areas all around to shop at the store. We really want this to be a neighborhood facility.
Yeah. But grocery stores typically have a higher parking requirement than a lot of other typical retail. So it's concerning to me to give a variance on
the
parking on a grocery store. You know, if it was retail where you're putting an insurance office and, you know, they put a mixture of things that don't generate a lot of traffic, it's a little bit different.
Okay.
You know, one of the things with the dumpster on the side of the building, we'd certainly, in Cobb County, requires masonry dumpster enclosures anyway, but we'd want that to be bricked.
It will be.
And that, we talked about the right-of-way donation. I think a few things one of the things I missed there was there's also a requirement, even though he owns the property, because he could not own the property, to have a 20-foot buffer to that northern boundary. And I had talked to him about that buffer requirement before. And that buffer really needs to be on this site, because it's, you know, you're required to have it here. And that to me is, you know, a little bit concerning. And we've required that, you know, from other people. We just, one of our cases, it was just continued, said, well, we got the neighbors to sign off on no buffer. And we said, well, that just doesn't fly, because then the next person comes along and literally right down the road here on, Flint Hill, we had a case where the person owned the adjacent property, and it's like, no, you got to put the buffer there, because, you know, one was a residential use and one was, that case would have been an industrial use, but still, you know, it doesn't matter. We need buffers between residential and commercial, or we end up with problems.
I was not aware of that conversation, but I think that we have probably to talk about what we can do to address that particular issue. We had already kind of increased the amount of area. That would be really a boundary line adjustment to add some additional land there to allow for that buffer to exist. We do own that property now. There's no intent to sell that property. The only intent was to try and get this component of it done before we started dealing with the second piece of property, as he's, you know, trying to decide what he wanted to do with it. But that is something certainly that we should be able to get some reconciliation over. I understand what you're saying, which is we can't count on him always owning this property. What if he sells it off as residential and now this other person has no buffer? And, you know, part of me would say to that is, well, they would know that there was no buffer, so that shouldn't be coming as a surprise to them when they bought it. But, you know, we feel like as the adjacent property owner, he could waive that right to have that buffer. There is an intent to have a full development of the site overall, but if that's something that this board feels is imperative to being able to get this approved, I'm sure we can figure out how to work through that.
Okay, and I think that's, you know, most of the issues. I think you know, one of the things is we have this from you, but we don't actually have it in writing from Powder Springs. And that would be very helpful.
And Tina was actually on vacation this week.
Okay.
So I'm sure that before the end of the week, I mean, when she comes back next week, before the BOC meeting, I should be able to get something in writing from her. She was kind enough to pick up the phone for me yesterday, even though she was on vacation. And so we worked through and walked through all that information. So I'll email this list over to her and make sure that she sends a letter back saying that she's okay with those conditions.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that leaves us where we are. I'm struggling a little bit with the, parking being under and that buffer, and whether we should say, go back and redesign a little bit, say, try and get it redesigned before the BOC, but part of it is in order to get that buffer, you're gonna have to adjust the property line.
Right.
Which
And
means
that
you have
means
to
I have to come back to the
re-advertise.
Right.
So it wouldn't be able to really move to the BOC anyway, if that's what we're going to do. Any thoughts on that from?
I just had, not thoughts on that yet, but on the grocery store, I know you said you intend for it to be a neighborhood. Can you talk a little bit more about the intended use and market versus grocery store?
I think more fruits and vegetables was really the intent, not to be a competitor to, say, a Walmart or a Kroger or anything of that nature. Probably not a Lidl, which is a little different as well, but really more of a place where you can go and you get fruits and vegetables. I don't even know, are you going to have any meats? I'm going to ask the client to come up
Okay.
and maybe give you a little bit more flavor there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get like
You wanna
a
come up
comparative in
and talk
terms
about
of
what you're going to
traffic
have
and-
there, what kind of produce you're going to have. This is Bo Wisdom. He is the principal.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
For the
Well-
store itself, it's going to have.
Well, I guess you said your name, but.
My name is Bo Wisdom, or Boldrick Wisdom. For the meeting itself, well, for the grocery store itself, it's going to be a store that gives the ability for people to walk to. They have the Silver Common Trails right near, so then people have great access to come there and shop. It also has the ability it's going to be a grocery store, but also a farmer's market. So some stores don't have like goat meat, oxtail. It doesn't really connect to the other communities, like the Oriental community or the Hispanic community. This gives an option to where people could come by, shop, and be able to access different type of cultural things. And it's still going to have your breads, your paper towels, all your regular home needs that you may need. So it's another option of coming to and be able to get an experience that you won't be able to get from Publix or Walmart.
Thank you. No, that helps.
And also for the second property, it's going to be that's going to be a headquarters. So that's a future commercial. Currently, I have a resident that's living there, so I didn't want to just disrupt her lifestyle. She's been living there for years, and she was very excited to know that a grocery store is going to be built there. But future-wise, that's going to turn into the headquarters where I'm looking to have different grocery stores around Cobb, even down in Riverside area, because there's like a real need down there. So this is just going to be like the main start, and where we're going to be able to have the office next door. So it's not going to be, I'm not going to sell the property. It's going to be commercial.
Okay, and let me ask you this. The building itself is, because we're fighting, depending on what Powder Springs decides on right away, you're fighting needing to squeeze that way, which makes it a problem with your parking because you need, so many feet for each parking space, so much for the width. Is there a reason why the building can't be a little narrower? And then you have, even if we could get to 10-foot buffer on the other side, you can put a buffer with 10 feet instead of 5.
So if you look here, we're right at 25 feet, which puts us roughly here for our right-of-way dedication. That's where we are now.
Right.
What we talked to them about was if we went to 35 feet, we would be right at the curb for the parking. So we would not interfere with any of our parking. That was very
Right.
important to us. So what she had agreed that being Tina Garver, had said, well, look, I can support you going to 35. I can't support you doing no right-of-way dedication. But if you want to do the right-of-way dedication to 35 feet from center versus 40 feet from center, she said she could support that, so that way it did not impact our parking in any way. Now, based on what Amy Diaz has sent over yesterday, we're going to ask if they'll change that again to a minor collector street versus a major collector street, which would then give us, I think, only an additional 5 feet of right-of-way we'd have to give up. So now we're at 30 feet of right-of-way. And that, again, would not interfere with the parking that we're showing now. One of the things I have to go back and talk with whether or not we've got any compact spaces on the site, if there's any way for us to redo the parking area in order to address that issue. And then, you know, I guess what you're asking is if we smalled up the building,
If we made
would
the
that make a
building
difference?
smaller.
I don't know that if we smalled it up enough to put in some more parking, then the store itself would be hampered.
Right,
So-
well, I'm saying small enough to get the buffer in and the dedication, which would also reduce your parking requirement because you'd have less square feet in the building.
Right, there's a mezzanine. So the building also has office space on the mezzanine right now. So that would be tough for us to really reduce the size of the building significantly enough to result in enough either parking spaces dropping off or shifting it so that we could add more parking spaces. I don't see that the lot is big enough for us to achieve that. I think the only way we could achieve more parking would be for him to rezone the piece next to him. And I guess part of that for him gets into if we rezone that property now, he would still need to live on it for some time until he converts it into the office. And that was why we didn't put it in.
I think,
So one thing, I guess what I need to do is go over with staff, because he said that he had indicated that the parking reduction is really so that the parking matches what the first floor use is, and not the mezzanine. Because if you added in the mezzanine, then it pulled the parking count up. But if we take off the mezzanine, which is where the, quote, office component is, and he's not going to have that many people in the office, that'll really just be for himself and maybe the floor manager, things of that nature, that actually reduced the amount of parking, so that if he only had the first floor without the mezzanine, then the parking count would be accurate at
Just
49.
saying.
That is
Yeah.
my understanding.
I can't read that one.
But
Is
I'm
that
gonna,
93?
But having not had a chance to speak with staff about that, I need to just clarify that with him.
Okay.
But that's his understanding.
92 divided 3, 92 divided. What is this thing doing? So, yeah, that would get you right at that level. So I could probably live with that because, you know, we could probably put a restriction that not be rented, that mezzanine's just for internal store use.
Right. And we will be fine with that.
Okay.
So that may resolve that issue. The only issue we have is with the buffer on the back end. And we've
Okay.
indicated that is something that we feel like, because he knows he's going to be continuing to own that and to operate his headquarters from there, that we would ask for some leniency on that point.
Okay. We have these stipulations from Powder Springs. I'll tell you what I'd like to do, is hold this case for 30 days so you can get everything from Powder Springs. We can kind of wrap everything up. I think I can live with the parking because it really is enough to support the grocery store as long as we aren't supporting office tenants. See what you can do, you know, possibly we may even support if you came in with a letter from Bo saying as a property owner of that property, you're going to establish the 20-foot buffer on that property.
Okay.
On, on that side of the property line, we could live with that. Or we could probably even live with 10 feet. And see if Powder Springs, if I want to know whether they're okay with 5 feet on this side or they need 10 for their buffer.
She told me the 5 was fine with the fence, but I will
Okay.
get the letter that I need from her. I don't have a problem with the 30 days, particularly if we could get on the consent agenda.
Okay. Yeah. You don't want to be here till 5:40 again? So-
As I have a meeting at 6, I'm trying to get to, but it's okay, it is what it is.
So, and the fence, we'd probably want to specify that it not be your standard wooden privacy fence, that it maybe be the vinyl or something
Okay.
like that. So you can put together a whole stipulation letter for us.
That's fine.
And get a letter from the city of Powder Springs, so that hopefully we can wrap all this up and we know, by then we know, hey, okay, they're going to let you do 35, so we don't have a parking issue where we're going to have to rip out spaces to make it work. And
I'm with you.
So, okay, I will do that. I'll make a motion that we hold this case till our May hearing. A second from Deborah. Any further discussion?
I would just, we have a number of zonings where we'll have a requirement that the applicant has to get an easement. In order to do it, would an easement solve the issue for your landscape buffer? If Bo just simply puts an easement on the second property?
We could do, I think we
It
could do that.
be. Yeah,
I mean-
you can deal with it, just so that we get.
I'll
so that
use
we-
my other skill set and do that, that's right.
Okay. Okay.
I've been a
that will work.
transactional
Good-
attorney
good
for 30 years.
suggestion.
I think I can figure that one out. So I'll get an easement for that, and we'll make that work, too.
Okay. Okay, so we all good? Let's call the question. All those in favor of the hold till May? That carries 5-0.
Thank you.
We just keep kicking ourselves more cases for next month.
Okay, rezoning case Z20 of 2021, the Cobb County Board of Commissioners request a rezoning from R30 to LRC for retail and/or office in land lot 225 of the 20th District. Property is located on the east side of Mars Hill Road, south of Stylesboro Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z20? Mr. Chairman, Board, let the record show there's no one here in person or virtually opposed to rezoning case Z20.
Okay, thank you, John. You're going to make the presentation, I take it? You better check his ID to make sure he's really. Let's make it brief, John.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Board. I've had to revise my presentation 3 times today, from good morning to good afternoon to now good evening. I am the applicant for I am the representative for the applicant who's requesting to rezone this .9 acre piece of property from R30 to LRC for retail and/or office uses. By way of background, the subject property was used as Fire Station 18 for about 50 years. It was built sometime in the 60s. They built a new Fire Station 18 3 or 4 years ago, and once that building was operational, they tore this building down because it was in bad repair. So currently, the .9 acres is a vacant tract of property with 2 driveway cuts on Mars Hill Road. We have reviewed the staff recommendation, the staff comments, and we are agreeable to all the recommendations contained in the analysis.
Imagine that. You agree with yourself. Okay, that's all you have for us?
That's it.
Okay, so no opposition. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
Yep. What was the original category requested here? Was it also LRC or?
Yeah, the Board of Commissioners authorized staff to ask for LRC.
Okay. What was noticed? What notices went out to the adjoining landowners?
Cobb County sent out over 100 notices to people within 1,000 feet. The property was posted with a sign, it was advertised in the paper.
Okay. Do those notices specify that the requested category was going to be LRC?
Correct.
But it does, those notices also inform people you can, you're authorized to to look at any category.
No, the
Right.
notice is just state what we're asking for, where the hearing is, who's asking for it, the date and time.
Okay. But the zoning procedures allow us to use any category,
Correct.
as we discussed earlier.
All right, so really, you
So really
want
it's-
a different category than what they requested, I think is where
Right,
we are.
and here's what it comes down to. In the last 8 years, John, how many times has staff made a recommendation for LRC?
Very few times.
I can't remember one. I can't remember staff ever bringing that. There may have been one, but I can't remember one. And it's because it's a very restrictive category. Now, we've deleted a number of times, very similar to the LRO we just did a few minutes ago, where you have a house, it has very limited parking and some issues, and we've deleted that down to LRC in the past, but I can't remember staff even recommending LRC on those. And, my point being, LRC, yes, there's a number of uses you can do with it, banks, churches, and that, but there's also, at least twice as many uses roughly as that you can do with NRC, which is what staff typically recommends even on houses. We had a recommendation for NRC on that house with no parking and all of that a little while ago. And NRC allows for things like car washes, eating and drinking establishments, gas stations, light automotive repair, all the neighborhood retail uses that are allowed, office and service and that. And my point being, if we put LRC on the property, it's very restrictive as to what a buyer can do with it, which drives the price of the property down. And if we're going to why would we, when this is surrounded, it's on the edge, because it's PI right now, I think, because it was owned by Cobb County, public institutional, but it's right on the edge of a CAC, Community Activity Center. We have NRC zoning, we have an LRO, we have GC across the street, we have a Kroger shopping center this is adjacent to, and they'd probably come up with an easement to access the parking lot and that. We have Publix across the street in GC. We have O&I. There is absolutely no reason to take this vacant parcel and make it such a restrictive zoning that it's going to essentially take money out of the pockets of Cobb County. Cobb County will not get the same price for this property at LRC as we would if we just go NRC. And this may be one of the most ridiculous requests I've seen come through in 8 years for a zoning category. I mean, it just, it stinks because somebody's trying to, and I know who the somebody is trying to kill development in that area. So they want to take it out of my pocket and Fred's pocket, and Tony, and Deborah's, and Stevens, and all the other taxpayers in Cobb County. And that's why I couldn't let this go on consent. I cannot support LRC on this property when it's a category that literally only a handful of properties in the whole county have that restrictive of a zoning, and certainly not a vacant piece of property. I would be shocked if there's one vacant piece of property in Cobb County that has LRC zoning. So, and I'm not yelling at you because I know you didn't make the decision to ask for it. I'm yelling at the person who made the decision to ask for that because it's not doing their fiduciary duties to the citizens of Cobb County. So that's my soapbox. Open it up for anybody else to comment on it.
Anyone else? So I had no role in this process. I just want to make that clear. But I'm washing my hands right now, but let's just talk about, I'm in LRC right now, I'm just in the definitions. It says for specialized or low-intensity shopping facilities, right? As opposed to NRC, which is, talks about retail commercial uses that have a neighborhood-oriented market Can you just tell me what additional uses we would facilitate by going to NRC rather than LRC?
Is that for me? Okay,
Yes.
Commissioner Beloin,
Yes.
there are a lot more uses you could do under NRC, and Commissioner Porter, stated some obvious ones: car washes, light oil repair, larger retail. You could do restaurants with drive-throughs, things like that.
All right.
But it's the applicant's desire to zone this as low as a commercial category as you can, because
Yes.
it's at the end of the node.
Right, and car washes would be one. How about a convenience store?
No, you can't do that under LRC.
No C-store under, how about under NRC?
Yes, you could do that under NRC.
Yeah, and would a convenience store be, or a car wash necessarily be appropriate next to an R30 residential property?
At this particular location, the applicant wants to zone LRC for the lowest possible commercial zoning that's out there.
I understand, but can you tell me, is that a residential property there, a single-family residence that one person or one family lives in, or right next door? That's the fire station?
Yeah, that's new Fire Station 18.
Okay, so that's not a concern. What about this flag lot behind it? Who's back there?
That is a single-family house back there.
That is single-family back there? Okay. Anyone else have questions of the? Okay. Notwithstanding the criticism of somebody at the county, because there are single-family properties immediately next door, I think for the time being, this is a reasonable category. The request seems to be a reasonable category to me. I know a lot of folks are averse, for example, to car washes being located immediately next door. That's something I've in the past prohibited as a allowable use, so I will move that we approve the request as granted. And guess what? If the board decides that they want something else there, I think we'll hear about that within a month or two.
Well, my point is, somebody may buy it, then come back and ask for something, but also, there's no reason why you can't say if there's any particular NRC uses that aren't, like a car wash that you wouldn't want to see, you could always say no car washes, but actually, you made a motion, so we need a second. Do we have a second? I started into discussion without getting a second. Do we have a second for the motion? Okay, Tony seconded it.
And just for discussion also, I think if we wanted to, if the will was to upgrade it now, rather than let somebody come to us and say they wanted to upgrade the intensity, that the proper thing to do would be to give notice to the adjoining single-family uses before the use was upgraded.
And that's, I think what we covered earlier, and I had thought our thing said we could only do intervening, but it actually, when it was read out, it said we can consider any use, and we make those changes all the time with deletions and that. Typically, we're deleting to less intensity, typically, but, I have no problem holding it for 30 days to let people know, but that's not the motion on the floor.
Are we in a discussion for the motion?
Yes.
So help me. All right,
Okay.
from a precedent standpoint, have we made it a standard of this body to zone at a more restrictive level when it's a vacant lot?
We've made it to go and look at what's a reasonable zoning for it, not necessarily more restrictive. If they come in and ask, say, for general commercial, which is a very wide open category, often we'll delete it down to a more restrictive category. But I can even say there's a fire station on Austell Road that had almost no parking. I don't even know where the firefighters parked. In fact, I know they were parking on the neighbor's property. It didn't even have enough. We zoned that thing to NRC for the county so as to give them the best chance. But we did put some restrictions on some of the NRC uses. There's other fire stations. I think every fire station that's come through, we've zoned NRC that I can think of. I can't think of one of these properties like this where we built the new fire station and that. John might think of one.
Well, we just had one on today's agenda for the limited professional services
Right.
permit. And that was zone commercial, that's zone residential with a special permit on it.
Yeah, yeah. And that's distinctly in a residential area. This is distinctly at the edge of a community activity center and will probably be included in the community activity center now that it's not a public use. It's only in PI because Cobb County owned it as a fire station. But you can see how surrounded it is by the CAC and across the street and that. So we're really looking at a CAC property, which is, our land use planning goes on a commercial basis from neighborhood activity center, community activity center to regional activity. And we're going down to the very lowest possible retail category, even though we're really up in a community activity center area, surrounded by these big shopping centers. It just, to me, doesn't make any sense. And I'm not expecting John to really defend that. John's in a very awkward position here, so I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but I think I feel like we need to send a message to the Board of Commissioners that this isn't a good stewardship of Cobb County assets and properties to sell it off cheap instead of getting what Cobb County could get as a fair market value. I'm not saying, put general commercial on it and just let anything go on it, but.
I would make a substitute motion to hold it and convey that message for 30 days.
Good.
I would second that.
Okay. So
Which motion
let's say
would you
we
like to
have,
vote on?
well, we have to deal with the first motion first, don't we? Oh, is that the way it works? Okay. You know those rules better than I do. Okay, well, do you concur that we have to do Deborah's motion first, Brian? Brian is going to look. I'm willing to bet she probably knows, though.
He went to the orange sheet. It must be like a really tough question.
You do take the most recent motion is what should be considered. So the substitute motion to Deborah Dance's point is accurate. And when that's resolved or a decision, then you start going back, you peel back.
Okay, so do we want to have any further discussion on the substitute motion, or do we want to take a further discussion?
I would say that if we do that, then it would also be a great opportunity to explore a little bit more about the LRO that's next to it, because it would just seem to be, you just see something getting split up and redone and shared. So I think it's just, let's explore all those options and let them come back and tell us if they want to do something different. But we should point out that we can get better money for Cobb's property.
Okay, so with that, any further discussion on it? With that, I guess we'll take a vote on the substitute motion to hold this till May.
As amended.
As amended, okay. As amended, so, and that, so all in favor of the substitute motion? Okay, for all opposed?
Show me as abstaining.
Fred's abstaining.
I didn't start this.
So 401 on that one.
So what's the direction for the applicant?
The direction's to consider a category that will provide a suitable return on investment for Cobb County, or suitable selling price, and not adversely affect it with an over-restrictive zoning classification.
Okay.
In that case, can I please change my vote to a no, because I don't see it as an overly restricted category right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that was not the motion, that was his explanation.
Okay, and now that we took the substitute motion, does that make the first motion die, Brian? Or
Yes. Yes.
It's moot, so we don't have to consider it at this point, right?
I believe the substitute motion removes the previous motion from the table, but I'm just trying to make sure.
I'll withdraw my motion. How's that?
If we didn't already kill it.
Just to make sure, either withdraw it or let's vote that motion down while I'm looking in the Robert's Rules of Order Parliamentary Procedure here. But I think the substitute motion took care of the preceding motion before that.
It would seem like it
yeah.
did, but, okay.
But I believe Commissioner Boulogne said he would withdraw.
But he
first
can't
motion.
withdraw what's already dead.
Yeah.
It's gone one way or the other, but,
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I believe the substitute motion took it off the table.
okay, so we will consider that a dead motion. Okay, so I think we just, somewhat disposed of that one. We carried it over till next month, but, I don't think, so let's go on. We got two more, right?
Yep. Next case is LUP 11, Gregory D. Brown, requests a temporary land use permit for renewal to allow temporary occupancy of an RV in land lot 146 of the 20th District. The property is located on the east side of Mars Hill Church Road, south of Witt Station Run. Is the applicant present? Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 11? Mr. Chairman, Board, the applicant's not present, and there's no one here opposed to this case.
Okay, you know what we normally do is give them one courtesy continuance, just in case something happened. So I'm going to make a motion that we continue. Actually, I was thinking that was my case, but it's your case, so. Okay, we'll make a motion that we continue LUP 11 till our May hearing. Okay, all in favor of that motion? That carries 5-0 to continue.
Okay, last case is land use permit 12, and Dominguez requests a temporary land use permit for the purpose of a granite fabrication business in land lots 6 and 7 of the 18th District. The property is located on the south side of Stout Parkway and on the north side of Rolling Meadow Drive, east of Cobalt Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 12? Let the record show there's no one here virtually or in person opposed to LUP 12.
Hello.
Good evening,
Don't you feel lucky to
Chairman,
be
Commissioner.
last on the agenda?
Yes, I did not know what it was going to entail to do this for the first time. So good evening. I didn't think I would.
We
be
feel
saying
for
good evening. So pretty much that's really what we're asking.
Give us your name first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ann Dominguez.
Okay, thank you.
And just our application is for the intention of my husband to just start a business of granite fabrication. That was our, what we intended when we purchased the property almost 2 years ago with that workshop. It was already a workshop that was used for cabinet, a cabinet workshop. So it's the reason really why we purchased that property, because we intended to make it the goal for him to start his own business and to work from there.
Okay. You want to tell us anything else? I guess we didn't start the clock, but you got tons of time.
No, that's really what I can bring to you guys. I don't know. I'll answer
Okay.
whatever questions you guys have.
Okay, what kind of machinery is he going to have in there? And
It's going to be, I believe it's called a saw, where they actually run it with water to fabricate the granite.
Right.
I believe in the past they used to do it without water, and he intends to have the water machinery to fabricate it.
Okay. Okay. And I guess you'll have to have a large truck in that to move the granite and
Yes.
have deliveries come in and out and that.
Yes, he does. We already have like a commercial box truck that he
Okay.
uses. And it's really going to be just for fabrication. We don't, it's not going to be open to customers or anything like that. So I don't know if, we recently just put asphalt on the driveway to open it up more because there was really, as you guys can see, no driveway on there.
Right.
And I don't know, any other questions you guys may have?
Chairman, may I ask a question?
Sure.
On your application, you talk about the use of a forklift, is that as well?
Yes.
Is that in addition to the box truck?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, well, I think we've gotten, anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Okay, go ahead.
Just briefly, so someone would actually be sawing countertops in there?
Yes.
That's the point? And what is done to minimize exposure to any airborne dust hazards?
Mask and goggles. Really, there shouldn't be a lot of dust going around because it's going to be fabricated with water. So I don't believe there should be a lot of dust in the air.
Okay. Do you cut Do you cut artificial stone at all?
Artificial, no. Like quarry and all that, no.
Okay, 'cause
It would just be granite.
I just used my little handheld device, and it says granite, marble, and engineered stone
Oh, engineers.
all can produce harmful silica dust when cut, ground, or polished. Artificial stone typically contains much more silica, says a CDC researcher. That's my unofficial 30 seconds worth of research on the topic. But I would probably be inclined to support a restriction against cutting any artificial stone,
Okay.
only cutting natural stone.
Yes. That's our
Okay.
intention.
Any other questions? Okay, you can have a seat and
Okay. Thank
we'll
you.
decide that. I got a question for John. For granite fabrication, what zoning category would allow that typically? I know heavy industrial, but is light industrial?
It's typically light industrial, heavy industrial. It may even qualify in NRC as a special contractor if they're not doing that much cutting. And, the cutting's done inside the building.
Okay,
But typically, it's in light industrial, heavy industrial, just because of the storage of the slabs of granite and marble.
right. And that's typically whenever I go to one of these, you have slabs sitting outside and it's a fairly, it's not the dirtiest business. It's fairly dirty and that it just honestly doesn't seem like it's something that should be done in a residential area. And then the box trucks are bigger than you're really allowed to be parking in residential areas. So that would be another exception, and moving things with a forklift, and you're right next to what appears to be an amenity area for tennis courts. I know if it's my subdivision, I don't want to be hearing granite and forklifts and that while I'm trying to enjoy my amenities. So with that, I think I'm going to make a recommendation for denial on this case, which is also the staff's recommendation. Do I have a second? A second from Tony. Any further discussion? With that, take the vote. All in favor? And it goes 5-0 for denial. Okay, with that, I think we have some minutes to adopt, and maybe we can get out of here. Somebody want to make a motion on the minutes?
I'll make that motion. I make a motion, we adopt the minutes of the special called meeting on March 10th, 2021, as presented, and that we approve the minutes of the special called meeting agenda review work session on March 29th, as presented.
Do we have a second? Okay, second from Stephen. All in favor? Raise your hands. Carries 5-0. Any further business? Nobody wants to stay and talk more? We're adjourned.